Chapter 1954. Long Chen did not disappoint Mo Xiaolang. He led the group towards the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Mo Xiaolang was very excited. The smell of the fire made his blood boil and his stomach rumble. However, Long Chen became more cautious. Lingxi's long hair hung down. She whispered to Long Chen, "Are you just going to let him devour the karmic fire of the Red Lotus?" Long Chen said, "There's no other way. I think it's not a good thing. If he's really deeply affected by the martial demon seed, even if we follow his will, we won't be able to change anything. However, I don't have a good way to save him. Why don't we ask Sister Sacred Spirit?" Long Chen said, "We'll see. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus is almost there. I have to keep an eye on him. You protect Yan. Don't let anything happen to her." Lingxi smiled gently. "No problem." Long Chen followed behind Mo Xiaolang. Lingxi and Xueqi were chatting about some girly topics. However, their minds were on Mo Xiaolang. Xueqi in particular could faintly feel that the closer they got to the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, the more abnormal Mo Xiaolang became. "Sister Lingxi, you must help him," Xueqi sobbed softly. "He will do his best." Lingxi comforted the little girl. At this moment, Xueqi was very much like how she used to be. She was weak and powerless, unable to do anything. After 100 reincarnations, Lingxi had gone through a transformation of her soul. After crossing through the endless tall forests, they came to the endless mountains. The mountain peaks were steep, some high and some low. The taller ones soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. The peaks couldn't be seen. The lower ones were covered with ravines and endless abysses. A ghastly gale roamed between heaven and earth, causing the earth to rustle. After crossing over a tall mountain, flames suddenly floated in front of them. They were like a flood, flowing across the sky. Looking up, the entire sky was filled with flames of various sizes. They were like rain, densely packed, floating in the sky, but not falling. In front of him, the temperature was incomparably scorching. The ground was charred black. In the distant horizon, Long Chen saw a huge pillar of fire soaring into the sky. The flames were crimson, directly piercing into the clouds, turning the surrounding clouds red. The clouds were burning, causing countless flames to fall from the sky, floating in the world. Looking at it from this position, the pillar of fire was still so huge. If one were to take a closer look, the diameter of the pillar of fire would be at least 10,000 meters. Such a miraculous pillar of fire had actually appeared in the world. It was truly astounding. Who knew where this pillar of fire would extend to? Under the crimson flames, the faces of the four became red as well. Below the pillar of fire was a sea of lava. The boiling lava flowed around the pillar of fire, emitting thick black smoke. If one wanted to get close to the pillar of fire, they had to pass through the lava. However, for Long Chen and the others, this was not a problem. They just had to fly over. The problem was, who knew if there were any terrifying creatures hidden in the endless magma? Who knew if there would be anything in the flame pillar? Long Chen had seen the heaven fire abyss. He was sure that the fire from the heaven fire abyss was the same as this pillar of fire. In other words, ordinary people would find it difficult to reach the center of the pillar of fire. At least, Long Chen did not have the ability to do so. If he did, he would have directly passed through the heaven fire abyss. At this time, Mo Xiaolang looked in the direction of the pillar of fire. He said, "I know, the Red Lotus Hellfire is in the center of the pillar of fire. Not many people can get it, but I can." As he said this, he was about to rush towards the pillar of fire. "Wait." Long Chen stopped him. He looked calmly at Mo Xiaolang and said, "Let's make a plan first. Don't rush in recklessly." In front of the Red Lotus Hellfire, Mo Xiaolang could not control himself. His body instinctively wanted to pass by Long Chen. However, Long Chen's stern eyes stopped him. He was starving, and the hunger felt like there were a large number of ants crawling in his body. He could not bear it, and his heart burned with impatience. Long Chen said, "This place is too wide and dangerous. There may be enemies hiding in the lava. The power of the pillar of fire may not be as simple as you think. Xiaolang, why don't you come with me first? As long as we get rid of the martial demon seed, we can come back here. After all, the Red Lotus Hellfire has existed for a long time." Hearing this, Mo Xiaolang became nervous. If he was normal, he would understand. Long Chen was right. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus had been here for such a long time. No one could take it away, so there was no need to be anxious. However, he could not resist the temptation. No, big brother, I'm too hungry. If I don't eat, I'll starve to death. Mo Xiaolang said with a bitter expression. At this moment, he was like a starving child begging his elders. Long Chen was also in a dilemma. However, he knew that Mo Xiaolang's journey was getting more and more dangerous. As Lingxi had said, even if he gave in, he might not be able to solve the problem. He might even make a big mistake. If Mo Xiaolang continued to act so dangerously, Long Chen had to force him. Naturally, he would not order Xiaolang around. Instead, he would reason with him. Listen to me. We're not in a hurry. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus is yours. Once we get through this, I'll come with you to retrieve it. I swear that I'll keep my promise, but now is not the time. This place is not as safe as you think it is. In fact, it's very dangerous. Will you listen to me again? He could tell that Mo Xiaolang was very anxious. He was in the middle of a tough mental battle and was sweating profusely. Xiaolang, remember that you are a man. Long Chen placed his hands on Mo Xiaolang's shoulders. While Mo Xiaolang was in a dilemma, Long Chen's heart was also twitching. He could not bear to see this kind young man become like this. If someone had to bear the sin of becoming a demon, Long Chen was willing to do it. This was because Mo Xiaolang had always been kind. He did not have any demonic thoughts. The one with the demonic nature was Long Chen. I don't trust you. All of a sudden, Mo Xiaolang pushed him away and rushed in the direction of the flame pillar. Long Chen could clearly see his eyes. Mo Xiaolang's eyes had almost turned blood red. They were cold and emotionless, filled with endless desire. The flame pillar attracted his gaze, making it impossible for him to resist. Long Chen blocked his way again. He restrained Mo Xiaolang and pressed him to the ground. However, Mo Xiaolang's body transmitted a destructive power. The 9 underworld's demonic ancestral flame exploded from his body and surged towards Long Chen. Ever since Mo Xiaolang obtained the 9 underworld's demonic ancestral flame, he had never used it against Long Chen. Long Chen also did not know that the 9 underworld's demonic ancestral flame was actually so cold. He quickly dodged. At this time, Mo Xiaolang had already climbed up. He looked at Long Chen with bloodshot eyes and said coldly, "Get out of my way." Behind him, the faces of the 2 women had already turned deathly pale. Xueqi was even more frightened. She ran in front of Mo Xiaolang. When she saw his blood-red eyes, she panicked. She hurriedly hugged Mo Xiaolang's waist and leaned her head against Mo Xiaolang's chest. She said anxiously, "Big brother Xiaolang, calm down. Don't be too angry. We can talk things over. He's your big brother, how can he say such things?" Mo Xiaolang's eyes were ice cold. He pulled Xueqi away but did not hurt her. Then, he walked past Long Chen and walked towards the flame pillar. "Big brother Long Chen." Xueqi widened her eyes and stared blankly at Long Chen. Long Chen gritted his teeth. He was wondering if he should stop him. If he did, he would definitely fight with him. What would the consequences be? He had always been decisive, but after the incident with Mo Xiaolang, he actually hesitated. "Help me. Don't let him succumb to his desires," Xueqi said with tears all over her face. Long Chen suddenly had a decision. Xueqi was right. No matter when or what the consequences were, he could not let him succumb to his desires. He asked Lingxi to take care of Mo Xiaolang and continued to chase after Mo Xiaolang. This time, he did not regret it. The young man in front of him was covered in black flames. His blood-red eyes stared greedily at the flame pillar that shot up to the sky. He sighed. "Mine. This is mine. I'm going to become stronger soon. As long as I become stronger, we won't have to be chased anymore. Big brother won't distrust me either. He'll think that I'm doing a good job. I can't let him think that I can't resist this damned martial demon seed." He mumbled to himself. All of a sudden, Long Chen stood in front of him again. This time, Long Chen didn't look back. His eyes became extremely stern. He said solemnly, "You're now under the control of the martial demon seed. I know you won't listen to anything I say. I will stop you because I don't want you to succumb to the martial demon seed. Xiaolang, for survival and freedom, we should fight side by side instead of killing each other. I'm being controlled." Mo Xiaolang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Big brother, don't joke around. You're just afraid that I'm stronger than you. You think I don't know that? But my talent is stronger than yours. I have an endless devouring power. You, on the other hand, are under the control of the heavenly Tao and have to suffer from the 18 trials. Obviously, I'm better than you." Long Chen squinted his eyes. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang should be in the most dangerous state. He didn't think that the more he tried to stop him, the more he would succumb. You can't devour the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, you'll lose everything. Long Chen calmed down. He would do his best to stop him. Chapter 1955. Roar. Mo Xiaolong's eyes were bleeding, and he responded with a roar. In front of the demon's desire, anyone who stood in his way was an enemy. Although he knew that this was Long Chen, he couldn't help but attack again. The 9th underworld demon ancestral fire swept towards Long Chen. Long Chen warned himself that this was his brother, and he couldn't hurt him, but he also had to stop him. He gripped the god-slaying sword tightly, and used the massacre sword art's tight sword momentum to form a sword net, forcing the 9th underworld demon ancestral fire away. "Those who stand in my way shall die." Mo Xiaolang roared, and with the strong body of the demon race, he attacked Long Chen. Although he hadn't transformed into his beast form, his arms and claws had completely transformed into wolf claws, majestic and sharp, full of killing intent. He transformed into a strong werewolf, and pounced, his eyes cruel. Long Chen's body was covered in blood-colored dragon scales, and he looked more like a killing machine, but his eyes were gentle. He didn't think that Mo Xiaolang had done anything wrong. The only reason that caused him to attack him was the martial demon seed, and it had nothing to do with Mo Xiaolang himself. Seeing that they were actually fighting here, Xueqi panicked. On one hand, she blamed herself, and on the other hand, she panicked. She called out weakly, wanting Mo Xiaolang to stop, but at this moment, her voice didn't matter to Mo Xiaolang at all. Lingxi pulled her back and said softly, let them settle it. This is like a calamity that Xiaolang is facing, and he has to rely on himself to get through it. But he hurt big brother Long Chen, what should we do?" Xueqi said weakly. Lingxi had the same worry, but she understood that even if he was injured, Long Chen wouldn't stop his determination to stop the other party. Mo Xiaolong's control was getting more and more terrifying. Black and red figures fought fiercely in front of them. The wind howled and countless flames danced in the air. No matter how hard Mo Xiaolang tried, he could not break through Long Chen's defense. Hence, he directed his hatred towards Long Chen and began to focus on killing Long Chen. As long as he could defeat him, he would be able to enjoy the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. "Xiaolang, are you really willing to be controlled by this martial devil seed? Where's your determination?" The only thing Long Chen could do was try to use words to wake his opponent up. No matter how much he racked his brains, he had to help his brother recover. What answered him was the towering flames on Mo Xiaolong's body. Countless flames exploded on Long Chen's body, forming a terrifying might. Eternal moment. Long Chen stopped the flames for a moment and escaped. Blindly defending was useless. Once Long Chen found an opportunity, he used the massacring sword art from the beginning. The exquisite swordsmanship forced Mo Xiaolang, who specialized in fire and physical attacks, to retreat. The power of nirvana of Tai Chi was not as destructive as the power of Mo Xiaolong's demon, but in terms of density and continuity, it was much stronger than the demon's power. It was especially suitable for Long Chen to use the massacring sword art. Once the massacring sword art was on the right track, and the opponent was surrounded by the sword aura, the next problem was to attack. Roar! You dare to stop me, you dare to be my enemy. You are not my brother. You are my enemy. All my enemies deserve to die. Mo Xiaolong's face was ferocious and his eyes were bleeding. He used his sharp claws to resist Long Chen's god-slaying sword. "I'm not your enemy. I'm your martial demon seed's enemy. Little wolf, do you remember the first time we met? At that time, I didn't know whether you were a man or a woman, but you gave me the star battle body and changed my life. We've been fighting side by side for so long. I don't want you to be controlled by the martial demon seed. Restrain yourself a little and look at me quietly, okay?" Although he said this, the sword aura in his hands did not stop. Of course, Long Chen did not intend to kill him. He only wanted to suppress him and not let him rush towards the flame pillar. "First time we met. Mo Xiaolang was suddenly stunned. I don't remember. I don't remember. Under the monstrous sword aura, there was only killing in his eyes and nothing else. He surrounded himself with the devil ancestral fire of the 9 serenities and swept towards Long Chen. Long Chen quickly retreated, but the massacring sword art did not stop. It had reached the crucial moment. After 100 swords in a short moment, the massacring sword art began to surpass its limit and unleashed endless power. No matter how strong Mo Xiaolang's devil ancestral fire of the 9 serenities was, it was forced to retreat. Streaks of grey sword qi interweaved and formed a huge cage, trapping Mo Xiaolang completely. Roar! Mo Xiaolang roared. He attacked with destructive power. Long Chen's sword net was gradually falling apart. In terms of power, Mo Xiaolang was much stronger than him. The nature of the sword net was not inferior at all. The reason why Long Chen could fight against Mo Xiaolang for so long was mostly because his massacring sword art was exquisite enough. Moreover, in the battle against the god of Tai Chi, he had fought 10,000 times, which allowed him to hone his battle skills to the peak. In comparison, Mo Xiaolang was only strong in terms of power and flames. Get out of my way! Mo Xiaolang broke through the sword net and activated the 1,000 Flames Burn Divine ability. Tens of thousands of flames interweaved on his body, forming long chains of fire that lashed towards Long Chen like long whips. Everywhere it went, rocks cracked, lava exploded, and the earth rumbled. So strong. Under the power of the heavenly Tao, Long Chen's cultivation speed was definitely unparalleled in the world. However, compared to the demons who had escaped from the calamity of the world, his speed was still a little slower. Of course, the power of the demons was not cultivation at all. Especially when the sun-devouring direwolf and the demons combined, it was simply a terrifying and endless creature. If this creature had evil thoughts, like the city lord of the wronged, then all living things would die. Long Chen used all his strength. His body burned with the spirit refinement fire. He could only use the spirit refinement fire to increase his power and stimulate his potential to fight against Mo Xiaolang. Facing the 1,000 Flames Burn Divine ability, Long Chen's massacring sword art killed dozens of times, and the 1,000 Flames Burn Divine ability was directly torn apart. The spirit refinement fire shot up into the sky. Holding the god-slaying sword, Long Chen attacked again. 170 strikes. When the massacre sword art was displayed to this point, every sword strike was extremely horrifying. Horrifying massacre sword qi shot out between the heaven and earth, causing Ling Shi and Su Yan to be extremely nervous. Xiaolang, don't let the demon defeat you. You have to fight. You are stronger than anyone else. You shouldn't succumb to the martial demon seed. It will destroy you. Can you hear me? Long Chen was almost roaring as he sent his voice into his opponent's ear. Martial demon seed. Bullshit, what is that? How dare it try to control me? Mo Xiaolang's eyes were red. As he resisted the massacring sword art, he stared at Long Chen and roared, I don't care who you are. You are still blocking me. You are my enemy. Dang. Endless 9 serenities demon ancestral fire gathered together. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang suddenly transformed into his beast form. He turned into a giant sun-devouring demonic wolf. He rushed towards Long Chen and spat out the 9 serenities demon ancestral fire. Such a vast flame could completely drown Long Chen in an instant. This time, he was absolutely determined to kill. Facing such a giant beast, facing such a terrifying danger, Long Chen did not even frown. This time, he was even more determined. The god-slaying sword in his hand contained the power of nirvana of Tai Chi. All Long Chen could do was swing his sword. One slash after another. When the 9 serenities demon ancestral fire descended, Long Chen violently slashed out more than 100 times. This time, he had broken through his limits and reached a new height. The massacring sword art formed a dense sword net that soared into the sky, protecting Long Chen completely. After the last slash, Long Chen almost fell to the ground. But he did not stop because Mo Xiaolang's power was far more than what he had shown. Another slash. Then, Long Chen opened the Eye of Hell. In Mo Xiaolang's eyes, the clouds behind Long Chen moved and a pair of giant green eyes appeared. The eyes were like the sky, looking down on the world. It was a terrifying pair of eyes that made Mo Xiaolang wail and retreat. Long Chen used this opportunity to use the power of the massacring sword art. It shattered the 9 serenities demon ancestral fire, and sent the sun-devouring demonic wolf flying. Success. As long as he defeated Mo Xiaolang, it would not be a problem to stop him. Long Chen was lucky to be able to defeat him. Of course, it was also because of the Eye of Hell. Its effect had once again exceeded Long Chen's imagination. The Eye of Hell had disappeared, but the sun-devouring demonic wolf still had a miserable look on his face as if he was still living in fear. Long Chen rushed over, wanting to subdue him and wake him up. Lingxi and Xueqi also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like he had succeeded. But at this moment, another crisis came from behind. Long Chen had been worrying about Mo Xiaolang, but he had forgotten about a terrifying crisis. At this juncture, he had to immediately turn back and give up on the fruits of his victory. Because he had emotions, but the Grand Plainness God was emotionless. A beautiful woman, naked and perfect, stood proudly above the flaming magma. Her eyes, long hair, and temperament were constantly changing. Li Xuanji had 5 avatars, which were formed by the power of the source. At this moment, the beautiful woman was changing between the 5 avatars and the main body. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Each had its own flavor, but without exception, they were all very tempting. The Grand Plainness God had actually appeared at this critical juncture. "Don't come over," Long Chen silently prayed. After all, the Grand Plainness God had appeared twice before officially descending. But what made him speechless was that the Grand Plainness God walked over from the magma and stared at Long Chen. Her eyes were seductive and teasing, full of attraction. Long Chen unconsciously retreated, but the other party suddenly sped up and attacked from afar. In a short moment, she crashed into Long Chen's body. Long Chen only felt his vision go black, and he could not help but sit cross-legged on the ground. Just like last time, he completely lost consciousness. This strange change left everyone completely clueless about what was going on. Finally, Lingxi recalled and said worriedly, "It should be the Grand Plainness God descending." Chapter 1956. The Grand Essence Deity's arrival wasn't the right time. It could also be said that she had been keeping an eye on Long Chen since the Heavenly Melody Grassland. It was only when Long Chen was at his most exhausted and anxious state that he completely forgot about the Grand Essence Deity that she took the opportunity to sneak in. If that was the case, the Grand Essence Deity could be considered sinister. At least it was better than the Tai Chi Deity's choice. Under the Grand Essence Deity's attack, Long Chen felt like he was facing the samsara tribulation. He entered a state of cultivation and couldn't be disturbed. Once he was disturbed, it was likely that all his previous efforts would go to waste and his strength would regress. Thinking of this, Lingxi's first reaction was to quickly rush in front of Long Chen. She used a defensive barrier to protect Long Chen and then looked nervously at the behemoth in front of her, which was the sun-devouring demonic wolf. "Big brother Xiaolang, big brother Long Chen." Xueqi also came up. She had no idea what was going on. Seeing Lingxi protecting Long Chen, she had no choice but to stand in front of Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen had just used the Eye of Hell to repel the sun-devouring demonic wolf. If the sun-devouring demonic wolf was still angry and attacked, then Long Chen would most likely be finished. The Grand Essence Deity wanted to kill Long Chen. Lingxi's heart tightened. She was already prepared to fight with Mo Xiaolang. Although she was definitely not his opponent, she could at least hold on. The sudden development of the situation was really unexpected. Under Lingxi and Soyan's nervous gazes, the giant sun-devouring demonic wolf crawled up from the ground. Its bloody eyes looked in Long Chen's direction, filled with killing intent. It completely ignored Xueqi and Lingxi. It bared its fangs and ferociously walked over. Every step it took caused the earth to shake. Xueqi ran towards Mo Xiaolang and reached out to block Mo Xiaolang's path. "Big brother Xiaolang, you can't touch them." The sun-devouring direwolf turned a deaf ear. Xueqi was about to cry. She flew up and stood in front of Mo Xiaolang. With her weak body, she fearlessly stood in front of the giant beast. She said with red eyes, "Brother Xiaolang, if you hurt them today, Yan will never forgive you for the rest of my life." Phew. The huge sun-devouring direwolf finally stopped. "Yan His voice reverberated between heaven and earth. The sun-devouring direwolf shook its head and stretched out its huge tongue to lick Soyan's face. Then it suddenly moved, ignoring Long Chen and charging towards the flame pillar. Given his divine might as the Flame King, no one could stop him. Su Yan and Ling she could only watch helplessly as he rushed into the flame pillar. In an instant, The flame pillar trembled violently as a large amount of flames gushed out from it. The entire heaven and earth trembled as boundless lava gushed forth, drowning Long Chen. For a moment, the sky changed color as the entire world trembled. The clouds in the sky were all set ablaze. Come in quickly. Lingxi opened up the guardian boundary and let Xueqi in as well. Then endless lava rushed over. But nature's anger was weaker than the stomach juice of the green-eyed golden flame toad, so it couldn't break the guardian boundary. Lingxi protected the two of them and was safe inside. The two of them looked around blankly. The flame pillar in the distance let out a huge roar. Endless flames danced in the air. Sister Lingxi, what should we do? Soyan clenched her fists and sobbed. Lingxi comforted her. There's no other way. We can only wait for Brother Long Chen to pass this tribulation. After he becomes stronger, he might have a way. Only he can restrict Xiao Lang. I can't do anything. I just hope Brother Long Chen can pass it safely. Last time, I heard from him that the god of Tai Chi isn't easy. This new tribulation might be even more troublesome. We just need to protect him. As for Xiao Lang, she looked at the flame pillar and said worriedly, I hope he won't forget us after he succeeds. He won't. Brother Xiao Lang is actually very obedient, Xueqi said confidently. Lingxi smiled. I know. I met Xiao Lang before you did. But the martial devil seed is too terrifying. I just don't know if he can resist it. Xueqi didn't know that either. They waited in the sea of fire silently. In the endless mountains, a group of old men moved quickly. Their speed was several times that of Long Chen's group. The Tongtian rats said that those little guys didn't go through the heaven-devouring immortal residence. The Tongtian rats are the most well-informed. Since they didn't go to the heaven-devouring immortal residence, the only possibility is the spirit god realm. We have to go to the supreme demon city to stop them. There were originally 5 or 6 old men. 2 of them stayed in the heaven-devouring immortal residence. The others were now rushing to the supreme demon city. Ruashi was also in this group. 4 old men and Ruashi, a beauty, flashed past. Those 2 little guys are really cunning. After all this time, it turns out that they might have run back. With their speed, they should be nearby if they went this way from the nature sound grassland. In that case, we're about to catch them. They can only go to the Chaos Star region or the Spirit God realm. Be careful. It's very likely that they're nearby. While they were flying through the forest, there was a sudden earthquake in the distance. They looked at each other. Someone said, that seems to be the direction of the Red Lotus karmic fire. Let's go and take a look. They soared into the sky. Looking from their direction, half of the sky had been submerged in flames, as if there was a sea of fire hanging in the sky. At the end of the sky, there seemed to be a very small pillar of fire connecting the sky and the earth. Judging from the size of the pillar, they were still a distance away from the Red Lotus karmic fire. The Red Lotus karmic fire is going berserk. Something must have provoked it, an old man said. Let's go. The Red Lotus karmic fire is like this. There are always people who don't have eyes to provoke it. It's normal for them to die. Even though it's a bit big this time, don't waste our time. They watched for a while and prepared to leave. Something's wrong. Suddenly, an old man stopped and said in surprise, if the little fellows were looking for our nearby, do you think that the wolf tribe would be so daring as to devour the karmic fire of the Red Lotus? In any case, he devoured our celestial fox demonic fire. It's very possible. Thinking of this, everyone suggested to go and take a look. It wouldn't take too much time. In the blink of an eye, they were flying in that direction. Ruashi paused for a while. Then, she gritted her teeth and followed them. Xiao Lang. Sigh, who's right and who's wrong? She moved her graceful body and followed the old men towards the pillar of fire in the sky. After being hit by the god of Tai Su, Long Chen felt like he was struck by lightning. His head buzzed and his consciousness blurred. He felt like he was falling from the sky and then floated to the ground. His vision wasn't clear and he was even a little confused. There seemed to be extravagant music reverberating around him, making him immersed in it and gradually losing himself. The power of the god of Tai Su was the killing intent of the heavenly path. Moreover, it was specifically targeted at dragon martial artists with divine dragon talents. Even ultimate divine dragons didn't have this level of treatment. It was obviously quite terrifying. Before this, Long Chen had imagined fighting with the god of Tai Su countless times. He didn't know how many times he would have to kill his opponent this time, But he never thought that his consciousness would be so blurry. What he didn't know was that this calamity wasn't targeting his combat power, but his will. In the blur, Long Chen finally saw it clearly. He seemed to be in the clouds and there was a platform made of white jade under his feet. The white jade was crystal clear and it was as smooth as a woman's skin. Stepping on it gave him an inexplicable sense of comfort. As far as the eye could see, his surroundings seemed to be a blur. Where am I? What am I doing? This feeling was like a dream. A dream didn't have a beginning. Long Chen felt that he suddenly appeared here and then forgot everything. He started to move forward in a daze because there was the sound of rushing water in front of him. There should be someone in front of him. He took about a few steps and there seemed to be a few people in the clouds, but there was no sign of life. Long Chen walked forward to take a look. It turned out that these were all statues. They were all snow-white and the statue looked like a seductive woman. She was incomparably beautiful and each statue had a different expression and style. They were all filled with extreme temptation. Although they were statues, the jade eyes, red lips, and the amazing curves of the body were all real. Why is there a portrait of Xueqi? Long Chen shook his head and said in astonishment. The further he walked, the more beautiful statues of Li Xueqi appeared. These statues were all nude, without any clothes on. They were all beautiful women, but each of them had a different expression and were full of charm. In the midst of Long Chen's confusion, he heard the sound of flowing water getting louder. It seemed like the pool was nearby. After walking for 15 minutes, a white jade staircase appeared in front of him. There were a total of 100 steps. The sound of flowing water came from the staircase. Long Chen shook his head and walked up the stairs. When he reached the end, he could hear the sound of flowing water. It should be a pool. When he reached the top, there was indeed a pool. He couldn't see how wide it was and the water was clear. He could see the white jade at the bottom of the pool. It was pure and flawless. From the ripples, there should be something in the pool. Long Chen walked along the edge of the pool, his eyes fixed on the pool. Before he reached it, an alluring fragrance wafted over. This scent made Long Chen's blood boil. His body heated up and his strength surged, as though he was about to explode. How can this be? He took another step forward. In the mist of the pool, a pure white figure finally appeared. Long Chen focused his eyes and saw that half of the person's body was in the pool. Her long black hair floated on the surface of the water and scattered like flowers. Under the long hair was a snow-white body, bathing in the water. He had already updated 9 chapters. New notification error. Chapter 1957. The sound of the water stirring one's heartstrings. Long Chen stood motionless, but the person bathing had already discovered him. She leisurely turned around in the water, causing the water to gently ripple. Her appearance was completely revealed to Long Chen. First, it was a pair of dark green eyes, filled with charm, hiding an extreme temptation. She looked innocent, but at the same time, filled with endless provocation. Those delicate willow leaf eyebrows were naturally formed, and they existed at the angle of a smile. Her lips were slightly red, as delicate as a rose, and as tempting as a rose. But what made Long Chen unable to shift his gaze away was that snow-white skin, rippling in the water. Her long hair was already wet, and part of it hung before her chest, forming 2 strands that blocked her tall and round breasts, but it made her even more enchanting. Water droplets flowed along her skin into the pool, and the trail they left behind was shining, revealing the beauty of her snow-white skin. She was like the ultimate temptation that had descended from the heavens. After discovering Long Chen, she did not panic, and gently moved in the water like a fish. Her pair of dark green eyes were bold and mysterious, staring into Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen seemed to have encountered a time freeze, and he did not move at all. It was only when she was in front of Long Chen, that peerless body was within his reach, that Long Chen took a deep breath, and took a few steps back. He stammered, Why are you here? That woman smiled sweetly. This smile was charming and moving, and could steal one's soul, making one unable to stop. Long Chen had never seen such a sexy side to her, and for a moment, he was dazed. She came out of the turbulent water, and in the mist, her incomparably snow-white body approached Long Chen. That rose-like fragrance assaulted him, causing his mind to become fuzzy. On her body, on her hair, water droplets gently fell, causing Long Chen's heart to become even more restless, and his entire person was like a flame. She gently swung her long hair behind her, and her red lips slightly parted. One could vaguely see her delicate red tongue, which was a fatal temptation. In Long Chen's heart, she had never been like this. However, why does it seem like I can't control my body anymore? Her breasts were round and plump, white and tender, and filled with endless charm. They were especially attractive to Long Chen, especially the blue heart of the Eternal Protector, which hit Long Chen's soft spot. A few strands of her smooth hair stuck to her breasts, adding to her allure. She strode towards Long Chen with her long round legs. She stretched out her hands and gently placed them on Long Chen's chest. She raised her head and looked at Long Chen with a shy yet bold gaze. She whispered in a demonic voice, Why am I here? You're such a fool. Why don't you take the initiative every time? Long Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Such a beauty was right in front of him. He was hot-blooded and couldn't resist. Although he was restraining himself, Xiaolong was already valiant and full of vigor. He raised his head high and his eyes were filled with malevolence and murderous intent. He was eager to charge forward and kill everyone. Long Chen felt that he was blaming himself. He hurriedly said, I didn't take the initiative, but even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman. Sometimes, he felt that the most unsolvable problem was not about Long Qinglan, but these two women. He only had one love in his heart, and he was also willing to protect Lingxi for the rest of her life. He and Lingxi were deeply in love, and it was unforgettable. However, the woman in front of him had other entanglements with him, and he couldn't bear to let her go, because the roots of their love were already deeply planted in his heart. Li Xuanji's beautiful eyes wandered, and her red lips parted slightly. She gradually inched closer to Long Chen, and her soft breasts gently pressed against Long Chen's chest. The two of them met, and it made Long Chen lose control. He gritted his teeth and said, Xuanji, can you give me some time to prepare? What else do you need to prepare? Li Xuanji wriggled in his arms like a water snake. She placed her red lips against Long Chen's ear and said, You don't understand my pain. I love you too, but why do I have to be separated from you, while you and Lingxi are so lovey-dovey? Long Chen, I don't reject her. I think she's very cute, and she doesn't reject me either. I can clearly share a portion of your love, so why don't you want to give it to me? Her breath smelled like orchids, and her fragrance reverberated in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen only felt that his entire body was in a daze, and he was completely immersed in her gentleness. He realized that his throat was dry, and it was difficult for him to speak. The most frightening thing was that when the mighty little dragon came into contact with the other party's snow-white skin, it immediately ignited into flames, almost roaring. That gentle part was only separated by a layer of clothes, but to them, this layer of clothes was practically non-existent. Li Xuanji's fragrant body gently leaned on Long Chen, her graceful figure pressing against him. She seemed to be sobbing as she said, I really want to receive your love. You owe me too much. Do you know how lonely I am alone in the dark? I don't want to ask for too much. I just hope that you can give me some time to satisfy me. Give me some time to only love me. Can't you just give me some time to satisfy me? Give me some time to only love me. I'm very lonely, but you didn't give it to me. Do I have to be the first to speak about this kind of thing? In this life, I've decided that I'm your woman. You and Lingxi have long been husband and wife, and I want to give myself to you. That way, perhaps you can properly pamper me, and there will be a place for me in your world. These intimate words made Long Chen feel very uncomfortable. It turned out that she didn't seem to care about anything on the surface, but in reality, she cared so much. Long Chen had always thought that she was a woman with an incomparably strong heart, but he didn't expect it to be like this. I was wrong, I can make up for it, but In Long Chen's subconscious, he still felt a little strange. Just because of this, he had to be affectionate with her? He couldn't give her anything, but he had to possess her. What was this? Therefore he still had some resistance in his heart, and was still trying his best to endure, but the woman in his arms didn't give him this chance. She seemed to be able to read Long Chen's mind. She was already lost in his fiery embrace, and her anxious look was extremely tempting. I don't care about anything. Today, I want you to only belong to me, and I only belong to you. In that case, I will have no regrets in this life. Long Chen, you can't let me down, otherwise, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. She suddenly reached out and tore Long Chen's clothes. Long Chen resisted a little, but he felt that he couldn't move, which made him feel very helpless.
It seems that I should have succumbed to my own desire. He could only smile bitterly.
Although he felt that it was not suitable mentally, he couldn't resist physically.
The woman in his arms was like a devil.
She pressed Long Chen down on the side of the snow-white pool, and her snow-white body gently pressed on Long Chen's body. Her charming and moist eyes met with Long Chen's. That coquettish look and sexy red lips all made the little dragon under Long Chen go crazy. A pair of ice-cold palms held it, calming its anger, but it also ignited Long Chen's anger. This was the first time they had intimate contact, and under the softness of those small hands, he felt as if his brain was about to explode. Everything around him disappeared, and the only thing left was the woman leaning on him, fully displaying her seductive curves. Only her round and full breasts were left. Long Chen's heart was drowned by the uncontrollable desire. If it was any other woman, they wouldn't be able to achieve such a goal, but Li Xuanji could.
The water beside them rippled, and the woman in his arms was like a water snake, shockingly resilient.
After a round of teasing, she finally went on the right track. The little dragon that was so mad that it almost wanted to kill someone was finally swallowed by tenderness, and for a moment, it was like a tidal wave crashing into the sea.
Lingxi looked down and saw that Long Chen, who was in the middle of crossing the God of Great Essence realm, was behaving strangely. He seemed to be in great pain, and his expression was ferocious. His entire body was red, and his veins were bulging. Dragon scales covered his entire body, and his body was twitching. She couldn't help but worry, but she knew that she couldn't help, so she could only pray. Now that Mo Xiaolang had rushed into the flame pillar, and Long Chen was fighting with the God of Great Essence, she had to rush to the front to preside over the overall situation.
Big brother Long Chen seems to be in great pain, and I can feel that his power is weakening. Will something happen to him? Xueqi asked nervously. Lingxi smiled and said, "It's okay, he's always like this. At the critical moment, he will recover. I believe in him."
This was the absolute trust that had been cultivated after hundreds of encounters.
In fact, she was also flustered in her heart. Long Chen's current situation was too strange, and the fluctuations were too great. But she couldn't be more flustered than Xueqi. Otherwise, both of them would be in a mess, and the situation would become even more chaotic. No matter what, this God of Great Essence was definitely more terrifying than the God of Tai Chi. Lingxi looked down, and the only thing she couldn't understand was why Long Chen's majestic body was raised so high. On the other side, the flame pillar was still shaking. The two women could only wait in silence. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Lingxi immediately became vigilant. She raised her head and saw a few snow-white silhouettes flashing past the peak of the mountain in the distance. They were rushing towards her with frightening speed. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of Lingxi. When Lingxi clearly saw the appearances of these 5 people, her heart turned cold. The worst-case scenario that Long Chen had predicted had happened. These 5 people were from Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox. They were the 4 Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox Elders, and the great beauty called Ruo Shi. They came in anger, and when they saw Long Chen and Lingxi, they laughed loudly. As the saying goes, one can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, but find it by chance. They didn't expect that Long Chen and the others would run to such an obvious place where the red lotus karmic fire was. Seeing their appearance, Lingxi's face paled, but she couldn't retreat because Long Chen was behind her. Xueqi was even more afraid, but fear wouldn't solve anything. Chapter 1958. This was the most tense moment. Lingxi knew that this was a terrifying test for her. She gritted her teeth and looked at them fearlessly. One of the elders said, "I didn't expect that you would wait for us here. Where is the wolf tribe? They killed so many of our Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox's clansmen and devoured our ancestors' Celestial Fox demonic fire. It's time to pay them back." Lingxi didn't reply. All she could do was secretly strengthen the barrier and do her best to protect Long Chen and Xueqi. She couldn't run away, nor could she move. Long Chen seemed to be going through the samsara tribulations and couldn't be affected at all. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. Another elder from Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox said, "Judging from the movement of the flame pillar, the wolf tribe must have rushed into the flame pillar and tried to snatch the karmic fire of the red lotus. How audacious! The karmic fire of the red lotus will take his life. Looks like we don't have to do anything." They were extremely relaxed. The group of elders laughed. That's true. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus is so terrifying that even I don't dare to touch it. That little guy is so audacious. Even if he doesn't die and comes out, we can easily finish him off. Brothers, let's surround the flame pillar. This time, we can't let that little guy escape. Otherwise, we'll really lose face if we nine-tailed celestial fox. I heard that fiends have several lives. That's great. We can kill him a few times. That'll be our revenge. They hated Mo Xiaolang to the core. Lingxi looked at them and almost suffocated. They were all experts in the four-symbol samsara tribulations realm. There was even an elder who should be in the five-element samsara tribulations realm. He was their leader and they called him second brother. At this point, they first ignored Xueqi and prepared to surround the flame pillar. Lingxi heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the other party did not take them seriously. Suddenly, an old man looked at Xueqi and said, "It's you, little girl. You caused such a huge commotion. A mere half-demon dares to walk in the territory of our demon race? You're courting death. I'll deal with you first. If the wolf race is lucky enough to come out and see your corpse, he'll have a taste of despair." The others stopped and watched the old man make his move. Hearing this, Lingxi's heart tightened. Xueqi was even more afraid, but when she thought about how Mo Xiaolang would cry for her, and how he would go crazy, she knew that she couldn't compromise. She told herself not to be afraid, or else she would be looked down upon. Lingxi stood in front of Xueqi and coldly said, "All of you are seniors who have cultivated for tens of thousands of years. How can you attack a weak little girl? The one who devoured your celestial fox demonic fire is someone else. She doesn't have much strength and hasn't brought any disasters to your clan. How can you attack a little girl?" She had no chance of winning in a battle. Thus, she could only use words to stall for time. Hearing this, the old man said, "I don't care about my reputation. I just don't like this young lady. Don't think that I don't know that the reason why the wolf clan has fallen into depravity is closely related to this young lady. She is the source of all evil." He didn't want to waste words with Lingxi. Just when he was about to make his move, nine-tailed celestial fox Ruashi suddenly stood in front of him and said, "Elder, please listen to me. Although it's related to her, she didn't do it willingly. She's a pitiful child. As a half-demon, she's being mocked by others. Can you spare her life for my sake?" She was furious. Mo Xiaolang had brought her a calamity, but she didn't think that it had anything to do with Xueqi. However, Ruashi's status was limited. The old man didn't put her in his eyes at all. He harshly said, "Ruashi, if you didn't bring the wolf race to demon immortal domain, nine-tailed celestial fox wouldn't be in trouble. If you know what's good for you, you'd better scram now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." He didn't give her any chance to talk. Ruashi could only retreat helplessly. Her eyes were filled with tears as she looked at the skinny Xueqi. This little girl had become much more haggard after fleeing for her life. Now, she was facing the threat of death. On the other hand, Long Chen was worthy of her admiration. She still stood at the front even when facing a four-symbol samsara realm expert. She was a little nervous, but she didn't take a step back. In her eyes, Ruashi saw the same conviction as Long Chen back then. Die! Behind the old man, 9 thick fox tails rushed out violently. Each tail contained a terrifying power. Under such a sweep, not only would Su Yan suffer a calamity, but Long Chen, who was in the midst of his tribulation, would also be greatly shaken. This scene was incomparably worrying. However, the slaughter was merciless. That foxtail was unstoppable, and it charged forward. Soyan's face was filled with despair and fear. She was still young and couldn't bear such a huge ordeal. What she didn't see was that before her, Lingxi had closed her eyes and activated her Immortal Lord Realm technique. Eternal Regrets, Guardian Barrier. Around her, a transparent barrier of light glowed, forming a sphere that surrounded them. The Guardian Barrier shimmered with runes. Its structure was stable. If Lingxi had enough strength, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to break it. Rumble. There was an explosion, and the air vibrated. To everyone's surprise, the attack from the four-symbol Samsara Realm expert actually bounced off the Guardian Barrier. Of course, the Guardian Barrier also exploded, its power dissipating. Fortunately, Long Chen and Xueqi weren't hurt at all. As for Lingxi, blood flowed from the corner of her mouth due to the shock of the power. "Big sister Lingxi, you're hurt." Xueqi was devastated. She shielded Lingxi. She thought she was going to die, but Lingxi had saved her. The elders were curious. They naturally knew that Lingxi was only at the 1 yuan reincarnation realm. A puny 1 yuan reincarnation realm cultivator can actually block one of my attacks. That's amazing. The old man laughed curiously and said, however, your technique has already been broken and your body is injured. Can you block my attack a second time? Those who deserve to die will die eventually. There is no chance for you to live. He said no more, and the second attack came. At this point, the guardian barrier was no longer helping. At this point, the elders thought that the two girls were dead for sure. Although Ruashi wanted to help, she knew that she would be punished, and so she had to hold back. At this critical moment, Lingxi clenched her teeth and stood up straight. She gently pushed Su Yan away and formed a seal with her hands. In an instant, the starlight in the sky flickered, and the power of the boundless stars suddenly gathered and descended upon her body. Revolving Star Shift Design. This was a variation of the Revolving Star Shift design among the Immortal Lord Realm techniques. It was the newest Immortal Lord Realm technique that Lingxi had learned. She used it with all her strength. Starlight flashed, and she flew at breakneck speed. A stellar design gathered under their feet, and the starlight shone brightly, drowning their vision. When Xueqi opened her eyes, she realized that the people in front of her had disappeared. This move was similar to Nian's technique, but it was too profound. Lingxi almost fell to the ground after using it. Xueqi looked around at the lava. She hurriedly asked, Big Sister Lingxi, where did they go? Did you take them away? That's great. Lingxi struggled to stand, her face filled with bitterness as she said, My abilities are limited, I can only move them to a place very close to me. With their abilities, they should be able to return in less than 7 minutes. I know that this method is completely useless, but this is the only method I have left, and I can't use it again. These words were spoken in despair. Lingxi could clearly feel the elder's determination to kill Xueqi. He even wanted to kill Long Chen and Lingxi to prevent future trouble. They knew the relationship between Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Hearing this, Xueqi paled and took 2 steps back. If Long Chen had not met the Tai Su god, then Lingxi could have used the revolving star shift design to move them away temporarily. But now they could only sit and wait. What should we do? What should we do? Xueqi was panicking. Lingxi wiped the blood from her lips, and her eyes dimmed. We can only hope that Long Chen succeeds, or Xiaolang succeeds and is awake. This extravagant hope was simply too difficult, because Long Chen was still in an extremely dangerous state. Lingxi discovered that his skin had actually dried up, and his flesh had decreased a bit, becoming thinner and thinner. If this continued, it was very likely that he would become a dried corpse. The Tai Su god was actually so terrifying. Countless heavy blows had caused the two girls to be at a complete loss. Xueqi experienced the feeling of despair. I can't give up, I can't give up. She clenched her fists, and although tears were flowing, her eyes suddenly became firm. She said, I want to find Big Brother Xiaolang. He listens to me, and I want to wake him up. As soon as she finished speaking, she broke away from Lingxi and rushed towards the flame pillar. This scared Lingxi. She quickly chased after her, but Long Chen was still here. How could she be at ease? Big Sister Lingxi. Xueqi turned her head and shouted, I also want to fight, I also want to have the power to save everyone. I will prove that I am not weak, and I also want to become strong. Don't worry, I will definitely cherish my life, because it doesn't belong to me, it belongs to you, and also to my father and big sister. They are all waiting for me to return. I can't die, I want to live. Her young body actually let out such a cry, and it made Lingxi feel her transformation. From her eyes, Lingxi saw a belief that was even more terrifying than her own. Maybe she was not lucky, so Xueqi suffered more than Lingxi. Therefore, although Xueqi was still weak, she was stronger. Wait for me to return. She gritted her teeth and said such a sentence. Then, without looking back, she resolutely rushed in the direction of the flame pillar. Lingxi looked at the small figure gradually disappearing in front of her. This moved her. Xueqi's performance had also injected a strong force into her heart. I can't give up. As long as I don't die, no one can give up, not even a girl. She took a deep breath and stood firmly beside Long Chen. There was movement in the distance. That group of people was coming again. This time, let me protect you. She had to divert their attention, so that they would not look for Xueqi, but she had to protect Long Chen at the same time. Chapter 1959. The flaming pillar continued to spit out flames. In the sky, the flaming clouds spread outwards. The entire sky was covered in a sea of fire. Countless sparks fell down like rain. And below, there was endless magma. Long Chen was currently sitting on a high ground. What was even more frightening was that his body had completely shriveled up. His originally rosy and strong body had now become dull and lifeless. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still some movement, he would simply look like a mummy. Moreover, the disappearance of the signs of life hadn't stopped. No one knew if his life would be completely cut off if he continued like this. Lingxi didn't know either. At this moment, Long Chen was like a demon sucking the essence of flesh and blood in his body, devouring everything he had. Crystal clear tears welled up in her eyes. Lingxi pursed her lips. She still believed that Long Chen would succeed in the end. She looked at them with peace of mind until they stood in front of her. The nine-tailed celestial fox looked at Lingxi in shock. It was this girl who had used a technique similar to the Nian beast to teleport them away. Little girl, just what sort of technique are you using? You're actually able to do this? How come you have the Nian divine ability? The four surrounded her while Ruoshi stayed behind. Because Lingxi's ability was too special, they forgot that Xueqi had disappeared. Lingxi had to deal with them. She said, Nian isn't the only one with this mystique. I learned it long ago. She said this to make them think that she could use it again. She wanted them to be wary. Lingxi couldn't control the direction of the star shift formation. If she could, she would directly teleport them into the flaming pillar. Hearing Lingxi's words, they were indeed on guard. They just realized that Xueqi seemed to have disappeared. Our demon immortal region has a god nation seal. Where did you take that half-demon? The environment here was too chaotic. For a moment, they couldn't see Xueqin's existence. Lingxi's eyes were filled with determination. She forced herself to remain calm and chuckled. You only realized it now? When you were gone, I had already let her escape. The other party laughed. She won't be able to survive in the demon immortal domain without you guys. If we don't kill her, she will die a more tragic death in the hands of other demons. I think you want to escape too, but the little guy next to you is undergoing tribulation and can't move. Looks like we came at the right time. Lingxi gritted her teeth.
One of them smiled. Very good, I know who this young man is.
He's a brother of the wolf tribe. He's as important to the tribe as a half-demon. Plus, he's still undergoing tribulation. If we kill him, the wolf tribe will be devastated. Saying this, they looked at each other. Mo Xiaolang had brought great losses to nine-tailed celestial fox. This was an irreconcilable hatred. Even in their dreams, they would gnash their teeth to take revenge. Naturally, they would use any means. Little girl, step aside. I see that you're talented and you're from the sacred spirit tribe. I'll spare your life. Seeing their ferocity, Lingxi felt fear and despair. Long Chen didn't know if he was dead or alive. If they made a move, the consequences would be unimaginable. She gritted her teeth and said sternly, You know who he is. You know that he's the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. How can you kill him so easily? The Eternal Dragon Emperor. Will the Eternal Dragon City acknowledge his existence? Will the human race treat him as a treasure? Let me tell you, neither will they. The father and son have long been abandoned by the human race. This brat is just a homeless tramp. He is just a worthless thing. Why can't we kill him? The other party was stunned for a moment before continuing to laugh. The oldest fox said, The Eternal Dragon Emperor has been dead for so long, and what does he have to do with us demons? So what if this brat is the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor? These words caused Lingxi's eyes to turn red. She retorted, What do you guys know? Even though he hasn't been acknowledged yet, there will be a day when he returns to the Dragon God domain, and everyone will respect him and his father. This was Long Chen's wish, and it was also what Lingxi desired. Of course, in front of these elders, this was simply a joke. After hearing this, they all burst into laughter. They discussed, The newborn calf is really not afraid of the tiger. This is too whimsical. Even this kind of thinking can exist. The upper echelons of the human race hate the Eternal Dragon Emperor to the bone. They will acknowledge this young man. Bullshit. No matter how talented this young man is, he's just an abandoned child. Moreover, he can only play this role for the rest of his life. Oh no! His life will end today. Don't waste time. Get rid of him and lure the wolf clan out. At this point, among the 4 nine-tailed celestial foxes, the one who had attacked Lingxi previously rushed forward again. Guardian Barrier. Lingxi was unable to use the stellar transposition formation again. She could only exhaust all of her strength to once again unleash a defensive barrier. The effect of that defensive barrier was only to block another attack from her opponent. After one attack, Lingxi almost crashed into Long Chen. Her pure white dress was stained with specks of blood. Phew! Lingxi shook her head, trying to wake herself up. However, the heavy blow had still made her consciousness a little fuzzy. She forced herself to stand up in front of Long Chen. The figure in front of her began to sway, but she was not afraid. Behind her was the man she loved the most in her life. She could not retreat, not even half a step. Chen, Lingxi looked back. His condition had worsened. Lingxi shed tears and said, "You will succeed." If she did not succeed, then even if she died with Long Chen, she felt that it would be worth it. She had walked so many paths, and she had no regrets. In the 100 reincarnations, she had seen too many scenes like this, so she was not afraid. Everyone's life would have disasters. The most important thing was to stay together. To Lingxi, perhaps even now, it was only one of the 100 reincarnations. What a touching girl. The fact that he can get you is because of this kid. The old man who nine-tailed celestial fox laughed, but he did not soften. He attacked again, and this time, it was to make Lingxi completely collapse. Chen. The vision in front of her became even more blurred. The attack made Lingxi shudder. Lingxi seemed to see the love in the 100 reincarnations. Every detail, every picture, there was nothing more beautiful than this. She was immersed in the memories, completely unaware of the arrival of death. I only believe that this is only one of the reincarnations. In the next life, we can still meet and know each other and love each other. No matter where you go, no matter what world you go to, I will follow you. I will go first. If you can catch up, you must hurry. I am still afraid of this endless darkness. She was thinking about the last word she wanted to say to Long Chen. Don't touch her. Suddenly, a shrill cry woke Lingxi up. All of a sudden, a flaming rock came whistling, forcibly interrupting the attack of nine-tailed celestial fox. Lingxi quickly looked over, but Long Chen still did not move behind her. Suddenly, there was a huge movement in the lava in the distance. The lava erupted, and a supergiant beast rushed out from the endless sea of fire. It was a giant rock snake made entirely of lava and flames. It had a body of steel, a pair of eyes made entirely of blood-red flames, and the flames on its body were especially hot. This is the giant Yen Emperor snake that guards the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. The 4 people from nine-tailed celestial fox clan were stunned. The reason for that was because they saw that there was actually a young woman sitting on the giant flame emperor serpent. That girl was the half-demon snake of the snake clan. The giant Yen Emperor snake was extremely ferocious and loved to kill. It was usually in a deep sleep, but once it was awakened, anyone who approached it would be unlucky. Basically, no one would be left alive. But the strange thing was, why could the girl sit on the head of the giant Yen Emperor snake, and even be protected? Not allowing the nine-tailed celestial fox clan to think, the giant Yen Emperor snake let out an earth-shattering roar, carrying endless lava towards the nine-tailed celestial fox. Lingxi quickly reacted. She felt the dawn of hope. This was the only chance. Seeing the giant Yen Emperor snake and nine-tailed celestial fox fighting, she had already recovered a little. She endured her injuries and once again cast the barrier, as if Long Chen was affected by the battle. The rest was up to Xueqi. After absorbing the Fuxi ancient dragon's blood essence, Xueqi had gained the power to communicate with the snakes. At least, she could gain their favor and command them to fight. Once there were snake-type wild beasts around, Xueqi would be able to display her amazing battle prowess. The giant Yen Emperor snake was summoned by her. Lingxi already knew that Xueqi had summoned the Emperor snake. She did not know how strong the giant Yen Emperor snake was. Yen-er, you must do your best. She did not expect Xueqi to find such a helper. She cried tears of joy. At least for now, Long Chen was fine. The giant Yen Emperor snake rushed over. Its lower body was still in the lava,
but its upper body was fighting with the nine-tailed celestial fox. The battle was very intense. The giant Yen Emperor Snake's battle prowess was very strong, especially in such an environment of lava. For a moment, the waves of battle surged. The early stage 4 symbols reincarnation tribulation realm nine-tailed celestial fox was forced to retreat. The giant Yen Emperor Snake was a wild beast in the late stage 4 symbols reincarnation tribulation realm. In such an environment, it could display a battle prowess that surpassed the 4 symbols reincarnation tribulation realm. Xueqi had helped a lot this time. The appearance and attack of the giant Yen Emperor Snake made the nine-tailed celestial fox nervous. The 4 of them worked together, including the 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm expert, to kill the giant Yen Emperor Snake.
Chapter 1960. Water splashed in all directions. Amidst the clouds, it was filled with pinkness and gentleness. The rhythm was incomparably intense, like the low roars of wild beasts, vibrating time and time again. There were also soft moans. It was as though they were intoxicated. Within the clouds, their bodies intertwined, changing into all sorts of forms, as though they would never stop. The unrestrained moans were filled with passion. They were not concealed at all, causing one's blood to boil even more. Long Chen felt as though he was being surrounded by boundless soft flesh. This kind of feeling was like a befuddled dream. It could make one forget everything. That soft and numb feeling spread throughout his entire body, giving him an outlet to release his fire. He was like a machine, constantly charging around, seeking the pleasure that he had never experienced before. He didn't know what he was doing. It was very strange. It was as though he was being controlled by someone. It was just that he couldn't stop. Furthermore, below him, Li Xuanji's graceful movements, each and every one of her beautiful expressions were engraved in his mind, causing him to be intoxicated, forgetting everything else. Those misty eyes, those tender red lips, those snow-white skin that was tinged with pink, and those jade peaks that were constantly swaying, all of them were so real and charming that it was enough to make Long Chen forget everything. Even when he felt that he was extremely tired, he would immediately be drowned by the pleasure of reaching the peak, drowned by her pleasant voice. She kept urging him. That kind of feeling made Long Chen feel extremely unhappy, causing him to go even more berserk. Unknowingly, he discovered that the woman below him had changed her appearance. This woman had disappeared from Long Chen's life for a long time. He took a closer look. Such a fiery figure, such a seductive mature charm. Wasn't this Lu Lan?
Why is it you?
Long Chen asked, stupefied. Of course it's me. I know you've long wanted to do this to me, right? Don't be courteous with me. Continue to work hard. Lu Lan smiled charmingly. Long Chen thought about how she had made things difficult for him so many times. He must take revenge on her. But what he didn't expect was that she kept changing her appearance, giving Long Chen an endless sense of novelty and desire. The women who had spent time with him changed from Lu Lan to Murong Yu, then to Lu Yi, then to Su Shui, and finally to Feng Jilin. The women who had interacted with him in his life were all twisting under him, each with a different expression. Such a wondrous thing caused Long Chen to be in a daze. He felt that he was already very tired, but that sense of novelty could not be erased. In the end, he returned to Li Xuanji, and there were quite a few of them. Even her 5 clones with different charms appeared. They served him very freely, which made Long Chen feel a little embarrassed. Water splashed everywhere in the pool. Li Xuanji looked at him with her pretty eyes and licked her lips. My dear Lang Jun, you can't stop. I'm not full yet. Long Chen was infuriated. How could he stop? But why did he feel like he was dying? The continuous thrusts made him feel numb. That strange feeling grew stronger and stronger, but Li Xuanji kept changing her appearance, allowing him to continue. Suddenly, he saw that his hands that were rubbing her had become as skinny as firewood. They had turned completely black, like charcoal, and there was a deathly aura emanating from them. Suddenly, the pleasure disappeared. Long Chen stopped, feeling a little frightened.
My hands, why did they become like this?
It's okay, husband. Hurry up, we only have so little time to spend together. I know you're going to return to Lingxi's side soon. Can you satisfy me one last time? Her pleading would drive any man crazy. Long Chen wanted to listen to what she had to say, but he suddenly stared at Li Xuanji's chest and said, Let me ask you, where is the everlasting guardian heart? Li Xuanji panicked. She blinked her eyes and hooked Long Chen's neck with one hand. She swung her other hand in the pool and said, I accidentally fell into the water. Long Chen held the everlasting guardian heart in his hand and heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he saw his own appearance in the light of the everlasting guardian heart. His head was shriveled and turned black. His flesh and blood seemed to have disappeared, leaving only a layer of scalp. His eyes were deep and turbid, emitting a deathly aura. That wasn't him at all. The everlasting guardian heart broke into pieces in his hand. Long Chen felt like he'd been stabbed in the head, and everything in front of him suddenly became clear. Staring at Li Xuanji, he gritted his teeth and said, "Grand Plainness God, you're really strong. You're 100 times stronger than the Taiji God." The Grand Plainness God was too terrifying. Long Chen couldn't find words to describe how terrifying she was. Long Chen was absolutely convinced that no one in the Eternal Life God domain could escape this tribulation except for him. She was even more terrifying than most of the reincarnation tribulations. From start to finish, Long Chen felt like he was in a dream, completely under the control of the Grand Plainness God. Only now did he realize that he was facing the Grand Plainness God after his nascent divinity was freed from the shackles. Although the nascent divinity of the Void Astral Dragon was still young, the fact that the Grand Plainness God could control it showed how powerful it was. To be honest, the Taiji God, the Grand Plainness God, and the thing that would appear in the next trial were all extremely mysterious. Whether they were real or illusory, no one knew. Most people only knew that the Taiji God was a god that only those with talent comparable to a peerless divine dragon could experience the Grand Plainness God. But right now, none of the 5 dragon cities had any inheritors of the peerless divine dragon. Encountering the Grand Plainness God was already a heaven-defying feat. Long Chen knew that the flesh and blood of the primordial bloodline spirit dragon had been almost completely devoured by the Grand Plainness God. He was now in a state of near death, and the only reason he was still so excited was because of the Grand Plainness God. It was his bewitchment. The Grand Plainness God was the origin, the pinnacle of desire. It was by far the biggest test for Long Chen. Sometimes, even with a heaven-defying mind, he might not be able to pass the Grand Plainness God's test. Even when Long Chen said her name, the Grand Plainness God still maintained the appearance of Li Xuanji. She smiled charmingly and said, "It wasn't easy for you to escape. It seems that you're not bad among the inheritors of the peerless divine dragon." She actually had a mind. Long Chen was shocked. When he fought against the Taiji God, the black and white face of the Taiji God left a deep impression on him. He thought that he was also fighting against the Grand Plainness God. He didn't expect that the Grand Plainness God's test would be in this form. Since she had a mind, then it was very likely that the so-called Grand Plainness God was a real deity. Of course, Long Chen didn't expect her to tell him the secrets of the deities. What he was thinking about was whether or not he could survive since he was already at the end of his rope. She seemed to think that he was the inheritor of the peerless divine dragon. A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. In fact, even at this moment, the little dragon under his crotch was still under the control of the other party. The Grand Plainness God twisted under him and smiled gently. "But even if you realized it, so what? You're about to die. There's only a bit of dragon essence left in your body. If I wasn't greedy and wanted to swallow you whole, not even leaving bones, I would have stopped long ago. How could I let you take advantage of me for so long, silly child?" Long Chen didn't move. He could feel the last bit of his vitality rapidly dissipating from his body. He gritted his teeth and suddenly laughed. He was the ancestral dragon, not the peerless divine dragon. After he awakened and was no longer bewitched, his pride as the ancestral dragon involuntarily showed itself. He abruptly sped up and used the last of his strength. Although he was desperately transferring the essence of his flesh and blood into his opponent's body, he still knocked his opponent into the bottom of the pool. He pressed his opponent to the ground, causing the entire ground to rumble. "Little fellow, do you want to die a heroic death?" The Grand Plainness God giggled. "Yes, I want you to die a heroic death." Long Chen leaned close to her ear and stared at the other party's neck. While the other party was enduring the huge waves, Long Chen opened his teeth and bit with all his might. When he released the simple blood refinement chi, he was even hungrier than the Grand Plainness God. He opened the vortex in his body and swallowed with all his might. In an instant, the delicate body under him shriveled and the Grand Plainness God's flesh and blood rushed into his mouth. This speed was much faster than the Grand Plainness God's. The Grand Plainness God struggled and screamed, but both her hands and feet were held down by Long Chen. Long Chen's body was recovering rapidly. His shriveled muscles became strong again. In just a short moment,
He had returned to his original appearance, while the Grand Plainness God was as weak as a puddle of mud.
You succeeded in your tribulation. Let me go, let me go. I beg you.
The Grand Plainness God begged under him.
This sentence was like a fart to Long Chen. He didn't stop.
Instead, he used even more power to shred the Grand Plainness God into pieces, turning it into the essence of power.
In just a short moment, he swallowed it all. Rumble. The Grand Plainness God disappeared. Everything was swallowed back by Long Chen. He couldn't help but laugh. You want to compete with me in this aspect? You're still far from it. Grand Plainness God, I have to thank you for the gift. Is this the power of Grand Plainness? He could feel that this power hadn't reached the level of nirvana.
Instead, it had fused with his flesh and blood.
The power of the Grand Plainness God made Long Chen feel like he had returned to his mother's womb.
It was pure nurturing, the beginning of the world. When any part of his flesh and blood fused with the power of Grand Plainness, it became even stronger.
It was countless times stronger than his steel body.
Although it was only an increase in the power of his flesh and blood, Long Chen knew that the increase in his combat strength this time would definitely surpass the time he defeated the Grand Plainness God.
His body seemed to have been reborn. It rapidly transformed.
Or rather, it was the primal power of the Grand Plainness God that drove the growth of his ancestral dragon body.
Extreme misfortune turned to bliss. Chapter 1961. That blurry silhouette was like a clump of fog, making it hard for others to grasp it. Long Chen remained vigilant because the feeling this silhouette gave him was similar to that of the Great Essence God. He knew that the Great Essence God would never die. No one knew what kind of existence the Great Essence God was, including Long Chen. While he was vigilant, the Great Essence God looked at him excitedly and said, I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. The ancient blood spirit dragon's essence blood has actually appeared. She was only excited, nothing else. Long Chen was shocked and hurriedly said, Who are you? At this level, Long Chen could basically not leave any traces. The other party should have deduced it from what happened before. The Great Essence God naturally did not answer this question. She chuckled, and the blurry figure moved further and further away from Long Chen. Her laughter echoed in Long Chen's ears. If that's the case, it seems that your next realm is not the reincarnation of one origin, but the Tai Shi realm. Congratulations. You have the chance to see the Great Essence God. I hope you pass the test of the Great Essence God. He is even more terrifying than me. After saying this last sentence, the God of Great Essence disappeared completely. Long Chen discovered that the surrounding clouds and mist were gradually dispersing. His field of vision had widened, and he could faintly hear the voice of a woman calling out to him. That voice was filled with impatience. This familiar voice came from the person he loved the most, Lingxi. Long Chen immediately sensed the arrival of the enemy. The appearance of the Yen Emperor Snake made the 4 Fox Clan elders vigilant. The Yen Emperor Snake was beside the magma. If the Wolf Clan appeared at this time, the Wolf Clan and the Yen Emperor Snake could work together to resist them. So they had to get rid of the Yen Emperor Snake as soon as possible. The 9-tailed celestial fox became nervous again. They knew that they had underestimated these young people. That was why they had found a chance to escape again and again. This time they could not let them escape. To be honest, it was incredible that the half-demon of the snake race had the ability to control snake-type desolate beasts. It also made the 9-tailed celestial fox view the young lady as a great enemy. Instantly, all the attacks were directed at the giant Yen Emperor Snake. Sister Lingxi, protect brother Long Chen. I'll be leaving first. Xueqi was very bold. She turned around and left with the Yen Emperor Snake, so that the battle would not affect Long Chen. The 4 9-tailed celestial fox elders hurriedly followed. In the magma beside the flame pillar, they began an intense battle with the Yen Emperor Snake. The 5 behemoths began fighting. Instantly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Countless flames fell from the sky and landed on the snow-white fur of the 9-tailed celestial fox, but they were quickly shattered. The 4 9-tailed celestial fox surrounded the Yen Emperor Snake. Under the leadership of the 5-element Samsara Tribulation Realm 9-tailed celestial fox, they launched a fierce attack. Xueqi hated them. She didn't need to do anything. The Yen Emperor Snake would help her to repel these annoying guys. Its body was completely composed of rock and flames, just like the Hellfire Astral Behemoth. However,
The Yen Emperor snake was much stronger than the Hellfire astral behemoth in terms of size and power. This battle was especially fierce. The Yen Emperor snake controlled the magma to protect itself. At the same time, it attacked violently. The nine-tailed celestial fox elders couldn't do anything to it for a while.
Ruoshi, come and help.
One of the old men who was fighting shouted at Ruoshi, who was still in a daze. Ruoshi came to her senses and nodded. Just as she was about to go, another old man had an idea and said, Ruoshi, I'll give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. If you can complete this task, we won't pursue your sins anymore.
Ruoshi looked excited.
Mo Xiaolong's matter had caused her status in the clan to drop greatly. If she could get such an opportunity, it would undoubtedly be a ray of hope for her.
Clan elder, please speak, Ruoshi said respectfully.
The old man's eyes flickered and he said, Go and kill the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor.
Today, we will capture all 4 of them. They are all talented people.
If we leave any one of them alive, they will bring endless trouble to the 9-tailed Celestial Fox clan in the future.
We must kill them all without mercy.
Those 2 little guys don't have any fighting strength.
You can easily deal with them.
The old man's words echoed in Ruoshi's ears.
Ruoshi was stunned.
She looked at Long Chen and suddenly remembered the time when they met in the ancient land of divine wilderness.
At that time, he and Mo Xiaolang were still very weak. She could tease them and tease them. She even called herself a grand aunt. In her eyes, they were 2 very cute juniors.
Later, when she saw that Mo Xiaolang was talented, she wanted to bring him back to the demon immortal region. It was also because of Ruoshi that Long Chen was able to form an affinity with the goddess Heart. It could be said that Ruoshi was an important person who changed Long Chen's fate. However, she didn't expect that the next time they met would be like this.
It had only been about half a year. To most people, half a year was just the blink of an eye.
I'm going to kill them. If it was just Mo Xiaolang, Ruoshi could still make a move. After all, Mo Xiaolang had indeed brought a huge disaster to the 9-tailed Celestial Fox clan.
If Xueqi was included, she could only grit her teeth.
After all, Xueqi was also the target of the clan elders. However, Long Chen and Lingxi were innocent. She couldn't bring herself to do it. Seeing that she was hesitating, the old man said, Is there something wrong with your brain? If you still don't make a move today, we will really expel you from the 9-tailed Celestial Fox clan. Ruoshi, you are someone who has the potential to become the clan leader in the future.
Don't let a few little guys confuse you.
If you want to be the clan leader of the 9-tailed Celestial Fox clan, you must be decisive. If you have such a soft heart, you will never achieve anything in your lifetime. Don't even think that we will recommend you in the future.
Let me ask you again, are you going to kill them or not?
While he was threatening her, the old man in the 5-element Samsara realm was still fighting fiercely with the Yen Emperor giant snake.
His words shocked Ruoshi even more. She clenched her teeth and chose the future. She had only met Long Chen by chance.
She didn't want to kill this innocent person, but the clan elders had forced her into a dead end.
She also loved the 9-tailed Celestial Fox clan. How could she be expelled from the clan?
Gritting her teeth, Ruoshi's long pink hair fluttered in the wind. Her snow-white fur fluttered in the wind. She was as beautiful as a goddess, sexy, charming, and peerlessly enchanting. Facing the wind and flames, she arrived in front of Long Chen and Lingxi. Her gaze landed on the young girl.
Her face was pale and she was trembling slightly.
She had used up all of her strength, but at this moment, her gaze was brave and fearless. She would not change just because Ruoshi was standing in front of her. If you want to kill him, you must kill me first. Lingxi's eyes turned cold, and she said in a deep voice. She was so determined, without a trace of hesitation.
Ruoshi closed her eyes.
This little girl's loyalty and stubbornness towards her lover caused her to fall into a trance. Although she was also a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city, she had yet to experience a love that was as unforgettable as theirs. This was a kind of regret. She had to destroy this marriage. She felt terrible in her heart, but she had no other choice. Ruoshi clenched her teeth and said in a deep voice, Today's disaster is your own fault.
I can't do anything about it. I can only send you to the afterlife. I hope you can continue to love each other in your next life.
Lingxi didn't say a word. Ruoshi attacked without hesitation. In her exhausted state, Lingxi's protective barrier was no obstruction to Ruoshi at all. She broke through the barrier,
and the 9 foxtails suddenly advanced like steel needles, entangling Lingxi. Lingxi's arms, legs, and snow-white neck were all entangled. If Ruoxi exerted force, her head would be separated from her body. Even at her peak, Lingxi had no chance of winning against a 4 symbols reincarnation tribulation realm demon, much less now. 1 nascent soul versus 4 symbols. This was the difference between heaven and earth. However, the fear in her eyes still didn't fade. Have you ever regretted it? Ruoxi paused for a moment. She couldn't kill directly. At this moment, she was also fiercely struggling in her heart. Lingxi said, "Not a trace of regret." The other party's determination moved Ruoxi even more. She suddenly felt so insignificant in front of this girl. She didn't live or die for herself, but Ruoxi did. She had always been alone, and she was passionate about raising her status and strength. But she was passionate. Even in her dreams, she dreamed that one day, she would be able to lead 9-tailed celestial fox. These people in front of her were all her enemies. Ruoxi clenched her teeth, closed her eyes, and prepared to fight. Long Chen opened his eyes to see his beloved woman entangled in a pink foxtail. He was very familiar with that pink color. Everything around him pointed to the return of 9-tailed celestial fox. Just as Long Chen had predicted, Mo Xiaolang had come to devour the Red Lotus karmic fire, and this would be a disaster. His heart ached for this woman. Her life and death were in the hands of others. Long Chen could clearly feel her weakness and exhaustion. She must have held on until now to protect him. Otherwise, given Lingxi's immortal Lord Realm technique, she might have been able to escape. For a moment, Long Chen was furious. His eyes were filled with hot tears. He had always been the one protecting Lingxi, but this time, his position had changed. He was touched, but more angry. This was because the person who wanted to kill Lingxi was Ruoxi, who he had once trusted. After absorbing Taisu's power, his physical body had undergone a terrifying transformation. His mystical dragon body seemed to have grown from an infant to a child, or even a teenager. This was the time to shine. Within his body, countless mystical dragons let out terrifying roars. Long Chen appeared behind Lingxi in an instant. He wrapped one arm around Lingxi's slender waist, while his other hand gripped the god-slaying sword, which was brimming with murderous intent. The head of the young man who was filled with murderous intent had actually appeared beside the girl she was controlling. His bloodthirsty gaze caused Ruoxi to be in a state of panic. Her heart was filled with shock as she shifted her gaze to the god-slaying sword. At this critical moment, Ruoxi hurriedly kept the foxtail. Chapter 1962. Warmth and Softness. This familiar embrace suddenly took control of her. Lingxi's long hair fluttered in the air, making her look so otherworldly. Long Chen brushed her long hair aside and wrapped his arms around her waist. He gently rested his chin on her shoulder and closed his eyes. Lingxi's eyes trembled slightly. At first, she was confused, but soon, they were filled with joy. They were filled with the happiness of surviving a disaster. This scene made Ruoxi feel even more uncomfortable. She felt like a sinner, despicable and shameless. She was not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as Long Chen and the others. Long Chen could feel the real warmth of Lingxi. The charm and passion of the Taisu god were all fake and filled with evil intentions. Li Xuanji had never begged for anything in front of him. Only Lingxi was so real and would never hurt him. "I'm sorry I came back late." Long Chen apologized sincerely. He was almost conquered by the desire of the Taisu god and died. If he died in such a disaster, it would be too sullen. "It's not late, it's never late." Lingxi's tender and soft hand gently grasped Long Chen's hand, which was wrapped around her slender waist. The familiar warmth that came from behind her caused hot tears to well up in her eyes. How many times had they gone through life and death trials? How many times had they gone through life and death together, to create this kind of familiarity and tacit understanding like today? Lingxi had always believed that being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with such a person, even in death, would be the greatest happiness of her life. Long Chen was watching everything. Mo Xiaolang was still in the middle of the flame pillar. He should be fighting against the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. He had caused a huge commotion and caused a huge explosion, which caused the magma below to explode. The sky was filled with a sea of fire and a rain of fire. Xueqi had magically summoned a powerful Yen Emperor giant snake, which was fighting against the 4 elders who 9-tailed celestial fox. The commotion was even bigger than what Mo Xiaolang had caused. When Long Chen gave the Fu Shi ancient dragon to Xueqi, he knew that she was capable of such a thing. The will of the Fu Shi ancient dragon was very vague. One could only feel it but not talk to it. Not to mention whether one could ask it about the mystery of the extinction of the divine dragons. And Lingxi. She must have been protecting him at the last moment while he was fighting against the Tai Su god. They were all working so hard, yet he had actually fallen into the trap of lust and had sex with the Tai Su deity. Although everything was involuntary, Long Chen still felt that he was despicable when he thought about it. But it also made him angry. He hated people who took advantage of the situation the most. Ruo Shi, whom he once trusted, actually wanted to take advantage of him while he was fighting against the Tai Su deity. The Tai Su god had brought about a transformation to his body. It gave him the real killing dragon might of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. At this moment, he could bring great shock to these peerless experts with just a glance. The desire to fight on Long Chen's body almost made him explode. Ruo Shi, on the other hand, he asked Lingxi to return behind him and told her to protect herself. Then his furious eyes met with Ruo Shi's. He was so sharp that Ruo Shi retreated step by step. She could not bear the questioning eyes of Long Chen. He approached Ruo Shi step by step. The god-slaying sword was already thirsty. Long Chen, what right do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? Do you think you're not even in the rebirth realm? Let me tell you, you won't be able to escape the fate of death today. Even if I don't kill you, they will. Long Chen looked at Ruo Shi and said in a shrill voice, "What are you doing? Do you think you've woken up? So what? Can you protect her?" Long Chen turned a deaf ear to her words. He suddenly rushed forward, sword qi surging in his hand. The god-slaying sword shot out rays of sword light that flew around. Long Chen's voice was cold as he launched a violent attack on Ruo Shi. "Ruo Shi, in the ancient land of divine wilderness, you promised me that you will take good care of Xiaolang. Nothing will go wrong. Tell me, what's the situation now?" It was this person who swore to herself that Long Chen would trust her and hand Mo Xiaolang over to her. But today, it was a fight and escape. Ruo Shi bit her pink lips. She and Long Chen did have such a story. She defended herself. "This has nothing to do with me. Mo Xiaolang has fallen to the demonic Tao and caused me, nine-tailed celestial fox, to suffer great losses. He is our enemy, and so are you." Long Chen laughed coldly and said, "You want to distance yourself from us just like that? Besides, you wanted to kill us just now. I have always treated you as a friend and a sister that I respect, but what you have done is completely unworthy of the respect I have for you. Ruo Shi, perhaps from your point of view, you are just taking it for granted, but I, Long Chen, also understand that from today onwards, Xiaolang and I will no longer have anything to do with you." Ruo Shi was very shocked. Although Long Chen had not reached the rebirth realm, how could he be so powerful after a fight? Without reaching the rebirth realm, he could fight against her, who had reached the four-symbol samsara realm and possessed the power of the four-symbol samsara. Mo Xiaolang had fallen to the demonic Tao and devoured demons. It was normal and easy for him to become stronger. However, under the pressure of the heavenly Tao, Long Chen was like an ordinary person. He had to go through a gradual cycle in order to become stronger. It was impossible for him to grow as fast as a demon. Back in the ancient land of the divine wilderness, Ruo Shi had been able to easily suppress Long Chen. But now, Long Chen was clearly not at the rebirth realm and did not have the power of samsara, but he seemed to be able to fight with her. Heavens! What kind of monsters are they? There was no need to talk about Mo Xiaolang. He had devoured flames to strengthen himself and had turned into a demon. His combat strength was definitely extremely strong. Lingxi was very strange. She had grasped many strange techniques, especially that stellar transposition technique. She was actually able to send 5 experts away. It was truly inconceivable. A mere one origin reincarnation tribulation realm was able to block the attacks of the 4 symbols reincarnation tribulation realm, and even blocked them several times. Soyan looked extremely weak, but she could actually summon such a powerful Yen Emperor giant snake. In fact, the most terrifying person was the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. He was the leader of the group and also the most mysterious person in Ruo Shi's eyes. He was also the person she did not dare to face the most. In response to Long Chen's questioning, she steeled her heart and said, "Don't think too highly of yourself. We have never been friends. Mo Xiaolang devoured the celestial fox demonic fire left behind by my ancestor. That is even more so. We are enemies. It seems like you are very confident in your strength. Then let me see how you will fight against my four symbols samsara force. She felt guilty and could not bear Long Chen's questioning. This layer of relationship was already irreparable. Why not just directly put him on the opposite side? It would be easier for her to bear it, and she would not have to be so conflicted and painful. But her words angered Long Chen even more. Long Chen only knew that he had once trusted her. He would treat any of his friends well, and he would repay them in the future. For example, Goddess Heart, who had helped him several times. In Long Chen's eyes, Xueqi and Goddess Heart were actually similar. After all, she had given him a turning point in his fate in the battlefield of the gods. But now, everything had dissipated. He burned with anger, and the god-slaying sword in his hand whistled. Under the infusion of Grand Essence Divine Power, his body began to transform. He removed his spirit race appearance and turned into a human. Blood-colored dragon scales covered his entire body. At this moment, Long Chen had transformed into a ferocious fighting machine. Die! With a thought from the long sword, billions of sword lights rushed out. Wherever the god-slaying sword went, waves of fire soared into the sky, and endless magma roared towards Xueqi. Xueqi calmed her heart. She mobilized the four-symbol samsara force, and the power of the four extremes in her body surged. The four-symbol samsara force merged with her body and primordial spirit, forming the power of the four extremes in a chaotic manner. The phantoms of four gods appeared around Xueqi. Experts of this level displayed their true strength in front of Long Chen. Any expert in the four-symbol samsara realm could not be underestimated. In fact, Long Chen did not know if he could organize himself at this moment. He was sure that he could definitely defeat any warrior in the tripartite samsara realm. As for the early four-symbol samsara realm, he would have to go all out. Celestial Fox Needle. Xueqi mobilized the four-symbol samsara force, and her 9 tails formed a circle behind her. As the power gathered, an array diagram appeared. The array diagram burned with snow-white flames. It was the celestial fox demonic fire that Mo Xiaolang had once devoured. As Xueqi used it, the array diagram suddenly shot out countless snow-white steel needles. The steel needles were surrounded by the celestial fox demonic fire. There were hundreds of thousands of them, and they contained endless killing intent. Seeing that the endless steel needles were about to pierce through his body, Long Chen did not panic. He used the god-slaying sword in his hand and advanced valiantly. The speed of the god-slaying sword made Xueqi's eyes widen. Long Chen used the god-slaying sword to form a sword net. Every steel needle carried the power of a mountain, but they were all shattered by Long Chen's god-slaying sword. Long Chen broke through the countless steel needles that were filled with flames. His speed did not decrease as he charged towards Xueqi. 136 swords. The slaughter sword art was unleashed to the 136th strike, slashing down on Xueqi's head. Xueqi was shocked. She hurriedly withdrew the heavenly fox needles and fled. At this moment, she couldn't help but admit that although Long Chen hadn't reached the samsara realm, his battle prowess had definitely reached a terrifying level. Such a terrifying leap was impossible to appear in this world. Could it be that the son of the eternal dragon emperor, who is looked down upon by countless people, is the genius that none of the youths in the eternal sacred realm can compare to? Not even Du is a 1/10,000th of him. He's the next eternal dragon emperor. Xueqi could not imagine what kind of upheaval it would bring to the world if someone of that level appeared again. I've already made him my enemy. If I don't kill him in this life, I'm afraid I won't be able to fulfill any of my wishes. Xueqi was sad. She decided to give it one last shot. The beautiful woman with 9 tails bloomed in the air. She was like a goddess against the backdrop of countless flames. She stretched out her hands. The originally long and slender fingernails on her slender and perfect fingers suddenly grew by 10 centimeters, turning into terrifying blades. Chapter 1963. On Xueqi's hand was a 10-centimeter fox claw. She had trained it since she was young, and it was the hardest part of her body. Many parts of the demon race's body were comparable to Tao treasures. The fox's claws flowed with a radiance that was as bright as a gem. It swallowed and spat out a sharp aura, almost as if it wanted to tear space apart. Celestial Fox Claw. The power of the 4 symbols reincarnation flowed on the fox claw. When the body and the primordial spirit were completely integrated, there was no longer any barrier between them. The attack that could be unleashed was quite terrifying. The fox beauty bit her lip and looked at Long Chen. Her hands flashed with brilliant light, almost tearing the heavens and the earth. The celestial fox claw was the part of the nine-tailed celestial fox's attack that surpassed the 9 tails. They would only use it in the most brutal battle. The fox claw looked beautiful, but it was actually a peerless killing weapon. In fact, while the 4 fox elders were fighting Yen Emperor's giant snake, they had already been paying attention to the battle. Their eyes were even sharper, and they clearly knew that Long Chen was far from passing the rebirth tribulations. Such a person could not possibly have the power to fight Ruoxi. Even if he were to fight a reincarnation tribulations realm cultivator, it would still be very heaven-defying. If every level of the rebirth tribulations realm was divided into 2 levels, then Long Chen was fighting 6 or 7 levels above himself. Nothing like this had ever happened in the eternal sacred realm. Even though Long Chen was a super dragon, he was still fighting 4 or 5 levels above himself. It was unbelievable.
What's wrong with this young man?
Logically speaking, he should not be able to fight Ruoxi at all. Strange. Is it because he is the Eternal Dragon Emperor's son? That can't be right. Didn't the Eternal Dragon Emperor die a long time ago? Based on this kid's age, how could he be the Eternal Dragon Emperor's son? Could this news be false? That's not true. I heard that the Eternal Dragon Emperor appeared in the battlefield of the gods. He was right next to him, and he confirmed his identity. Of course, the Eternal Dragon Emperor who appeared wasn't alive. In any case, they ordered Ruoxi to defeat Long Chen as soon as possible. Emperor Yan's giant snake had the magma as a cover, which was already troublesome enough. With Long Chen, when the sun-devouring demonic wolf came out, it would be chaos. The 9-tailed celestial fox wanted to control everything, so they naturally couldn't allow an accident like Long Chen to appear. In their opinion, Ruoxi had only made a few moves and had not displayed her true combat power. Until the Glaze Fox Claw appeared. "I'm sorry. I had no choice but to kill you," Ruoxi said in a low voice. She didn't force him to stay any longer. Her fox claws drew out beams of fierce light that came from the heavens and attacked Long Chen. The demon race generally had strong bodies, which was the complete opposite of the spirit race. They were good at close combat. Although Ruoxi was beautiful, she had trained in close combat for thousands of years and was very familiar with it. However, her opponent was Long Chen. Under the nourishment of the Taisu power, Long Chen's body was reborn. At this moment, he was a monster in human form. Even the 9-tailed celestial fox in the 5 elements reincarnation realm could not match up to Long Chen in terms of physical strength. In terms of close combat, Long Chen was definitely the king of close combat. Without saying a word, he attacked with both swords in his hands. The god-slaying sword was the main attack, while the Lingxi sword was specialized in some tricky attacks to support the massacre sword art.
The grey sword radiance of the god-slaying sword clashed with the fierce light of the Glaze Fox Claw again and again.
Ruoxi's technique was already at the peak, and her 9 foxtails were also extremely powerful killing weapons.
In the chaotic battle, the 2 fought from the sky to the lava, and then back to the sky, tearing the sea of fire in the sky and smashing the mountains.
It was especially terrifying. Ruoxi's strength lay in her 4 elements reincarnation power. In terms of quantity, she completely suppressed Long Chen. She was several times stronger than Long Chen.
On the other hand, Long Chen's strength lay in the strength of his body and the ruthlessness of the massacre sword art.
The massacre sword art became more and more violent. Long Chen's body began to be surrounded by the spiritual cultivation fire. When he started to increase his strength, Ruoxi had already gone from having the absolute upper hand to being gradually suppressed. How is this possible? The more she fought with Long Chen, the more afraid Ruoxi felt. She had at least a few thousand years of battle experience, but she had never seen a martial artist who grew stronger the more he fought. It could only be described as abnormal. Long Chen's massacre sword art had skyrocketed from the beginning to the present. After more than 100 swords, Ruoxi's line of defense had completely collapsed. The god-slaying sword rose from the sky. With a mighty sword, a huge sword chi slashed down. Long Chen's divine dragon body let out a crackling sound. Although the Tai Chi Nirvana power was powerful, the physical strength that contained the Tai Su power was even more terrifying in this battle. It was the physical strength that filled the gap between Long Chen and the opponent's 4 elements reincarnation power. Break! The sword soared into the sky. Ruoxi used her Glaze Fox Claw to block, but she was still slashed into the lava. The huge impact sent her 1,000 meters into the lava. The glazed fox claw in her hand was bleeding profusely. Xueqi gritted her teeth in pain. For so many years, there had not been a man who was so merciless to her. Long Chen had slashed her nails that she had carefully taken care of. This made her speechless. It was no different from being disfigured by Long Chen. Her anger caused the lava to boil. Long Chen looked down and saw the lava erupt. It soared into the sky and formed a tidal wave that gushed towards him. As for the elders who were still fighting with Yen Emperor's giant snake, they were all shocked by Long Chen. I can feel that his physical strength has even surpassed the Nirvana force. It's impossible. Although our demon clan is not as strong as the spirit clan and the human clan, our physical strength is strong enough to make up for the gap. However, physical strength can only provide 1/3 of one's combat strength at most, but this guy has already doubled his physical strength. He is a dragon martial artist. If he turns into a divine dragon, his physical strength will be strengthened. Wouldn't he be even more terrifying? The 4 elders of the fox race suddenly realized this problem. This was the true strength that Long Chen had gained after he defeated the Tai Su god. Tai Su was the god of breeding. Xueqi is angry. She wants to fight this little guy in her beast form. Today, no matter what, we have to get this little guy out of here to prevent future troubles. Brothers, let's work together and kill this Yen Emperor's giant snake. The 4 elders felt a huge threat. Even with tens of thousands of years of cultivation experience, they were still shocked by Long Chen's heaven-defying strength. And at this moment, the lava exploded. A 9-tailed celestial fox with pink fur rushed out of the lava. Xueqi had indeed transformed into her beast form. That was the most beautiful fox that Long Chen had ever seen. It was as if he was living in a dream, surrounded by pink light. But Long Chen felt a huge killing intent from her pink eyes. He could not deny that she had helped him before. But now, she was his enemy. Long Chen's face was cold. It was not that he did not want to see the past, but the scene today had made him too angry. Xueqi had also disappointed him too much. That huge beast, 9-tailed celestial fox, broke through the layers of waves and rushed towards Long Chen. The strength of the huge beast had increased by several times. Every move it made could topple mountains and overturn seas. Under the pursuit of 9-tailed celestial fox, Long Chen retreated step by step. Wherever he retreated, Xueqi destroyed everything, leaving not even a blade of grass. On Xueqi's body, the 4 symbols' reincarnation power roared like an endless ocean. The 4 symbols' celestial emperors surrounded her and sent down their divine might to help her. The 4 symbols' celestial emperors came from nothingness. They must have the same principle as the god of Tai Chi and the god of Tai Su. Perhaps they were true gods that transcended the world. Among them, the body was the Grand Emperor Long Yang, the head was Young Emperor Dong Yuan, the head of the primordial spirit was High Emperor Zhu Yao, and the spirit of the primordial spirit was Ancestor Emperor Yuanqing. The divine might of the 4 symbols' celestial emperors was vast and boundless. The power of the 4 extremes tore heaven and earth apart. Under the strong attack of 9-tailed celestial fox, Long Chen's god-slaying sword was no longer effective. After all, any martial arts practitioner of the 4 symbols' reincarnation realm was not to be underestimated. Long Chen rushed into the clouds, lowered his head and shouted, "I'll give you one last chance. You can choose to escape first. I'm doing this on account of the fact that you've helped me before. However, if you persist in going about things the wrong way, don't blame me for being impolite." In reality, Long Chen definitely knew that the 4 elders were the real enemies that were difficult to deal with. Especially the expert of the 5 elements reincarnation realm, who could kill him instantly. There was also the expert of the 4 symbols reincarnation realm, who also far surpassed him. If Long Chen broke through his limits, he would only be able to fight against Xueqi. Hearing Long Chen's words, Xueqi did not reply at all. She answered Long Chen with her own killing intent. That was, perhaps the fate between the 2 of them had come to an end because of these baffling conflicts. If that's the case, that's good. Seeing 9-tailed celestial fox rushing towards him, Long Chen's face bloomed with a smile. He could already feel the surging hot blood in his body and the explosive physical strength in his body. At this moment he, Long Chen, had absorbed the power of the great essence god and devoured her completely. His divine dragon body was the most terrifying. That kind of metamorphosis was much stronger than a demon's transformation into a beast. Long Chen also decided that in the future, he would not easily use the divine dragon body unless he was in a critical situation. That was because it was his trump card. Today, in order to quickly control Xueqi, He had no choice but to use it. What he wanted was to capture Xueqi. Roar! In that instant, he shook his body, and the blood-colored mist instantly exploded. Above the sky, the blood mist spread endlessly. In the endless sea of fire, it gradually formed the silhouette of a huge blood-colored divine dragon. In a short moment, everything was vivid and lifelike. That vast and domineering dragon head, sharp dragon claws, the secret dragon scales shone with countless blood-colored symbols, and the slender dragon tail was like a long sword, easily tearing through the clouds. This divine dragon flew in the sky, and for a moment, it completely suppressed nine-tailed celestial fox. Xueqi was still flying up. The sudden appearance of this ancient creature stunned Xueqi for a moment. Then she saw Long Chen's eyes. They were so majestic and so terrifying. Even if she had cultivated for thousands of years, she still felt her heart turn cold. Do you see it? The mighty divine dragon body impacted Xueqi's heart. Chapter 1964. Rumble. Under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, nine-tailed celestial fox fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. A mere swipe of the divine dragon's tail had almost seriously injured her. She had experienced the most terrifying physical body of a giant beast that she had ever encountered in her life. His body was even more terrifying than a Dao artifact. Xueqi even doubted that her glazed fox claws could tear through the dragon scales of the other party. Her physical defeat was not particularly serious, but she was completely shocked and suppressed by the murderous primordial divine dragon, causing her heart to be in complete disarray. I was defeated just like that. Xueqi's mind was in a blur, but the pain in her body told her that she might be able to fight against Long Chen in her human form, but she would not be able to withstand a single blow from a supersized giant beast. In particular, compared to the other high-level demon races, the fox race excelled in speed and confusion, not physical strength. However, Xueqi understood that even the supreme bear race, or even the pangolin race, might not be stronger than Long Chen in this aspect. In her blurry vision, the divine dragon in the sky, which was filled with divine might, had its dragon scales lit up, and on each dragon scale was the image of a small dragon. In that instant, hundreds of thousands of blood-weeping dragon souls rushed out of Long Chen's body. Long Chen's physical body had been enhanced by Tai Su's power, and these small slaughter dragons had also become particularly terrifying. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, let out earth-shattering roars, and swept around in all directions. They were not at ease at all. Countless little slaughter dragons rushed over. These terrifying little monsters could definitely devour her completely. Thinking of what Long Chen had said before, Xueqi could not help but feel despair. She did not expect that she would lose her life in this place. I only have myself to blame. She closed her eyes and waited for death to descend. However, her heart was still trembling. Dying in this manner of being devoured by countless little dragons was truly tragic. But what surprised her was that when she opened her eyes, she found that the 100,000 massacred WRMs had indeed rushed onto her body and were stepping on her hair. Their claws had sunk deep into Xueqi's skin, and it was very painful. Xueqi seemed to understand that she was being controlled. At this time, the huge dragon head descended from the sky and stared at Xueqi, coldly saying, "You better be obedient, otherwise I can order them to tear you to pieces in an instant." This sentence made Xueqi tremble with fear. Not only was she defeated, but she was also captured. The person who defeated her was Long Chen, an interesting little guy she met on the battlefield of the gods. This fact made Xueqi smile bitterly for a while. Long Chen stretched out his dragon claw and placed Lingxi on his dragon palm. After ensuring her safety, he took the slaughter dragons and imprisoned Xueqi, heading towards the battlefield where the four elders and the giant snake Yen Emperor were fighting. When Long Chen appeared, the four elders began to fight desperately, especially the 5 elements reincarnation retribution realm expert. He had to use a lot of strength. When Long Chen defeated Xueqi, they surrounded him together. With the 5 elements reincarnation retribution realm expert as the main force, they attacked and killed the giant snake Yen Emperor. Boom! The giant snake Yen Emperor let out a tragic cry. Under the opponent's attack, rocks and flames exploded. This snake-type wild beast turned into a rain of rocks and fire, whistling and falling to the ground, bearing witness to its tragic and stirring death. Xueqi was also thrown away, in a precarious situation. Long Chen made a prompt decision and once again sent out 50,000 slaughter dragons.
These blood-weeping dragon souls rushed into the battlefield and blocked the path of the four elders for a short time. Meanwhile, Long Chen brought Xueqi back to his side with a few dragons. Lingxi took Xueqi on. Although this little girl did not need any strength in that battle, she was very nervous. The death of the giant snake Yen Emperor also made her very sad. At this time, she was crying. Her face was full of tears. The defeat of the giant snake Yen Emperor was also a pressure for Long Chen. He originally wanted to get rid of Ruoxi as soon as possible, and then use the giant snake Yen Emperor as a deterrent to force them to retreat. But now, it seemed to be very troublesome. The four elders were only affected by the slaughter dragons for a moment. They were focused on killing the giant snake Yen Emperor and did not pay attention to the movements here. Otherwise, they would not have let Long Chen snatch Xueqi first. At this time, when they looked over, they were stunned. It was not that they had never seen a dragon warrior. Dragon warriors were strange, but their abilities were outstanding, far beyond the demon race. But they had never seen a divine dragon that was born to kill. The divine dragon shrouded in the blood mist made them feel a little afraid. The four of them were giant beasts that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Although they were shocked, they quickly adjusted. He actually defeated Ruoxi. This young man had exceeded their expectations and accomplished something that they thought was impossible. Perhaps, this is the power of the son of the eternal dragon emperor. The four elders' eyes were cold. Long Chen placed Ruoxi in front of him. The slaughter dragons were running happily on Ruoxi's body, but they could take Ruoxi's life at any time. Long Chen lowered his huge dragon head, and his voice echoed between heaven and earth. He said, "You'd better not move, otherwise, I can tear this one apart before you can do anything." The four elders looked up. They had just encountered those slaughter dragons, and it was very terrifying. They naturally knew that Long Chen had this ability. All Long Chen wanted was to buy time. Now that Mo Xiaolang had not come out, he could only wait and stabilize this nine-tailed celestial fox at the same time. He could not escape now. Moreover, it was not easy to escape from the control of these four at the moment. Among the nine-tailed celestial fox, the elder in the five elements Samsara realm, he suddenly smiled and said to Ruoxi, "Ruoxi, are you sacrificing yourself for the sake of our hatred for nine-tailed celestial fox and the danger that may arise in the future?" Hearing this, Long Chen's heart tightened. It seemed that he had overestimated Ruoxi's usefulness to them. Obviously, the other party wanted to sacrifice Ruoxi and then kill Long Chen and the other three in the cradle. This was the most cold-blooded but correct way to deal with the situation. Indeed, the older the wiser. Ruoxi did not want to die. The elder's words made her face pale, and she trembled all over. She knew that Long Chen could turn her into pieces with a single thought. As long as the four elders made a move, she would also be turned into pieces. No one was willing to die. Moreover, Ruoxi still had many things she wanted to accomplish. Her dreams and many more. "I don't want to die, I can't die." Ruoxi shook her head vigorously, contradicting the elder's words. She panicked, and her pink fox eyes were filled with tears. She did not beg Long Chen, nor did she beg the five elders. Seeing this scene, Lingxi and Xueqi felt that she was rather pitiful. At that moment, the two of them looked at Long Chen anxiously. Long Chen's heart was in a mess. Things had deviated from his original plan. In fact, he was clear that he did not have the determination to kill Ruoxi. From Ruoxi's point of view, she did not do anything wrong. Although she was responsible for leaving Mo Xiaolang, she had no control over it. She was born into the nine-tailed celestial fox clan, and this clan had suffered such a huge loss. She felt regret and guilt in her heart. Even though she had gone against Long Chen could not bear to kill someone who had helped him before. But the four of them did not care about Ruoxi's life at all. Long Chen knew that he was in trouble. His threats were useless. He quietly protected Lingxi and Xueqi. At this time the highest elder spoke again. "Ruoxi, you have committed a grave mistake. It is only right and proper for you to sacrifice your life for the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. No one wants to die, but the nine-tailed celestial fox clan needs you dead. These four little fellows are terrifying enemies. If we kill any one of them today, within 1,000 years, any one of them could exterminate the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. But the wolf clan must die, so not a single one of them can live." Especially Long Chen's strength, it had shocked them deeply, and made them feel fear. If they did not kill Long Chen today, they would not be able to eat or sleep in peace for the next 1,000 years. There were such people in this world, so heaven-defying that they were terrifying.
No, I don't want to die. Xueqi trembled. She thought that Long Chen would really kill her.
But her words were so powerless to the 4 clan elders. One of the clan elders smiled at Long Chen and said, "Little guy, just kill her, the faster the better, so that she doesn't get in the way. She's just a woman, and she wants to be the future clan leader?"
Wishful thinking. If you kill her quickly, we can also kill you, isn't that right?
The 4 of them gradually split up, surrounding Long Chen from 4 directions.
In a flash, they made their move, not caring about Xueqi's life. Long Chen had expected this moment to come.
This made him feel helpless, and also made him feel terrible for Xueqi. This impossible battle was still out of his control, and it was about to happen.
No. Xueqi trembled. She thought she was going to die.
At this moment, Long Chen flung her away, and Xueqi fell down, while the 4 elders surrounded Long Chen.
You actually let her go.
The 4 elders were about to attack, but seeing Long Chen let go, they were shocked.
All right, so you're friends with Xueqi.
That shameless thing. Did she seduce you before?
The 4 elders laughed.
Long Chen could not control Xueqi, and they were basically assured of victory. Xueqi descended from the sky, and she transformed into her human form.
Her pink eyes stared blankly at the mystical dragon in the sky.
She suddenly understood that Long Chen had no intention of killing her. After he understood that she was useless, he resolutely let her go. Even though she had gone back on her promise and attacked him and Xiaolang, he still had a sense of righteousness.
This made Xueqi burst into tears. She knew very well how useless she was today. Before this, she had almost killed Lingxi.
I don't know if I can repay my apology to him in this lifetime.
Chapter 1965.
He was facing 4 super experts from 9-tailed celestial fox all by himself. Blood-colored clouds filled the air, making it impossible for the 4 elders to see the dragon's expression clearly. When Xueqi, the hostage, was no longer of any use, the smell of gunpowder suddenly became more intense. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. The 4 elders looked at each other. They already had a plan. Now was the best time to kill Long Chen and the others and wait for Mo Xiaolang to come out. Moreover, they didn't know if Mo Xiaolang would be able to come out. Given their abilities, they were extremely shocked by the strength Long Chen had displayed, but not to the point of being afraid of Long Chen. Long Chen was strong, but he was still a distance away from the Yan Emperor's giant snake. The difference between the early and late stages of the 4 symbols' reincarnation tribulations was huge. Only the sound of explosions could be heard. After a brief moment of shock, the 4 elders surrounded Long Chen. They didn't care whether or not he was the son of the eternal dragon emperor. They only wanted Long Chen's life in exchange for 9-tailed celestial fox's future peace. But what surprised them was that Long Chen, who was at a complete disadvantage against the 4 experts, didn't show the slightest bit of fear. He even attacked before the 4 experts could. Xueqi was useless as a hostage, so the only thing Long Chen could do was fight. And fight with his life on the line. He had never been afraid of fighting with his life on the line. When others were strong, he could only be more ruthless than them.
Do you think I'm a pushover?
A year ago, when Long Chen had just arrived in the eternal sacred realm, he was indeed nothing. Half a year ago, he was still in the battlefield of the gods. At that time, Su Zhan and Xueqi were existences that he could only look up to. Xueqi had already been defeated by him, and Su Zhan might not have been a match for him back then. He had grown to a terrifying level in the past half a year. Therefore, even though his opponent was a ruthless character that he could not defend against, he was not frightened. In fact, he even performed exceptionally well. Long Chen's attack this time was mainly aimed at the 5 elements Samsara Tribulation Realm Elder, and the 4 symbols Samsara Tribulation Realm Warrior. The huge divine dragon body swirled in the sky, and a bloody mist filled the air. Blood-weeping dragon soul. This was the largest blood-weeping dragon soul that Long Chen had ever summoned. On his body, among the countless dragon scales, a dazzling blood-red light flashed. For a moment, the whole world was submerged. The roars of countless slaughter dragons formed a huge shock wave, stirring up the surrounding sea of fire. Endless waves of magma also formed and were blasted away. The 4 people around Long Chen were the first to bear the brunt of the impact. Among them, there were 2 who found it hard to resist this kind of impact.
They were the two nine-tailed celestial fox whose strength was comparable to Xueqi's. This time, Long Chen summoned a total of 1,000,000 blood-weeping dragon souls. The scale of 1,000,000 blood-weeping dragon souls surpassed that of when Long Chen fought against everyone in the battlefield of the gods. This was because the slaughter dragons this time were even stronger. Their bodies were like steel, and their claws and fangs surpassed Tao artifacts. They were born to be messengers of slaughter. 1,000,000 blood-weeping dragon souls appeared with a roar, drowning the whole world in an instant. The main force of the 1,000,000 blood-weeping dragon souls' attack were two of the stronger nine-tailed celestial foxes. Long Chen only needed the blood-weeping dragon souls to stall for time. 1,000,000 blood-weeping dragon souls swarmed, and the two nine-tailed celestial fox were shocked. This thing was too terrifying, and they could only resist immediately. During the time they resisted, Long Chen focused on a weaker nine-tailed celestial fox. 300,000 blood-weeping dragon souls tore at him in a frenzy, quickly breaking through his defenses and fighting him head-on. The nine-tailed celestial fox was also quite powerful, and its heavenly fox needles pierced through many slaughter dragons. Eternal moment. Long Chen hid among the 1,000,000 blood-weeping dragon souls and used the Void Universe Dragon Mystique to freeze his opponent with Eternal Moment. It was at this moment that the 300,000 blood-weeping dragon souls tore off a piece of flesh from his opponent's huge body, instantly turning him into a bloody man. The Eternal Moment only froze him for a moment, but it almost killed him. Of course, Long Chen would not kill him. His divine dragon body quickly coiled up and wrapped around the nine-tailed celestial fox, trapping him tightly. The claws and tail of the divine dragon body almost pierced into his opponent's body, and the tough dragon scales were enough to grind his opponent into a bloody mess. For a moment, the nine-tailed celestial fox let out an earth-shattering scream. The damage he suffered was 10 times worse than Xueqi's. At this moment, the two stronger nine-tailed celestial foxes had already begun to kill a large number of blood-weeping dragon souls. Long Chen did not have that many blood-weeping dragon souls to use, so when his plan succeeded, he quickly withdrew all the blood-weeping dragon souls. The blood-red sky suddenly became empty. From beginning to end, it only took a few breaths of time. However, the current scene made the remaining 3 nine-tailed celestial foxes widen their eyes. They saw that one of their brothers had been strangled by the blood-red divine dragon. He had already turned into a lump of flesh and was struggling at death's door. One had to know that this was a 4 symbols reincarnation tribulation realm powerhouse, yet he had been defeated so quickly. It was simply unbelievable. As for the other 3, they did not even have time to attack Long Chen. It could only be said that the ancestral dragon mystique was really heaven-defying. If Long Chen used these mystiques, he could definitely kill his opponent easily. Whether it was the blood-weeping dragon souls or the eternal split moment, they were both very terrifying. The divine dragon exerted force, and the nine-tailed celestial fox screamed even louder. Long Chen lowered his head and looked at the 3 nine-tailed celestial foxes in front of him. He said coldly, "If Xueqi can't become a hostage, then I would like to ask if the one I control now is willing to sacrifice his life for you, nine-tailed celestial fox." After the failure of the Xueqi matter, he had made a prompt decision. He knew that the only way to turn things around was to control another clan elder. After experiencing a crisis, he had succeeded with calmness and decisiveness. Looking at Long Chen, the 3 clan elders wanted to cry but had no tears. To them, Xueqi and the nine-tailed celestial fox controlled by Long Chen were completely different. They were brothers who had grown up together and had adventured together. They were even blood-related. If he died, they would not be able to bear it immediately. Long Chen said, "The 3 of you, I just want to make peace. I don't have the intention to kill him, and I hope that you don't have the intention to kill me. To be honest, with just the 3 of you, it's impossible for you to deal with us brothers. We have great potential, and I'm sure you can see that. I apologize on behalf of my brother about the celestial fox demonic fire. He was already controlled by the demonic will at that time, and I can only apologize for the damage he caused to the nine-tailed celestial fox. In the future, I, Long Chen, will repay all of you. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. I believe that all of you understand that if any of us were to leave alive today, we will definitely annihilate the nine-tailed celestial fox clan in the future. If possible, I feel that this grudge can completely disappear. I can promise that as long as you let the 4 of us leave the demon immortal region safely, we will definitely not seek trouble with nine-tailed celestial fox in the future. In fact, we will even compensate you. What do you think, seniors?" Long Chen had always been ruthless in doing things.
He had the life of one of them in his hands. With this capital, he proposed the idea of asking for peace, which directly struck the hearts of the three of them. They immediately fell silent and looked at each other. To be honest, Nine-tailed celestial fox had suffered such a heavy loss. It was impossible for them not to take revenge, especially after a battle of life and death. Nine-tailed celestial fox had lost many of their young juniors. If they let Long Chen and the others leave today, the dignity of their clan would definitely be gone. However, the future of Long Chen and the others was undoubtedly quite terrifying. If they chose to sacrifice the one controlled by Long Chen, it would be equivalent to gambling. They were gambling that they could annihilate Long Chen and the others. Otherwise, it would definitely become a huge problem in the future. The five elemental Samsara Realm Elder did not intend to accept Long Chen's request for peace. However, someone else had other thoughts. It was the late-stage 4-symbol Samsara Realm expert. He was the second strongest expert among the other party. He hurriedly said, "Don't hurt my brother. We can discuss it." Long Chen sneered inwardly. From the looks of it, this second-in-command had a close relationship with Nine-tailed celestial fox, which he controlled. It was very likely that they were brothers. His expression was especially nervous. He said to the leader, "Second brother, we can't let him die. This is my younger brother, second brother." The leader's gaze was gloomy and he said coldly, "If he doesn't die, our Nine-tailed celestial fox clan will really lose miserably. To actually be threatened by a brat, he deserves to die. His death alone can save the reputation of our Nine-tailed celestial fox clan. It is worth it to wash away our hatred with blood." He clenched his fists tightly and stared at Long Chen, giving Long Chen immense pressure. However, the person next to him said, "What if we let one of them escape?" The leader said angrily, "You're really regressing. With their age and strength, is it possible? Even if they escape, can they escape from the demon immortal region? He's a human, and this is the territory of our demon race." While the two were arguing, the weakest person next to them whispered in their ears, "I think his goal is to delay until the wolf clan comes out of the flame pillar. We can pretend to agree to him and see if he will let go of Hu Feng. If he doesn't, we can stall for time and wait for the wolf clan to come out. If the wolf clan intends to touch the red lotus karmic fire, he will definitely die a terrible death. Even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. We can completely restrain him and exchange hostages with this brat." When the two heard this, the two knew that this was the only way. Therefore the elder said, "All right, I promise you. As long as you are willing to let him go, I will let you leave immediately. However, you are not allowed to step into the demon immortal region from now on." Long Chen would not fall for such a low-level trick. He indeed wanted to delay until Mo Xiaolang came out. However, unlike the other party, he believed that Mo Xiaolang would succeed. No flame could resist him. He smiled and said, "Don't play tricks with me. I will wait for my brother to come out. You guys also stay here obediently. Don't have any bad ideas." Next, it was up to Xiaolang. "Brother, you must not disappoint me." Chapter 1966. Long Chen was stalling for time because he wanted to bet on Mo Xiaolang. He believed that Mo Xiaolang would succeed and turn the situation around. The other party was stalling for time because they knew how powerful the Red Lotus Hellfire was. It was much more powerful than the Celestial Fox demonic fire. It could be seen from the fact that the Red Lotus Hellfire could form such a huge pillar of fire. They only laughed at Long Chen for being ignorant. He was actually willing to stall for time. During this period of time, Lingxi and Suyen had slowly recovered. The two women were waiting with peace of mind. They knew what Long Chen was thinking. Until now, he still trusts Xiaolang the most. Lingxi whispered into Soyen's ear. Yes, even though they had a small conflict just now. Soyan nodded. It was still a critical moment. They didn't know if Long Chen would survive. However, with Long Chen around, even if Long Chen wasn't a match for those old monsters, they were still at ease. This was the belief that Long Chen had given them. Time passed quietly. The remaining 3 members of Nine-tailed Celestial Fox had already informed the others. However, they were very far away. It would take at least a few days for them to rush over. There was no way they could save Long Chen. "Second brother, should we sacrifice him and get rid of these 3?
Among the three, the weakest said softly to the strongest. The strongest was indeed tempted. There was no need for them to drag things out with Long Chen like this. Undue delay could lead to more trouble, however. The brother of the person imprisoned by Long Chen was unwilling to do so. After all, who would want their own brother to die? The wolf clan might not be able to hold on for long against the Red Lotus Hellfire. We should get ready. Just as he finished speaking, there was a huge commotion. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the flame pillar. They saw that the flame pillar's violence had increased tenfold. The entire flame pillar was distorted, and the flames exploded. It looked like it was about to collapse. Countless flames rushed up to the sky, and then fell from the sky. A rain of fire fell on the ground, causing the surrounding magma to spread and explode in a larger area. Loud and continuous rumbling sounds came from the direction of the flame pillar. For a moment, it was as if heaven and earth were being destroyed, making everyone feel as if doomsday had arrived. The magma below and the sea of fire in the sky rushed up, blurring everyone's vision. Right at this moment, everyone heard a wolf howl that could only be described as horrifying coming from within the flaming pillar. That howl shook the heavens and earth, and was accompanied by the explosion of the flaming pillar. A sea of fire shot up into the sky, and everything within a radius of 1,000 miles was shrouded in flames. Only the flames were left around them. The wolf clan is quite capable. However, they angered the Red Lotus Hellfire. They should be burned to death. The Red Lotus Hellfire was left here by the Red Lotus Demon Lord tens of thousands of years ago. No one has been able to subdue it. It has a violent temper. The wolf clan must be dreaming if they want to subdue the Red Lotus Hellfire. He was the one who screamed just now. I think he's dead. The three nine-tailed celestial fox discussed. They obviously did not want Mo Xiaolang to die. They still wanted to be a hostage to shout at Long Chen. Therefore, when the flames were in chaos, they took the opportunity to leave Long Chen's sight and rush towards the pillar of fire. The thought of letting Long Chen's group of 4 leave had never crossed their minds. In terms of strength, they were the absolute rulers. Xiaolang. In the endless sea of fire, Long Chen looked through the layers of flames. He first saw a peerless beast in the world of flames. It was walking slowly from that direction. It seemed casual, but it gave Long Chen a lot of pressure. He succeeded. Long Chen knew this fact faster than anyone else, because he knew Mo Xiaolang very well. No matter how strong a flame was, it would still be his food. Even a fierce flame would become a lamb in front of him. It was not difficult for Mo Xiaolang to devour the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. He just needed some time. Half a day had passed since Mo Xiaolang entered the pillar of fire. Long Chen knew that the nine-tailed celestial fox had already rushed forward. He was not in a hurry. Instead, he tightened his grip on the opponent he was holding and prayed silently in his heart. I hope that at this moment, you are clear-headed. The demonic thoughts did not defeat you. Xiaolang. They had been brothers for many years. The raging flames were no different from the sea. The entire world was a sea of fire. The pillar of fire seemed to have exploded. From today onwards, the magnificent sight of the towering pillar of fire would disappear from the demon immortal domain. The three nine-tailed celestial fox stopped in their tracks. At this moment, they saw the figure walking out of the flames. For some reason, they felt fear in their hearts. The bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox was rare. It was inherited from the divine dream fox. There were not many demons with this bloodline that they feared. Mo Xiaolang definitely did not have this bloodline. However, as he walked out of the pillar of fire, the 3 old fellows who had nine-tailed celestial fox felt an inexplicable threat from him. He did not seem to be killed by the Red Lotus Hellfire, nor was he defeated. What's going on? The Red Lotus Hellfire did not kill him. Why did you let him out? The 3 old fellows were confused. Don't hesitate. Before Long Chen finds out, let's quickly capture this wolf to exchange for my brother. With that, the late-stage 4-symbol Samsara Tribulation Realm Warrior dashed towards the black shadow in the flames without another word. The 5 Elements Reincarnation Tribulation Realm Warrior also made a prompt decision to follow. In order to win, they were extremely ruthless, especially the 5 Elements Reincarnation Tribulation Realm Warrior. He understood the origin of the world and possessed the origin of reincarnation power. He could change the structure of matter, move mountains and fill seas. He was omnipotent. Although he was not a fire demon beast, he could control the flames of the heavens.
He condensed the flames within 10 li into a fist-sized fireball in his hand. With a casual toss, the fireball tore through the air and flew towards the sun-devouring demonic wolf. The battle was about to begin. Rumble. The tiny fireball caused countless explosions in the sea of fire. A hurricane swept up, and the fireball blasted towards the sun-devouring demonic wolf. It was only at this moment that the black demon wolf revealed its figure from the boundless flames. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. The huge black beast that walked out of the flames was covered in blood-red flames. The flames formed the shape of a red lotus. It looked very enchanting, but it was also extremely hot. 2 red lotus flowers were faintly discernible in its pitch-black eyes. They contained an incomparably explosive flame power. The sun-devouring demonic wolf looked down on the world and had the power to rule over all living beings. Its eyes immediately saw the 2 nine-tailed celestial fox warriors and their fireballs. Facing such an attack, the sun-devouring demonic wolf did not panic. It opened its ferocious wolf mouth and casually swallowed the attack created by the 9-tailed celestial fox into its stomach. The surrounding flames calmed down. The 3 nine-tailed celestial fox elders were stunned. They had wanted to end the battle quickly, but they suddenly stopped. The scene in front of them was too shocking. They had originally thought that even if Mo Xiaolang did not die, he would at least be seriously injured by the Red Lotus Hellfire. However, the danger they felt from Mo Xiaolang was several times greater than before. What made the 3 nine-tailed celestial fox even more unbearable was the aura of the Red Lotus Hellfire on Mo Xiaolang's body. That shouldn't have appeared on him. That was a scorching fire, a violent fire, and a mysterious fire. In the past tens of thousands of years, even people who were much stronger than Mo Xiaolang had not been able to subdue the Red Lotus Hellfire. The flaming pillars seemed to have disappeared, and the Red Lotus Hellfire was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that the Red Lotus Hellfire had been devoured by this monster like the Celestial Fox demonic fire? The 3 elders of the 9-tailed Celestial Fox clan looked at each other. They realized that their other 2 companions were thinking the same thing as them. They felt a deep sense of fear. This wolf tribe was their enemy. At this thought, the 5 elemental reincarnation tribulation realm elder knew that he could not delay any longer. He gave an order. Inform the clan elders and the clan leader of everything here. Then fight to the death. The weakest of the 3 elders was the one who carried out the order. He was the early stage 4 elemental reincarnation tribulation realm elder. The other 2 elders looked at each other and immediately launched their most ferocious attacks against the heaven-defying wolf tribe member who had walked out of the flames. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. At this time, they could no longer care about the 9-tailed celestial fox under Long Chen's control. They were deeply aware of how terrifying the sun-devouring demonic wolf was. At least in terms of combat power, the sun-devouring demonic wolf, who had devoured the Red Lotus Hellfire, and had not encountered the Samsara tribulation, was even more terrifying than Long Chen. Apologies. Your tribesmen don't seem to have any intention of saving you. Long Chen naturally could not just watch. Although Mo Xiaolang's growth was limitless because of the dual characteristics of a demon and the sun-devouring demonic wolf, he was still a 5 elemental reincarnation tribulation realm warrior. How could he let him face him alone? He was direct and decisive, and struck a killing blow. After enduring for a long time, the battle finally came. Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen had been waiting for him for a long time. Even if he had turned into a demon, even if they were in the dangerous demon immortal region, even if they had fought before, no one could stop them from fighting side by side again. Long Chen's powerful body suddenly exerted force. His sword-like dragon tail pierced deep into the other party's body, ending the captive's life. If the body nurtured by Tai Su was in human form, Long Chen would not be able to defeat the 4 elemental reincarnation tribulation realm demon. In human form, his limit was the 3 elemental reincarnation tribulation realm. He was nearly invincible. After finishing off his opponent, he rushed into the blood-boiling battlefield without hesitation. Chapter 1967. It's too terrifying. The Fox Elder watched as Mo Xiaolang battled the 2 experts. Clearly, Mo Xiaolang was stronger than the Yen Emperor Snake. The Yen Emperor Snake was a desolate beast with low intelligence. It could be toyed with, but the sun-devouring demon wolf was completely different. This werewolf isn't stupid. He has already become a fiend. If I were to go up, I would probably be treated as a pushover,
He was hesitating if he should go up to help. Suddenly, he thought of Long Chen. When he turned his head, the divine dragon that was shrouded in a blood mist was already behind him. Nine-tailed celestial fox shuddered. He looked behind Long Chen and saw a nine-tailed celestial fox's corpse rapidly plummeting. You actually killed him. Nine-tailed celestial fox was taken aback. He soon realized that he had said something foolish. When Long Chen saw that Mo Xiaolang had returned successfully, how could he obediently abide by his previous agreement when the two of them had the strength to fight him? Unless Long Chen was a fool. Don't go up. Your opponent is me. Long Chen focused on the opponent in front of him. After transforming into a divine dragon, this was his third opponent at the four-symbol Samsara eminence. The opponent was afraid of Mo Xiaolang, but he was also afraid of Long Chen. This was because Long Chen had just killed a nine-tailed celestial fox who was about the same level as him. However, under such circumstances, the only path he could take was to fight to the death. Don't underestimate me. We didn't think highly of you before, which gave you the opportunity. With my abilities, how can I, nine-tailed celestial fox, lose to you? Nine-tailed celestial fox roared as his nine tails straightened and extended, turning into whips of death. His glass fox claws extended out as well. They were more than 100 meters long and as sharp as a Dao artifact. They were stained with blood and had a strong blood aura. Nine-tailed celestial fox's eyes were bloodshot as he tore at Long Chen. Fighting my ancestral dragon body in melee combat is simply courting death. In this world, there was no existence that could surpass Long Chen physically. Of course, that was under the premise that they were at the same level of strength. Let's go. That huge divine dragon moved within the blood mist. Countless blood-weeping dragon souls formed a tide of slaughtering little dragons. For a time, terrifying roars shook heaven and earth. The blood-weeping dragon soul was Long Chen's strongest move, and it was simply terrifying when used with the body of a divine dragon. He didn't underestimate his opponent. After all, he was a super expert with the power of the four symbols reincarnation. In that instant, Long Chen summoned millions of blood-weeping dragon souls and rushed forward, drowning the nine-tailed celestial fox in an instant. Die, die. Nine-tailed celestial fox used his glass fox claws to pierce through countless slaughtering dragons. However, there were even more slaughtering dragons that pounced on him, tearing off pieces of flesh. Millions of blood-weeping dragon souls covered the sky and earth. They weren't easy to deal with. Long Chen turned into the monarch of countless dragons and ruled over millions of dragons. He quietly approached his opponent. While his opponent was panicking and going crazy because of the blood-weeping dragon souls, he began to use the mystique of the void cosmic dragon, Eternal Instant. Millions of blood-weeping dragon souls obeyed his command. In the instant of Eternal Instant, all of them entangled nine-tailed celestial fox's limbs and all of his tails, making him unable to move under the dual effects of time and slaughter. Long Chen rushed out from the group of slaughtering dragons. Under the desperate gaze of nine-tailed celestial fox, his slender dragon tail rose into the sky and turned into a blood sword. Immemorial slaughter runes formed bloody dots. The blade of the sword slashed down without any resistance. Nine-tailed celestial fox was directly cut in half. The power of nirvana of Tai Chi, coupled with the power of Tai Su, was a double attack. It was unstoppable. Nine-tailed celestial fox screamed and died in an instant. There was no chance for him to turn the tables. Only a small portion of the millions of dragons had been lost. Long Chen's ancestral dragon physique had dealt with his opponent in an incomparably domineering manner. This speed was extremely terrifying. Of course, only the ancestral dragon physique that had fused with Tai Su's power could display such speed. If he was in human form, Long Chen would definitely not be a match for nine-tailed celestial fox. Fortunately, this was a very remote place. Otherwise, Long Chen would not have dared to reveal his identity as a dragon martial artist. After all, this was the demon race. The flames were still spreading. Long Chen's battle was only a small part of the battlefield. The biggest battle was between the sun-devouring direwolf and the two nine-tailed celestial foxes. Among them, there was an expert who was proficient in the 5 elemental origins. Nine-tailed celestial fox had endless transformations. It could move mountains and summon gales. It was very difficult to deal with. However, the sun-devouring direwolf was the ruler of flames. After devouring the red lotus comic fire, its destructive power rose again. With a wave of its hand it could split the earth. In this battlefield, Long Chen knew that he could not help. Mo Xiaolong's growth was even faster than his. At this moment, he was once again not a match for Mo Xiaolang. Of course, Long Chen was not discouraged at all. Firstly, the other party was his brother. There was no need to compare. Secondly, the reason why Mo Xiaolang was able to grow so quickly was because of the dual talents of the demon and the sun-devouring direwolf. Although he could increase his strength explosively, it was hard to say what would happen to the demon if he escaped the 18 Great Tribulations. They were no longer considered living beings within the rules. Even the ancestral dragon was within the rules. Therefore, it was normal for Mo Xiaolang to surpass Long Chen at such a speed. If he was still within the rules, he would definitely not be able to catch up to Lingxi and Long Chen. Even if he could devour to level up, he would have to fear the samsara tribulations. Long Chen was thinking of doing his best to save him. Demons were destined to be on a path of no return. Of course, if not for Mo Xiaolong's strength, the four of them would be finished. Therefore, Long Chen was actually quite conflicted. The only one who could understand him was probably Lingxi. At this moment, the three of them were watching the battle anxiously. Long Chen deactivated his divine dragon body. The three of them stood side by side and watched Mo Xiaolong's battle nervously. In the distance, Ruoxi looked at all of this in a daze. She did not know what she should do. Big brother Long Chen, can he win? Soyin looked at the ferocious beast shrouded in blood-colored flames. She clenched her fists and placed them in front of her chest. Her eyes trembled and were filled with anxiety. If he can't, then who else can? Long Chen said with a smile. Lingxi looked over and the two of them held each other's hands. He's awake. I can feel it. Long Chen was very gratified. He even had the urge to cry tears of joy. This was still his brother, Mo Xiaolang. He had never changed. Am I too harsh on him? He asked Lingxi. No, he can understand. Lingxi gave him an encouraging look. After devouring the Red Lotus Hellfire, the sun-devouring direwolf had undergone a huge change. He began to dominate the battlefield. He used the absolute power of fire to fight against the samsara of 4 images and samsara of 5 elements. His destructive power could destroy all illusions and techniques. He was violent and fierce as he fought the 2 elders. In terms of power, he seemed to be about the same as the Yen Emperor Snake. But in terms of danger, the current sun-devouring direwolf far surpassed the Yen Emperor Snake. As for his victory, he had risked his life to take the blow and kill the weaker opponent. His 9 Serenities demon ancestral flame and the Red Lotus karmic fire fused together and rushed into the opponent's body, causing a huge explosion. In that instant, the 9-tailed celestial fox turned into pieces and dissipated in the sea of fire, engulfed by the endless sea of fire. In the end, only the samsara of 5 elements cultivator was left. His 3 brothers were all dead. Ruoxi was also defeated and had no will to fight. The final 9-tailed celestial fox was furious to the extreme. He did not believe that such a thing would happen to him. Only by slaughtering all of them would he be able to take revenge and wipe away this humiliation. Only then would he have the face to see the other experts in his clan. No one can take the risk. 9-tailed celestial fox can live peacefully in this world. Even if you have heaven-defying talent, we will not let you live freely. Today you killed 3 of my brothers. You have a blood feud with me. Even if you can escape today, I, 9-tailed celestial fox, will spend 10,000 years just to kill you. A nameless wolf has become a devil. A mere nameless wolf tribe has turned into a devil. Anyone in the world will hunt you down. You have already caused great trouble. Don't expect to get away scot-free. As for the son of the eternal dragon emperor, don't even think of escaping today. Your father has long perished, and this is no longer his era. Your status is no different from that of an ordinary mortal. If I want to kill you, it will be easy. The last 9-tailed celestial fox was almost driven mad by Long Chen. The crazier he was, the more he fought without regard for his life and the fiercer he was. 9-tailed celestial fox's body was twice the size of Mo Xiaolong's. The sun-devouring demon wolf had just absorbed the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, so it would not be easy to face him. After all, he was a super expert of the samsara of 5 elements. In the eternal god domain, a samsara of 5 elements could be considered an overlord. In the dragon god domain, each divine descendant ancient city only had about 10 people of this level, and they were all old men. In the generation of the young city lord of the battle god ancient city,
The strongest was probably only at the samsara of 4 elements.
But even so, Mo Xiaolong's faith did not waver. This was his last opponent. Although he was devouring the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, he knew almost everything that was happening outside. He knew that Long Chen and the others had gone through so many trials and tribulations to finally wait for him. And he had indeed made them wait for a long time. Kill. Only by killing this 9-tailed celestial fox would he be able to prove himself. His faith supported him in battle. He had endless courage, and this was the key to his victory. He was still young, and he had the capital to risk his life. But that old man was different. At this time, Lingxi had recovered a little. I can use the butterfly illusory sword to help Xiaolang a little, she whispered in Long Chen's ear. Then let's give it a try. Protecting Xueqi, Long Chen quietly approached the battlefield with Lingxi. The two colossal beings fighting did not sense their approach at all. They fought until the sky darkened. At this time, Lingxi took out the primordial Dao artifact covered in butterfly patterns. The Lost Hallucination Formation. Chapter 1968. She used the butterfly illusory sword to activate the Immortal Lord Realm technique. The 9 Hells illusionary butterfly specialized in illusory techniques, and the butterfly illusory sword used the 9 Hells illusionary butterfly as its Dao spirit. There were many mysterious spiritual techniques in the Immortal Lord Realm technique, and they contained a vast amount of information. Although what Lingxi was learning now was wondrous, it was just a drop in the ocean. Immortal Lord Realm techniques were things that even Ling Huang coveted. They were Dao treasures worth more than 700 Dao marks. The lost psychedelic design only targeted 9-tailed celestial fox. Lingxi used the butterfly illusory sword as the center, and used the psychedelic design. The tip of the sword pointed to the sky, and she gave a command. She chanted and made hand seals, and her strength was released through the butterfly illusory sword. An invisible design spread out, and the only one who could experience the power of this psychedelic design was 9-tailed celestial fox. Before his eyes, the scenery around him began to change. A psychedelic design that could confuse the eyes of a 5 affinities samsara realm martial artist was undoubtedly exquisite. Only an Immortal Lord Realm technique could achieve this. In the eyes of 9-tailed celestial fox, the scenery around him changed from a sea of fire to a boundless grassland. Birds sang, and the fragrance of flowers wafted into his nostrils. It was like paradise, a paradise on earth. He was in the middle of a fierce battle, but he had encountered such a situation. Given his experience, he naturally knew that he had encountered an illusion technique. Damned spirit tribe. He unleashed his power in an attempt to destroy this illusory formation. Lingxi had no intention of fighting against him at all. She merely wanted to confuse him for an instant before dispelling the illusory formation, preventing herself from being injured. Even though she was panting heavily once again, in reality, she had already achieved her goal. Although she looked weak, she had actually played a huge role in this calamity. If Long Chen hadn't had her protection, he would have died long ago. She managed to buy some time for the sun-devouring demonic wolf. The surroundings shattered and the sun-devouring demonic wolf suddenly appeared in front of him. Its sharp fangs bit his neck and smashed him into the ground. The earth shook and 9-tailed celestial fox was thrown into confusion. He was about to counterattack when the sun-devouring demonic wolf pressed him down like a madman, its claws piercing deep into his flesh. At the same time, it spat the 9-hell demonic ancestral flame and red lotus karmic fire into his body through his wound. The red lotus karmic fire was extremely hot. On the other hand, the netherworld demon ancestral flame was an extreme flame. When the two were mixed together, it immediately produced an incomparably violent explosion. 9-tailed celestial fox's body exploded with countless bloody lights, and she was instantly riddled with thousands of holes. Damn it, get lost! Under the heavy injuries, the old man became incomparably violent. He used a few thick foxtails and glass fox claws to try and pierce through Mo Xiaolong's body to push him away and regain his freedom. But at this moment, countless small slaughter dragons rushed over and blocked 9-tailed celestial fox's attack. Long Chen lost 100,000 small slaughter dragons just by blocking one attack, but the results were undoubtedly great. Taking advantage of Long Chen's help, Mo Xiaolang once again became ruthless. The 9-hell demonic ancestral flame and red lotus karmic fire practically occupied the other party's body. 9-tailed celestial fox struggled with all his might, causing the lava to erupt like an ocean under a storm. But under Mo Xiaolang's forceful suppression, he struggled for a long time before finally stopping. The 9 hell demonic ancestral flames spread out and completely turned the other party's corpse into an ice sculpture. Although the lava was still surging, everything was over. The flame pillar was also completely destroyed, but it turned into an endless sea of flames. The huge sun-devouring demonic wolf stood up shakily from the other party's corpse. The blood lotus in his eyes had already disappeared. He looked blankly at the corpse at his feet and the endless sea of flames around him. Finally, in the endless flames, he found the insignificant man in front of him. He choked with sobs, and his eyes trembled slightly. The sun-devouring demonic wolf's body disappeared, and he turned into an elegant young man, pure and natural. He stood above the endless sea of flames and silently looked in Long Chen's direction. Long Chen no longer had any obstacles in his heart. He could see Mo Xiaolang become stronger and still be clear-headed. Even if he still had concerns about his future, it was not the time to say more. He brought Lingxi's Xueqi through the sea of flames and arrived in front of Mo Xiaolang. This time, Mo Xiaolang was the main force in killing the strongest expert, but he could not do without the help of Long Chen and Lingxi. Long Chen said directly, although the process was complicated and dangerous, fortunately, the ending was perfect. Don't you think so? Mo Xiaolang was stunned for a while. He looked around. This was the process. At first, because he could not control himself and wanted to devour the red lotus karmic fire, he attracted 9-tailed celestial fox. Long Chen happened to meet the Grand Essence God. Under such a crisis, they were still shocked when they thought about it. They could only say that they were lucky to survive this. There was a very important person here. What do you plan to do with her? Long Chen pointed to Xueqi in the distance. She was looking over with a pale face, and there were many tear stains on her cheeks. The grudge between her and this side was mostly between her and Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang gritted his teeth and said, "I'll go." He controlled the sea of flames and arrived in front of Xueqi. Back then, this peerless beauty had appeared rather pitiful in front of the two brothers. She was very grateful to Long Chen for not killing her, but she also felt that she had let them down. "Just kill me." Xueqi looked at him and no longer tried to hide. Mo Xiaolang said, "I'm here to apologize to you. Regarding the celestial fox demonic fire, I really could not control it. At that time Yen was taken away by the snake race, and I was very anxious. But a young 9-tailed celestial fox bullied me and did not let me leave to save Yen. My mood changed, and I could not control myself. You probably know that I first fell into the demonic path at that time. After that, I swallowed the celestial fox demonic fire to save Yen. Everything that happened after that was out of my control. You have no ill intentions towards me, but I brought you such suffering. I should be the one to apologize." Xueqi looked at him blankly. The most touching quality should be forgiveness. After receiving that news, Xueqi was indeed angry and hateful. Mo Xiaolang had almost destroyed her future, which made her feel pain and wanted to kill him. But now, all of that was gone. She smiled helplessly. Everyone has their own difficulties. You have to escape in the demon immortal region. The process is thrilling, and it is even more difficult for you than it was for me. All of this is fate, and you can't blame anyone. Today, you have killed an important person of our 9-tailed celestial fox, so you'd better leave quickly. I won't reveal any news. We are enemies, and from now on, I'm afraid we can no longer be friends. Perhaps it was impossible for them to be friends. At least, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang could not appear in front of her and her people openly. I hope we will have a chance to meet again. Mo Xiaolang said goodbye to her and returned to the crowd. Xueqi did not stay. She turned around and quickly disappeared into the sea of fire, leaving the 4 safe and sound people behind. "Let's go." After such a huge commotion, it was still not a safe place. After the calamity, should they welcome a new life? When they left the sea of fire and entered a vast forest, Mo Xiaolang suddenly stopped and said, "Big brother, it's time to part ways." He said resolutely, and there was no room for negotiation. Long Chen looked back at him and said, "You don't want to go to the spirit god region, but to the chaos galaxy, to the demon star?" Mo Xiaolang shook his head and said, "The chaos galaxy is suitable for me, but I won't go to the demon star. I just want to find a free place and live quietly with Yen Air." When I was fighting the red lotus comic fire, I suddenly understood a problem.
Long Chen gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, "Say it." Mo Xiaolang was also in a difficult position, but he still said, "If the martial demon seed is a disease, then I am already beyond cure. It has completely become a part of my body, and is incomparably close to me. Today, I am the martial demon seed, and the martial demon seed is me. In this life I can no longer get rid of it. There is no other way in this world. Only I know this, and you don't." Long Chen was silent for a while and said, "Definitely not. Didn't the martial god of the human race get rid of the martial demon seed and become a god?" Mo Xiaolang smiled helplessly and said, "Not everyone can become a god. I don't think I have the chance. In other words, unless I transform into a god, there is no other way for me to get rid of it. So, I have already given up on the idea of getting rid of it. I want to control it and conquer it. Big brother, can you believe me?" His burning eyes looked at Long Chen expectantly. This was the time when he needed confirmation the most. This was undoubtedly the most difficult problem for Long Chen. He was shocked by this gaze. Mo Xiaolang had always been very persistent, but this was the most persistent he had ever been. Long Chen began to recall this matter from the beginning. At the beginning, Mo Xiaolang was indeed very difficult to control, but he did become stronger and stronger. He had put in a lot of effort, and only after devouring the karmic fire of the Red Lotus did he become more clear-headed. He continued, "You might not understand, but demons are not like the city lord of the wronged death. Demons only expand human nature. If they want to kill, they will ignore the lives of millions. But I only want freedom. Can you understand the word freedom? Sometimes I feel that if the demonic nature is used properly, it may not be a bad thing. At least I have obtained endless power." The freedom of demons. Long Chen remembered that a long time ago, in a small corner of the dragon sacrificial continent, Zhao Qingyun had said this to him. All they wanted was freedom. From Mo Xiaolang's burning gaze, he could read the desire and pursuit in his heart. "I will return to the spirit god region with you. With your identity, I will still live among the waves again. My mentality will change very quickly, and it won't be good for me. I want a free place to change my life. The chaotic star region is undoubtedly my first choice, but I will definitely not go to the demon star. I believe in myself. I can succeed. I can control my demonic nature. If I, Mo Xiaolang, am a demon, then I am also a righteous demon, a free demon." He was filled with anticipation, waiting for Long Chen's answer. Chapter 1969. The so-called demonic nature actually made Long Chen feel that it was mysterious and profound. But because the first demon he had seen was the city lord of the wronged, he felt once bitten, twice shy. When Mo Xiaolang was controlled by the martial demon seed, he was so nervous. Hearing Mo Xiaolang's explanation, his revenge, and his sincerity, Long Chen relaxed a lot. He wondered if he had worried too much. If Mo Xiaolang wanted to roam the world like this, and he needed his trust, why not give it to him? Thinking of this, he suddenly smiled. At Mo Xiaolang's most nervous moment, he waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Anyway, I've trusted you so many times, and one more time won't make a difference. I believe that you can control yourself. If the demonic nature can't be eradicated and has become a part of you, then I'll let you be a free demon." He had already thought it through. His words were Mo Xiaolang's greatest comfort and strength. He had been waiting for Long Chen to acknowledge him from the bottom of his heart. To him, this was more precious than dignity. An endless smile appeared on his taut face as he said in surprise, "Thank you, big brother. Thank you for believing in me. I swear that I won't let you down in this life. I won't let you regret trusting me today." At this moment, he had the urge to cry tears of joy. Long Chen looked at him with a smile, feeling much better. "In that case, we'll be leaving first," said Mo Xiaolang. In the demon immortal region, he was still being hunted. He knew that Long Chen could protect him, and did not want to implicate Long Chen. The nine-tailed celestial fox tribe definitely knew what had happened here. This time, the storm was even greater. Mo Xiaolang had to hurry to the chaotic galaxy. Otherwise, he might not even be able to leave this place after some time. There were thousands of things he wanted to say, but Long Chen felt that they could all be summed up in one sentence. "Take care. When you return to the Dragon Immortal region, tell me this. If possible,
I can still fight with you. Mo Xiaolang said sincerely. The martial demon seed had changed many things between the two, but the only thing that would not change was their relationship. Don't worry and control yourself. I will tell you. Long Chen said with a light smile. At this point, it was time to part.
Yenner.
Mo Xiaolang looked at the girl affectionately. In his heart, Xueqi was as important as Long Chen. She was his hope. Sometimes, becoming strong was more to protect her. Xueqi and Lingxi stood together. At this moment, they were reluctant to part. No matter what, she would follow Mo Xiaolang forever. Xueqi naturally wanted the four of them to live happily together, but Mo Xiaolang had his own helplessness. He had already entered a different state. Only by leaving Long Chen could he start a new life. He also did not want to work hard and become Long Chen's core. After all, Long Chen still had more important things to do. And that was to cultivate and fight his way back to the Dragon Immortal region. Once again, they said their goodbyes. In this vast forest, Long Chen and Lingxi stood side by side, watching the two of them gradually disappear into the distance. Life was like this, constantly reuniting and parting, until they completely disappeared from Long Chen's and Yenner's sight. Is it time to return to the Spirit God region, Chen? After leaving the Dragon Immortal region, he suddenly felt like he had no place to stay. Although the Spirit God region was good, it was ultimately not his territory. He was ultimately an outsider there. As for the Demon Immortal region, there was no need to even mention it. The Demon Immortal region was savage by nature. This was a land of slaughter. The Spirit God region. Long Chen wrapped his arms around Lingxi's slender waist and said, "No, we can't go back for now." Lingxi was a little confused. Long Chen had already let Mo Xiaolang go to the Chaos Galaxy by himself. He did not return to the Spirit God region, so where was he going? Long Chen looked in the direction Mo Xiaolang disappeared and continued. "The place we are going to is the Chaos Galaxy." This sentence stunned Lingxi. She could not wrap her head around it. She asked, "The Chaos Galaxy? Then why do you want to separate from Xiaolang?" Long Chen shook his head and said, "He wants to live a free life and wants to start anew. I can give it to him. If I am by his side, he will worry all day that I will implicate him. It will not be good for his rebirth and control of his demonic nature. So I let him leave on his own. I do trust him, but I am still worried that something will happen to him. Because in the Chaos Galaxy, there are things like demonic stars. Sometimes, even if he can do it himself, something will definitely happen." "Oh, so you want to follow him secretly to the Chaos Galaxy?" Lingxi understood. Long Chen nodded and said, "I think that before we return to the Dragon God domain, we will all be vagrants. Since it doesn't matter where we go, I might as well go to a place close to him, but not let him know. If he is in danger, I will be able to help him. It's better to be safe than sorry, isn't it? If he can truly control his devilish nature without worry, I won't appear around him again." This was his idea. "Little she, although the Spirit God region has the Goddess Heart Sisters, it is not our territory. We will always be passive there and will always be outsiders. However, the Star of Chaos is different. There are all sorts of fish and dragons mixed there, and there are thousands of races vying for supremacy. Not only are there people from the 5 great races, there are also experts from thousands of strange races. Since we do not belong to the Dragon God region, it is best that we go to the Star of Chaos, where there will be no one holding us back. We can conceal our identities and cultivate in secret until the day I succeed. Then, we will return to the Dragon God region to prove ourselves to those people and fulfill my father's long-cherished wish, as well as my own. As for the Spirit God region, I will not go back." This was what he believed to be the best decision. In the Spirit God region, his identity as the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor had already been made known to all of the spirit race. This would cause him to be in a constant whirlpool, and it was very likely that he would have to deal with Ling Huang in the future. This was extremely disadvantageous for Long Chen, who was not yet a super expert. There was only one place suitable for him, and that was the Chaos Galaxy, where he could conceal his identity and start anew. Moreover, Mo Xiaolang was also there, and he would be looking out for him in secret. After listening to what he had to say, Lingxi smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, then let's go to the Chaos Star region. We will conceal our identities and start anew. Our only goal is to become stronger. Then return to the Dragon God domain and clear your father's name. I am his daughter-in-law, so I also have to do my best. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. The Chaos Galaxy is a place where tens of thousands of races compete for hegemony. It is a place where blood is boiling, where several astral lords fight each other, and where the star regions compete for hegemony. There are also countless treasures of heaven and earth that exist in the boundless starry sky. It is said that during the primordial era, that place was also a part of the eternal God region. It is just that some unknown power has destroyed it. The Chaos Galaxy was a battlefield in the starry sky. There was no strict rule like the 5 great races. There was only hegemony and slaughter. But in reality, to Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, the Chaos Galaxy, which seemed to be the most dangerous, was actually the safest. This was because no one knew them there. After Mo Xiaolang set off, Long Chen and Lingxi also set off. Their goal was the same. Long Chen leisurely hung behind Mo Xiaolang, not getting close. As for Mo Xiaolang, he naturally believed that Long Chen had already set off and returned to the Spirit God region. A new journey. His only goal was to improve himself and fight for his return to the Dragon God region. As Long Chen hurried along, he looked to the east, his heart already itching for action. The 5 great dragon cities, the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants. The day I leave the Chaos Galaxy will be the day I return to the Dragon God region. Just you wait. His hot-bloodedness and his roar were all released for that moment. What had happened at the Red Lotus Karmic Fire Pillar had infuriated 9-tailed celestial fox internally. They had finally mobilized their entire clan, all for the sake of killing Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. However, from Ruoxi's words and their speculations, these two people should be heading to the Spirit God region. 9-tailed celestial fox had spent a lot of manpower heading towards the Supreme Demon City. At the same time, they had contacted the Supreme Demon City's commander and asked him to intercept these two people. Therefore, Long Chen not returning to the Spirit God region was definitely the right choice. Of course, there were also people heading northwest. However, the Dream Fox Divine Estate was in the southeast. It would still take a long time for them to reach the northwest of the Demon God region. At the very least, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had become much stronger. They would be able to reach the checkpoint to the Chaos Galaxy before that time came. Of course, the 9-tailed celestial fox was not a particularly influential figure among all the demon clans. The demon clan's Northwest Legion, stationed in the northwest, naturally did not show much respect to her. They only slightly obstructed the 9-tailed celestial fox at the hundreds of checkpoints. If the 9-tailed celestial fox really wanted to kill Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, they would have to wait until they arrived. However, today, Mo Xiaolang's strength had already reached the peak of 9-tailed celestial fox. Among the 9-tailed celestial fox, there were clearly not many who could stop him. In just a few days, their strength had soared and they had crossed a large distance. Above a wide lake, Long Chen was currently carrying Lingxi as they flew. This lake was like an ocean, and it seemed to be boundless. It was extremely clear, and water plants grew everywhere as green waves rippled. Mo Xiaolang and the others had already crossed the lake. Halfway through, Lingxi suddenly stopped. She looked at Long Chen apologetically and said, "Chen, it seems that I have caused you trouble." "What's wrong?" Long Chen asked hurriedly. As soon as he asked this question, an extremely intense flame aura erupted from Lingxi's body. Her strength was originally inclined towards gentleness, but at this moment, it was extremely hot and fierce. It was as if a fiery demon was born in Lingxi's body. Between the heavens and the earth, the masculine energy gathered in Lingxi's body. This is Chapter 1970. Lingxi's Yang Demon, also known as the Yin and Yang Tribulation, had arrived so quickly. When she was in the Supreme Spirit City, she had just entered the 1 Yuan Reincarnation Tribulation realm. The reason why she could advance so quickly had a lot to do with the 80% blood of Goddess Su. Her talent was similar to that of Emperor Yu, as if she was favored by heaven. Secondly, it had a lot to do with her Dao seal of Mistress Su and her husband, the ancestral dragon. In fact, half of the reason why Lingxi could advance so quickly was because of Long Chen. At that time, Emperor Yu had to use all kinds of heavenly treasures and blood essence of the ultimate divine dragon to reach the 3 Yuan Reincarnation Tribulation realm within a year. But for Lingxi, Long Chen was more useful than many heavenly treasures. Thirdly, the divine blood of Emperor Jun that Long Chen had digested was not of much use to him,
so it was transferred to Lingxi's body. While Long Chen was improving, Lingxi was also working hard and improving silently. The difficulty of her growth was far less than that of Long Chen. Even Long Chen had crossed the Tai Su God realm in about 3 months. In fact, when she encountered the yin and yang tribulation here, it was not that fast. It was just that the yin and yang tribulation came at a strange time. But it was not as cunning as Long Chen and the Tai Su God. Then let's not chase after Xiao Lang and the others. It doesn't matter if we are a step behind them. Long Chen said immediately. The most urgent thing was to let Lingxi pass the yin and yang tribulation. He made a prompt decision and said to Lingxi, "You deal with the yang demon with peace of mind. I will not be in any danger here." Lingxi was suppressing the birth of the yang devil in her body. It was a kind of negative energy that suddenly gathered in her body. Lingxi's power leaned towards gentleness, while the negative yang devil that appeared was extremely young and strong. It formed a torrent of flames and was fighting against her original power in Lingxi's body. Long Chen could not help but feel anxious. He could feel the power that suddenly appeared in Lingxi's body, which she could not control. How terrifying it was. It was the yin and yang tribulation. Since ancient times, a large number of people had died in this yin and yang tribulation because they could not balance the conflict between the two forces and subdue yang demon. No matter how powerful a martial artist was, no matter how talented he was, if the balance was not good, he could have his meridians torn apart by the yang demon and die directly. A warm aura came from Lingxi's body, forcing Long Chen away. Countless forces between heaven and earth rushed into Lingxi's body, forming a flame mark on her skin. The mysterious golden symbols instantly covered Lingxi's body and burned her clothes. Her beautiful body appeared in front of Long Chen, burned red. With her long hair fluttering, Lingxi closed her eyes, looking even more beautiful. Fortunately, they were still deep in the mountains and few people came here. The thing that Long Chen was most worried about was Lingxi's 18 major tribulations. When she encountered the 1 Yuan tribulation, because of the samsara heart, Long Chen did not use the God-favored spiritual liquid. At this moment, his face was full of worry. He rushed forward and said, "Little Shi, I will let you take the God-favored spiritual liquid. I guarantee that you will be safe and sound and pass the yin and yang tribulation." When he obtained the 3 treasures, he gave one to each of the 2 women. Long Chen left behind the God-favored spiritual liquid, but this God-favored spiritual liquid was not prepared for him. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that the people around him would be killed by the 18 major tribulations. He could not do it. He could not watch his beloved woman die under the heaven tribulation. The 18 major tribulations were extremely ruthless and made people tremble in fear. After experiencing the Tai Su God, Long Chen had personally experienced the horror of the heaven's wrath. It was a power that could almost kill people. If 10 people encountered the tribulations at the same time, in fact, 9 out of 10 people would die. Therefore, only the God-favored spiritual liquid could make him feel at ease. However, he had not expected that Lingxi would actually reject him. In the golden flames, she opened her eyes and revealed a sweet and warm smile, which warmed Long Chen's heart. She said softly, "Chen, I know you are worried about me, but little Shi does not want to be a flower in a greenhouse. I want to become strong myself. I can deal with this yin and yang tribulation." She spoke decisively and decisively. Long Chen said, "In order to avoid accidents, it's better. There won't be any accidents." Lingxi interrupted him. She was already very satisfied that Long Chen had such intentions. She said, "I think you can trust me as much as you trust Xiao Lang. I have full confidence in facing this yin and yang tribulation. I have already understood its details. Your samsara tribulation will definitely be countless times more difficult than mine. I am already very lucky to be with you and receive your nourishment. How can I waste such a precious thing?" Her gentleness and indifference showed her growth. Long Chen was stunned and stayed where he was. At this time, Lingxi had already closed her eyes and began to concentrate on fighting against the yang demon. The golden flame surrounded her beautiful and delicate body. Long Chen could feel that there was a giant beast hidden in her body. The samsara tribulation was countless times more terrifying than the nirvana tribulation. 100 reincarnations could block the path of 9 out of 10 people. The yin and yang tribulation would bring about a violent force that was equal to the original strength in the body. One could imagine the tribulation that was about to happen. However, Lingxi was not moved at all. From her, Long Chen also saw an unyielding faith. It turned out that this little girl had grown up unknowingly.
Long Chen put away the god-favored spiritual liquid and stood at the side with peace of mind. Although he was still very nervous and clenched his fists, at least in his eyes, he still had faith in Lingxi. His task was to ensure that Lingxi would not be disturbed. The golden flames gradually formed a cocoon. This golden cocoon became bigger and floated above the lake. Under the fierce force, the lake water below began to evaporate, forming endless mist, and then was burned to ashes. The whole lake actually dried up in a short time, and the surrounding flowers and trees began to wither. Lingxi's strength was not weak. The so-called yin and yang tribulation was almost equivalent to using her own body as a battlefield to fight against another opponent of the same level. One could imagine the difficulty of this. Even Long Chen felt that the difficulty of the yin and yang tribulation was very terrifying. Therefore, at this time, it was simply a torture for him. He could only hope that Lingxi would be able to make it through safely, just as she had said. Time passed quietly. Fortunately, the yin and yang tribulation only caused changes in the surroundings. It did not make a loud noise and attract other onlookers. In the golden cocoon, Lingxi was fighting with the yang demon. What she needed to do was to use her own strength to defeat the power of the yang demon, and at the same time, control it and integrate it into herself. In reality, what Lingxi had said was the truth. Perhaps to anyone in the world, the yang demon was very frightening. However, to her, the yang demon was actually very ordinary. This was because she possessed the Mistress Plain Seal. In reality, part of the Mistress Plain Seal's nature was to dissolve the power of masculinity. It was precisely because of this that Long Chen's unyielding power, which came from the divine dragon, was able to communicate with Lingxi's power of the pure maiden. They were able to achieve mastery through a comprehensive study and ultimately be used by Lingxi. Whether it was the yang demon or Long Chen's unyielding yang power, Lingxi was already very familiar with dealing with this kind of unyielding yang power. The yang demon was none other than the negative power produced by her own body. It was her own body. To defeat the yang demon, it was better to say that she had defeated another attribute of herself. In Lingxi's sea of consciousness, there stood such an enemy. She was bathed in the golden flame, but her appearance was exactly the same as Lingxi's. The two sides fought in the sea of consciousness, which was basically equal to the fighting of the external forces. The power of the plain girl and the power of the yang demon were locked in a fierce battle. Long Chen almost suffocated, watching nervously. From his point of view, he could hardly see any progress. In fact, in a short time, Lingxi had an absolute advantage. It could be said that the yin and yang tribulation was the easiest tribulation she had ever experienced, even easier than some nirvana tribulations. The yang demon could completely decompose the power of the plain girl Dao Seal, and then integrate it with her own power. This was the specialty of the plain girl Dao Seal. In just a few hours, a large amount of the power of the yang demon was completely dissolved by Lingxi. It was not until then that the golden flame cocoon outside began to shrink. The power of the yang demon was integrated into the power of Lingxi, driving the growth of her power. After the previous battle with the nine-tailed celestial fox, Lingxi's potential was also greatly stimulated. At this time, she gathered the power of the yin and yang demon, and her power doubled. But in terms of combat effectiveness, it increased even more. The power of yin and yang had always been stronger than a single power. With the power of the yang demon, Lingxi's attacks in the future would be more powerful. The yin and yang tribulation brought her great transformation. She was really safe and sound, and she passed the yin and yang tribulation. After completing the yin and yang tribulation, she took another step towards the divine spirit. She already had the demeanor of a goddess. When the golden flame dissipated, the beautiful girl floating in the air could only be described as perfect. At this moment, her temperament was out of this world. For Long Chen, her attraction was no less than that of the god of Taisu. When she subdued the power of the yang demon in her body and slowly opened her eyes, a golden flame was burning in her eyes. After a long time, it finally disappeared. At this time, Long Chen was already standing in front of her, looking at his young wife. Lingxi's face was slightly red. She couldn't stand Long Chen's hot gaze. She said shyly, "It's just a yin and yang tribulation. Why are you looking at me like that?" On her snow-white skin, there was an additional layer of light golden brilliance, making her look even more beautiful and alluring. Long Chen had a smile on his face as he looked at his woman. He stretched out his hands and pulled her into his embrace. He reached out and hugged her soft and slender waist. Although she said that it was very easy for her, in Long Chen's eyes, it was still thrilling. Don't mess around in the future. Long Chen stroked her soft long hair and whispered in her ear. I want to wear clothes. Lingxi's face was blushing, and she whispered. What do you want to wear? All you know is to wear clothes. We haven't done our business yet. Long Chen said with an evil smile. Chapter 1971. Of course, teasing was one thing. Long Chen naturally didn't think of messing around at this time. The nine-tailed celestial fox tribe was chasing them all over the world. Lingxi's yin and yang ordeal had been delayed for some time. The most important thing now was to catch up with Mo Xiaolang and the others and head to the chaotic galaxy. Because of this delay, Long Chen could no longer catch up with Mo Xiaolang. When Lingxi finished dressing up, she looked even more stunning in her exquisite clothes. The two did not linger and continued to speed towards the chaotic galaxy. After Lingxi had passed the yin and yang ordeal, she had become much stronger. After Long Chen defeated the god of Taisu, his nirvana of Taiji power was limited. However, Lingxi's strength had skyrocketed. Therefore, at least in terms of strength, Lingxi had already surpassed Long Chen. Coupled with her amazing immortal Lord Realm techniques, she was very difficult to deal with. If we stay in the chaotic galaxy for a while, we can look for rare materials that can restore the butterfly illusory sword. I can try to repair it. Lingxi discussed with Long Chen. No problem. If the butterfly illusory sword became stronger, Lingxi's safety would be more guaranteed. I can take advantage of this time to learn some powerful sword techniques from the ethereal immortal sect. Although the immortal Lord Realm techniques are mysterious, there are not many offensive techniques that I can learn. This time around, they had crossed countless mountains and rivers. After setting off from the goddess palace, Long Chen had been rushing and fighting like this. He rarely stopped. This time, he would only have a chance to settle down when he reached the chaotic galaxy. The nine-tailed celestial fox would probably issue a bounty to hunt down Long Chen and the other three. Hence, to them, any member of the demon clan was dangerous. During the rest of the journey, Long Chen never entered the gathering places of the demon clan. He never even let any member of the demon clan see him. After a long journey, he crossed countless territories. After a long time, he finally reached the northwest of the demon immortal region. Even they would be tired after traveling for a long time. After reaching the border of the demon immortal region, they stopped. This was the edge of the eternal god realm. Further ahead was the endless starry sky. In this endless starry sky, they would reach the chaotic galaxy, where 10,000 tribes fought for hegemony. Of course, they had to pass the hundreds of checkpoints set up by the Northwest Legion. There was a large army stationed here, just like the Holy Snow Spirit Army in Sovereign Spirit City. The main purpose of the Northwest Legion was to prevent other races from the chaotic galaxy from entering the demon immortal region. It was also to limit the number of demons in the chaotic galaxy ahead. Only through these hundreds of checkpoints could they leave the demon immortal region. The other vast areas had been sealed by the ancestors of the demon race. Unless they were at the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm or above, they could only pass through these checkpoints. As early as half a month ago, someone from the nine-tailed celestial fox had contacted the Northwest Legion and asked them to intercept Long Chen and the others. With a great gift from the nine-tailed celestial fox, the people of the Northwest Legion had recorded the information of Long Chen and the others. Of course, they would not send any troops to defend them. To them, it was inconceivable that they would spend so much effort on two little fellows. By this time, Long Chen had reached the edge of the eternal god domain. Each checkpoint was separated by a long distance. Long Chen had chosen this place, which meant he could choose one of the 5 checkpoints around it. If he chose another, it would be too far and too time-consuming. Let's pass here. If we delay any longer and nine-tailed celestial fox and the other experts come to guard here, it will be even more difficult to pass. Fortunately, there were hundreds of checkpoints. If there was only one checkpoint like the Sovereign Demon City, Long Chen and the others would not be able to escape. There were hundreds of checkpoints, and nine-tailed celestial fox could not take care of them all. This involved the entire demon race's border, and they could not do as they pleased. First, they needed to gather information. After the checkpoints, there were many people from the demon immortal region who wanted to pass through the chaotic but prosperous chaotic galaxy ahead. Long Chen casually restrained 2 demons. They were in the same group. When he brought them to a dark corner, Long Chen began to ask them questions. He and Ling-Shi separated the two demons, then said to them, "We will ask you the same questions separately.
When the time comes, if we discover that any of your answers are wrong, then you can forget about living."
This way of questioning was the most frightening. Long Chen first asked the demon, "Do you know who I am?" His human appearance could be said to be quite obvious. The demon was a tiger, tall and strong, but in Long Chen's hands, he was as weak as a bird. He should be a local, or Long Chen would not have chosen him.
He stammered but finally said, "I know.
The demons have been stirring up a commotion recently. They asked the Northwest Legion to stop you."
It seemed that many demons had been alarmed.
"Are nine-tailed celestial foxes people here?" Long Chen asked coldly. After a pause, he continued, "Don't worry, I just want to know some information. If you answer me truthfully, I won't make things difficult for you. I will only let you sleep peacefully for a few days. When you wake up, we will have already left the demon divine region. However, if you hide anything, it will mean that you are not sincere enough. I can only kill you. In any case, it is very easy for me to capture you here for questioning." The tiger weighed the pros and cons and chose to believe Long Chen. In front of Long Chen, he was indeed insignificant. He replied, "There are two nine-tailed celestial foxes here. They are both at the late stage of the four symbols samsara realm. They are coordinating with the Northwest Legion. The other nine-tailed celestial foxes should not have arrived yet. It is said that they have already mobilized their entire race. They are determined to take your lives. However, the wolf race still escaped." It turned out that Mo Xiaolang had already left in advance. Since he was safe, Long Chen was much more at ease.
He said, "Explain it clearly."
The other party said, "Aren't you together? I was wondering why you haven't left yet. Just a day ago, the wolf race brought a half-demon snake race and forced their way through the mystic god stream. The two nine-tailed celestial foxes have already chased after them. However, there is no other news. Now that the Northwest Legion has almost let down their guard, it is a good time for you to leave." He was right. The main target of the nine-tailed celestial fox was Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi had left first. They naturally thought that Long Chen had returned to the spirit divine region. They would not have thought that they would split into two groups. After getting everything he needed to know, Long Chen said, "Thank you very much. However, I will have to trouble you a little. I will let you lie down for a few days." He was just a 6th-tier Nirvana Tribulation Realm warrior. With Long Chen's current strength, it was easy to deal with him. He and Ling-Shi imprisoned the two of them. With Ling-Shi's means, she could imprison them for at least 5 or 6 days before they could leave. The two of them compared the information they had obtained. There was almost no difference. The strongest generals guarding each checkpoint are probably early-stage 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm warriors. There are also some 4 symbols reincarnation tribulation realm warriors. Of course, it is not difficult for us to just charge out. Moreover, they have now let down their guard. We should finish this quickly. Otherwise, when the other nine-tailed celestial fox comes, it will be troublesome to get out. The two of them decided to make a prompt decision and charge out immediately. As for the checkpoint they chose, it did not matter. With my current strength, it is not difficult to use the star-shifting formation. When we reach the place, I will first throw the strongest person out. As for the others, they should not be able to catch up to you," Ling-Shi said in a cheeky manner. In reality, they were much more relaxed during the journey. This long journey could be treated as a sightseeing tour. The problem is, which checkpoint are we going to leave from? Without hesitation, Long Chen said, "Mystic Divine Stream." Why? Won't they strengthen their defenses? After all, Xiaolang just left there yesterday. Long Chen smiled. Actually, it is the same. The main target of nine-tailed celestial fox is Xiaolang. We are secondary. Right now, their focus is on chasing after Xiaolang. As for why they chose the Mystic Divine Stream, it is because it is the closest to us. Finally, they were going to leave the territory of the demon race and embrace the vast world.
After coming to the Eternal God territory, from the Dragon God territory to the Spirit God territory, then to the Demon God territory, and finally to the Chaos Galaxy, Long Chen believed that he would rise here and then return to the Dragon God territory.
His heart was filled with boundless passion. The Chaos Galaxy is waving at me. This journey was not only for Xiaolang, but also for himself.
Perhaps the world where no one knew his identity was the most suitable battlefield for him. Pulling Ling Xi along, the two of them sprinted through this boundless world. To Long Chen, there was nothing that could compare to the feeling of tagging along. Ling Xi's long hair fluttered in the wind. She smiled at her man in front of her. It was as if with him in front of her, even if the world fell, even if there was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, she would not be moved. She had followed Long Chen for 100 lifetimes, but this moment was the clearest. Half a day later, they arrived at one of the checkpoints at the border of the demon god territory, the Mystic Divine Stream. The border outside the Mystic Divine Stream was completely black. Countless whirlpools spun in the sky, producing a huge suction force that wanted to swallow people. This territory was even more terrifying than the Heaven Fire Abyss. And the Mystic Divine Stream was in the middle of those countless black whirlpools. It was like a mouth. In the middle of the Mystic Divine Stream, the soldiers of the Demon Race's Northwest Legion were stationed, looking majestic. "Let me take a look first." Ling Xi stretched out her hand, and an illusionary butterfly appeared in her hand. The butterfly was very beautiful. "Little butterfly, go." As Ling Xi called softly, the illusionary butterfly gradually disappeared into the light, as if it had disappeared, heading toward the Mystic Divine Stream.
Chapter 1972. This was also one of the Immortal Lord Realm techniques. During this period, Ling Xi's talent had been greatly developed. She was eager to learn the Immortal Lord Realm techniques. At least, she could learn those that were easy to master quickly. Her desire for strength was no less than Long Chen's, because she wanted to help her man. This is similar to the spiritual contact design. In fact, it's another use of the spiritual contact design. I can move the spiritual contact design. The butterfly appearance is just an illusion. Ling Xi was a little proud and said sweetly to Long Chen. The two chatted casually and waited for the feedback from the spiritual contact design. After about 15 minutes, Ling Xi said, "In the Mystic God Stream, there is a warrior at the early stage of the 5 Affinities Rebirth Realm, 2 at the late stage of the 4 Elephants Rebirth Realm, and several at the early stage of the 4 Elephants Rebirth Realm. There are also many experts at the 3 Talents Rebirth Realm. However, they are scattered. As long as we don't get stopped, we should be able to rush through. If there are experts that you can't handle, I will use the stellar shift design that I prepared." The military strength in the Mystic God Stream was similar to what Long Chen had imagined. They were not trying to defeat these experts, but to rush through. Therefore it was not difficult. Moreover, these experts would not chase them. After all, their mission was to guard this place. If Long Chen was alone, he could use the time-roaming dragon to pass through directly. When they reach the other side and leave the demon immortal region, without the God Nation sealing curse, it would be wishful thinking for warriors below the 6 rebirth realms to find them. After preparing, Long Chen and Ling Xi were ready to force their way through. They quietly approached the Mystic God Stream. There were many soldiers guarding the Mystic God Stream. Most of them were Nirvana Rebirth Realm demons. There were more than 10,000 of them. Those who could reach the Rebirth Realm were all leaders. Let's hallucinate first. Some of the Immortal Lord Realm techniques were related to illusions, which was what the 9 Hells illusionary butterfly specialized in. Ling Xi used the Lost Illusion design, which had once defeated the 5 Affinities Reincarnation Realm 9-tailed celestial fox. She used it on most of the demons in the Mystic God Crevice. Ling Xi's goal was to hide her and Long Chen's figures. Everything went very smoothly. Long Chen used the Time Dragon directly, while Ling Xi used the illusionary sorcery to hide herself. The two of them passed through the heavy encirclement of the Northwest Demon Army and walked into the Mystic Divine Stream. This was a heavily guarded military fortress, and many experts were patrolling inside. Mo Xiaolang had just rushed out of this place the day before and embarrassed himself in the Mystic Divine Stream. However, in reality, he thought that no one else would come. However, they still patrolled very seriously. Many commander-level reincarnation tribulation realm figures hid in hidden Dao artifacts and cultivated in peace. Once something happened, they would wake up. The two of them quietly followed the team that passed through the Mystic Divine Stream. Among the demons, everyone who passed through the 100 checkpoints had to be strictly interrogated. However, Long Chen and Ling Xi easily passed through. At the end of the Mystic Divine Stream was the starry sky. Long Chen could almost see the endless void in front of him, just like the shattered star river in the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. The aura of a powerhouse was being suppressed. There was a palace in the sky patrolling above the mysterious god stream. It looked a little like the Blizzard Imperial Palace, but it was slightly inferior to the Blizzard Imperial Palace.
The commander of the 5 Elements Reincarnation Tribulation Realm and the other warriors of the 4 Symbols Reincarnation Tribulation Realm were all on it. The 5 Affinities Reincarnation Tribulation Realm was already the top power in the world. In the 72 ancient cities of the demonic descendants, they were the top figures. There were billions of demons in the entire demon immortal region, but the number of 5 Affinities Reincarnation Tribulation Realm experts was still limited. In the eyes of all the demons, such experts were the overlords of a region.
Everyone is to be strictly inspected. High up in the sky, an authoritative voice rumbled. The demon soldiers were as quiet as cicadas in winter. Yes. Long Chen and Lingxi continued forward. The palace had just passed over their heads, and the two did not waste any time. The exit was right in front of them. Who dares to use such a low-grade illusion in my territory? Suddenly, a roar came, and several demons rushed out of the palace. They were all extremely ferocious figures. Although they were old, each of them was burly and ferocious, and did not show any signs of aging. The one in the lead was a snow-white man with a pitch-black king character on his forehead. Clearly, he was from the ferocious tiger race. His eyes were filled with rage, and as he roared, those soldiers who were bewitched by Lingxi were jolted back to their senses. Only now did everyone see that there was actually a human beauty among the crowd. Lingxi had also reverted to her human appearance. You want to escape from me? No way. Block the way. 4 little things actually want to split into 2 groups and escape. How hateful. I almost lost face again. The tiger roared, but he was still unable to move under the immense pressure. He displayed the divine might of a beast king, and led the other 4 Affinities Reincarnation Tribulation Realm warriors in a violent attack in Long Chen's direction. This team was no weaker than 9-tailed Celestial Fox's team, especially the leader. He was definitely more terrifying than 9-tailed Celestial Fox's team back then. The tiger race was better at combat than the fox race, and this leader had a noble bloodline among the tiger race. Danger struck instantly. Long Chen naturally knew that there was no way to hide this from the other party. The other party was indeed terrifying and had the power to kill him in an instant. As they rushed down, it was as if the heavens were crushing down. Fortunately, Long Chen was prepared, and Lingxi had been waiting for this moment. The Stellar Shift Spirit Design was suddenly activated. Previously, the spirit design that had almost drained Lingxi of her cultivation required less than half of her strength today. Moreover, it was even more perfect. The almost transparent spirit design was activated like a Nian beast. Just as everyone thought that Long Chen and Lingxi were going to be imprisoned, the few super experts suddenly disappeared before their eyes. Not even 1/4 Affinities Reincarnation Tribulation Realm warrior was left. Long Chen naturally understood that Lingxi had indeed provided him with great help today. She had learned many things that he could not use. He was already prepared. When Lingxi used the Immortal Lord Realm technique, he brought Lingxi with him and used the Massacre Sword Art with the God-slaying sword. In a short time, Long Chen used the Massacre Sword Art to open a path of blood among the Nirvana Tribulation Realm demons. He did not kill them. After all, they were all innocent people. The sudden disappearance of the experts caused panic among the demon soldiers. Long Chen brought Lingxi and rushed out of the mystic divine stream to the endless starry sky. Looking back, a large number of demon soldiers chased after them. As Long Chen moved forward, the demon immortal's domain behind him became smaller and smaller. In the sky above the demon immortal's domain, many vortexes were still swirling. The mystic divine stream was like one of the mouths. In Long Chen's hand was a demon. The demon bared its fangs and claws in Long Chen's hand and screamed shrilly. However, under Long Chen's restraint, it could not even transform into its beast form. Sorry, I have to use you as a test subject. Long Chen caught the other party and threw him into the God Nation. This was outside the demon immortal's domain, but Long Chen did not dare to act rashly. He had to try to ascertain if the God Nation sealing curse had been lifted. Indeed, the demon entered the God Nation unscathed. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He pulled him out and repeated a few times, but there was no problem. Evidently, the God Nation sealing curse no longer existed in the starry sky. He threw the demon back into the mystic divine stream. A large number of demon soldiers were still chasing after them. Get out of my way! The roars of the experts came from the mystic divine stream. They had already returned from the place where they had been moved. Their speed showed how terrifying they were. Yesterday, Mo Xiaolong's escape was already a humiliation to them. Today, they had let someone escape. It was even more humiliating. If the God Nation's sealing curse had not been lifted, Long Chen could only compete with them in endurance. But at this time, rumble. The experts rushed out of the mystic divine stream. Long Chen faced them calmly. Tell nine-tailed celestial fox not to find us again. Long Chen laughed loudly. Courting death. To the experts, Long Chen actually had the mood to talk to them. He was definitely courting death. Especially the experts of the Tiger Clan, who arrived in an instant. Long Chen smiled at Lingxi and brought her into the God Nation.
Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he instantly entered the state of the Time Dragon.
As his strength increased, he became more and more proficient in the Tao of Time. Until now, only martial artists above the 6 paths of reincarnation could understand his Time Dragon. Turning into the Time Dragon, Long Chen escaped into the River of Time and disappeared in front of everyone. It was so much so that even the 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm demons were unable to sense his presence. This could only be described as frightening. When Lingxi teleported the experts of the demon clan out with the star-shifting formation, it had already deeply shocked them. But now, Long Chen actually disappeared in front of everyone. Only then did the expert remember that he had only discovered Lingxi, but he did not know where Long Chen had come from. Obviously, this young man had been in a state that he could not see through all this time. How? They were simply stunned. There was nothing in front of them. The starry sky was so vast. Where were they going to find Long Chen again? The expert of the Tiger Clan was from the Overlord Sacred Tiger Clan. He was naturally domineering and had outstanding talent. He rarely suffered losses. This time he was extremely angry. He transformed into his beast form and wantonly destroyed the entire mystic divine stream to vent his anger. The others hurriedly avoided him. And the strange things that happened today would also quietly spread to the demon divine domain through the mouths of the demon soldiers. Yesterday, Mo Xiaolang had forced his way through here. And today, Long Chen had left even more inexplicably, which made everyone feel even more aggrieved. While they were venting, Long Chen had already embarked on his journey towards the chaotic star region. The next volume, the 27th volume, Exceptional Star-Lord, officially began. The real passion was about to begin. The madman wanted to achieve the greatest breakthrough in this volume. Let's just wait and see. The most terrifying god of Taisher. What would he be? Or could he have sex? Oh no, the god of Taisher was definitely a man. Chapter 1973. The starry sky was endless. Ahead of them was a glittering river of stars. It was the domain of chaos. No matter how chaotic the domain of chaos was, it was beautiful from afar. At this time, the little wolf should be rushing towards the chaos starfield like us. Now that they were out of danger, they could start a new journey with a new identity. The domain of chaos and the eternity god domain basically didn't interfere with each other's communications. Although they had come to the domain of chaos, Long Chen would never forget that he had come here to improve himself and return to the dragon god domain. Let's fight. Hand in hand with Lingxi, they traveled through the vast domain of chaos. Because 2 nine-tailed demon foxes had chased after Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen used a star talisman to contact Mo Xiaolang. When the call went through, he saw Mo Xiaolang's calm expression and knew that he was safe. What's the situation? Long Chen asked. Mo Xiaolang said, I've left the demon god domain. 2 nine-tailed celestial foxes chased after me, but I shook them off. I'm safe and sound, and I'm heading to the domain of chaos. What about you, big brother? Long Chen made up a story, saying that he had returned to the spirit god domain and was in the sovereign spirit city. 9-tailed celestial fox should be waiting for you at the sovereign spirit city, right? Mo Xiaolang said worriedly. Long Chen smiled and said, they mainly wanted to kill you. Indeed, they wanted to stop me, but I have helpers in the great spirit city. It was a daunting experience, but not a dangerous one. I'm safe now. Hearing this news, Mo Xiaolang was finally relieved. He never would have guessed that Long Chen would follow him and head to the domain of chaos. Where are you going? Long Chen asked. Mo Xiaolang said, there are hundreds of planets in the starfield of chaos. I'll go to the central core. That's where the core of the starfield of chaos is. It's a place with its own system of power. If nine-tailed celestial fox catches up to me, they'll be able to cause me trouble on the outer planets. But the central core is occupied by the masters of the stars. They won't dare mess around, or they'll die. Long Chen nodded and said, "Let me know if you decide on a place. Maybe I will go to the Chaos Galaxy in the future." Mo Xiaolang smiled innocently and said, "All right, I'll tell you as soon as I stabilize." After discussing for a while, the two of them began to focus on their journey. The starfield of chaos seemed close, but it was actually quite far away. With Long Chen's current speed, it would take him at least a month, maybe even 2 months to get there. He wasn't in a hurry. Along the way, he was entangled with Ling Shi. There were countless empty spaces in the surroundings, and there were many broken stars quietly floating about. The resplendent starry sky was undoubtedly fascinating, and it was undoubtedly the most beautiful background. All the shining places under the river of stars were so beautiful, and this was the most peaceful environment. On the broken stars in the starry sky, they talked and laughed, shared a peaceful life, or cultivated together. Lingxi's peerless Tao seal of Mistress Su was really a heaven-defying thing. As the two of them communicated, Long Chen's Tai Chi Nirvana power improved again in 2 months. And Lingxi received an even greater help, which was Tai Su's power. Tai Su's power helped Lingxi to solidify her physical body. Originally, after Long Chen's corporeal body became stronger, Lingxi had to withstand Long Chen's ancestral dragon's might, and it was already a little difficult for her to do so. But after Tai Su's power nourished her, in terms of corporeal body, she was also much stronger than humans at the same level as her. Even though she was a woman, she had the power to shatter mountains and rivers with just a lift of her hand. Long Chen did not have a specific goal. His idea was that he would go wherever Mo Xiaolang went as long as he didn't get discovered by the other party. Therefore, he was calmly waiting for Mo Xiaolang to tell him where he was going. However, during this long journey, the originally distant Chaos Star region was getting closer and closer, until the planets gradually became very large and scattered. It would take at least a few days to travel from one planet to another, sometimes even more than 10 days. The entire starfield of chaos was almost equivalent to half of the Eternal God domain. However, the land area was naturally far less than the Eternal God domain. Unbeknownst to him, Long Chen had already stepped into the starfield of chaos. At the same time, he received the location Mo Xiaolang had given him. It looked like Mo Xiaolang was in a hurry. Long Chen had only just arrived in the starfield of chaos, but Mo Xiaolang was already in the center. As for the Avengers who nine-tailed celestial fox, they were probably in the starfield of chaos as well. But the starfield of chaos was so vast that it was difficult to find a single person, especially in the center. Suddenly, an emerald green planet appeared in front of them. This was the first planet Long Chen had seen since arriving in the starfield of chaos. True Martial Emperor Palace's imperial star had once been on this planet. That planet could hold 100 million true Martial Emperor Palace disciples. This emerald green planet wasn't as big as the imperial star, but it could hold 10 million people without a problem. "It's beautiful." The two of them flew past the planet, with no intention of getting close. There was a huge amount of trees on this planet. There were no mountains, no oceans, and no grasslands. There were only green trees. Although they were still far away, the exuberant vitality they exuded made them feel very comfortable. "I heard that the strongest people on the planets in the periphery of the starfield of chaos are around the 5-elemental Samsara realm," Long Chen said casually. The 5-elemental Samsara realm was above millions and tens of millions of people, which was already very strong. The starfield of chaos was also part of the Eternal God domain. The so-called millions of people were at least in the God martial realm, which wasn't something the dragon sacrificial continent could compare to. The deeper we go, the more strong people there are, and the more fighting and killing there is. Although this emerald green planet was only in the periphery, it was very restrictive. It would be a pleasure to live on this lush planet. Lingxi really wanted to go down and take a look, but it was a pity that this wasn't their goal. Just as they were about to miss this place, Lingxi suddenly stopped and looked at the emerald green planet with some surprise. She pointed to a certain spot on the planet and said, "Chen, do you see that tree?" Long Chen looked in the direction she pointed and found that what he thought was a vast forest was actually just a big tree. It was the biggest tree Long Chen had seen so far. It was extremely ancient and vigorous, and it stretched for tens of millions of miles. It was at least 10,000 meters tall. Because of the existence of this tree, the originally spherical planet became a little elliptical. The forest supported by the ancient tree was like the hair of the planet. Such a tall tree is indeed quite rare. Long Chen nodded. Lingxi was a little surprised and said, "Generally, those that can grow to this level must have the heart of the progenitor tree. It's a divine item nurtured in the core of the ancient tree, and it grows with the ancient tree.
It has at least tens of millions of years of history, so it might be more precious than ordinary primordial immortal spirits."
Is the heart of the progenitor tree useful to us?
Long Chen asked with concern.
Of course. Lingxi gave a cheeky smile and said, "Actually, I don't know about the heart of the progenitor tree.
It's just that in the immortal Lord realm technique that can restore the butterfly illusory sword, there are records of the heart of the progenitor tree.
It also introduces the source of the heart of the progenitor tree. The heart of the progenitor tree has a strong life force, and it contains the Tao of life. As for the butterfly illusory sword, it is in a state of near death. Therefore, if we use the heart of the progenitor tree as the main ingredient, we can at least restore 100 Tao patterns to the butterfly illusory sword." Although the number of Tao patterns restored was small, it was at least a form of hope.
If they succeeded, it would also mean that the butterfly illusory sword could very well return to being a super primordial Tao treasure with 700 Tao patterns.
This was good news, and a good start. Originally, Long Chen had no intention of entering the Emerald Green Planet. However, he had changed his mind. After all, he no longer felt any pressure in the disarray star region. He was completely free, and he was not in a rush. His life was unprecedentedly relaxed. Since that was the case, since he was here, he could naturally fight for the heart of the progenitor tree. The two of them glanced at each other before quietly descending towards the planet. Although the planet wasn't big, it was much bigger compared to their tiny bodies. The planet, which wasn't big in their eyes, gradually became bigger and bigger in their eyes. They pierced through the thick clouds until the planet turned into a vast continent in front of them. There was a strong suction force from the planet, but they could still control it. The two floated into this world. Sure enough, as far as the eye could see, it was basically a vast sea of trees, and there was nothing else. The trees were at least a few hundred meters tall, and any one of them could form a forest. The biggest tree should be in this direction. The two looked to the east. Indeed, there seemed to be an insurmountable mountain in that direction. However, it was not a mountain, but a tree crown that stretched for thousands of miles. The crown was shrouded in clouds, and they could not see it clearly. Go that way. The two did not go down to the continent. Instead, they treated the crown of the trees as land. They did not need to be too afraid on this planet, because they were now rare experts. If they had been as strong as they had been when they first came to the eternal sacred territory, they would have had to keep a low profile and be careful on a planet like this. But in a short time, they had unknowingly risen above most people. The ancient tree looked very close, but it was actually quite far away. The two of them shot through the air, and after a short while, they were already very close.
But as expected, this was the most obvious place on the entire planet, and a large portion of the living beings here should be gathered here.
WeChat. Fengqingyang. Chapter 1974. Just as Long Chen stepped onto the beautiful Emerald Planet, something strange happened in the center of the systems of chaos. If Long Chen knew about this, he would probably go crazy with excitement. According to the legends, the domain of chaos had once been a part of the eternal god realm. However, after a mysterious war, it had been separated from the eternal god realm. The shattered pieces of land had formed planets, and after millions of years, it had once again become a gathering place for living beings. The eternal god domain used to be home to tens of thousands of strange races. But as the 5 great tribes rose to power, they drove the weaker races out of the eternal god domain. Many of them moved to the Chaos Starfields, where they ruled over the Chaos Starfields. In the Chaos Star territory, the region with the most resources was naturally the Central Core region. The planets here were also much larger than the planets in the periphery. The largest few of them had an area equivalent to at least 7 or 8 ancient cities of God's descendants. Some were even larger, almost equivalent to a third of the Dragon God domain. The core of the systems of chaos was the place where true hegemony was fought. In the core, there were a total of 10 planets known as superplanets. These 10 planets were the largest in the entire systems of chaos. What was even stranger was that they revolved around the same core all year round. This was a mysterious core that not many dared to approach.
For millions of years, countless explorers had tried to figure out what it was that revolved around the 10 superplanets. But the truth was only spread among the strong.
The average person didn't know.
For example, the few strong people who nine-tailed celestial fox knew that the core of the 10 superplanets was actually the terrifying demon star.
There were many legends about the demon star.
Most people knew of its existence, but they just didn't know that it was the core of the entire systems of chaos.
It was said that the ancient demons were imprisoned on the demon star.
They were immortal and extremely dangerous.
If they were allowed to escape, it would be a catastrophe. It was said that many years ago, the dragon god realm had suffered a catastrophe.
In reality, it was the eternal dragon emperor who had broken the restrictions of the demon star, allowing the demons to be reborn and bringing a catastrophe to the dragon god realm. Although the eternal dragon emperor had sealed them away in the end, and the losses weren't as great as imagined, it was enough to frighten the higher-ups of the dragon god realm.
Of course, these were all rumors, and their authenticity was yet to be verified.
The eternal god domain was still complete, much better than the shattered world of the dragon sacrificial continent. Even in the Chaos Star region, there were geniuses everywhere, and they might not be much weaker than the geniuses of the 5 great clans.
Almost everyone in the Chaos Star area practiced martial arts, and they were all powerful warriors.
When they were born, they were at least at the god martial arts realm.
Most of the people in the Chaos Star field were gathered on the 10 superplanets. Even in the Eternal Life God realm, the 10 superplanets were well known. Only the rulers of the 10 great superplanets could have the title of Star Lord. A Star Lord symbolized supreme power, supreme combat strength, prestige, and authority. Every Star Lord could easily decide the life and death of millions of people. A Star Lord had the right to challenge the 5 great clans. Their status in the Eternal God realm was only slightly lower than people like Ling Huang, the first Dragon Emperor, and the Grand Lord. In the vast Chaos Starfield, a few Star Lords were the overseers. But in reality, not every superplanet had a ruler and a Star Lord. Among the 10 superplanets, half of them were in a state of chaos all year round. These 5 superplanets had yet to decide on the strongest person to chase the other clans out of their superplanets and become the new ruler. The remaining 5 superplanets had 4 Star Lords. Currently, there were only 4 Star Lords in the entire Chaos Star region. Among them, there was the evil ghost race from ancient times. The Rakshasa race occupied a superplanet and changed its name to Rakshasa Planet. The Asura god race, which caused people to tremble in fear, occupied Asura Planet. The name of the Asura Star Lord shocked the world. There was also the Primal Chaos Royal race, which had existed since the time of the gods. They occupied the Primal Chaos Royal Planet. The Primal Chaos Royal Planet had always been under the control of the Primal Chaos Royal Planet. For millions of years, the planet had never changed owners. Almost every Star Lord was the #1 person in the Chaos Star region. This was different from Rakshasa Planet and Asura Planet. These 2 superplanets had changed owners and names countless times. Just like the royal planet of chaos, the most mysterious planet among the top 10 superplanets was the divine planet of destiny. There were magical and mysterious fated kin, living on the divine planet of destiny. They claimed to be the messengers of fate. They never participated in any activities, never showed their faces, and never welcomed any guests. All the warriors who tried to sneak into the divine planet of destiny would disappear mysteriously without bringing back any news. The so-called fated kin had never even seen their faces. They were a group of people who were even more mysterious than the royal family of chaos. There were many legends about the Destiny Star, but no one could be sure if these legends were true or not. No one even knew if the master of the Destiny Star really existed. Therefore, there should be 3 to 4 Star Lords in the Chaos Star region. The 5 ownerless superplanets, the Rakshasa Star, and the Asura Star were relatively far away from the Demon Star. The Primal Chaos Royal Planet and the Destiny Star were the closest to the Demon Star. From these 2 planets, one could even see the darkness in the direction of the Demon Star. However, they were not as close to the Demon Star as the last of the 10 superplanets. It was a planet with a master, but it didn't have a Star Lord. This superplanet's current name was Sky Dragon Planet. The master of Sky Dragon Planet was a group of dragon warriors. There were nearly 100,000 dragons living on Sky Dragon Planet. From the low-grade red dragon and blue dragon to the middle-grade dragons, to the high-grade golden thunder dragons, there were all kinds of dragons on Sky Dragon Planet. There were even many super dragons and ultimate dragons, which were rarely seen in the 5 dragon cities. Sky Dragon Planet was the world of dragon warriors. They rarely showed themselves and didn't participate in the battles in the Chaos Star region. They were very low profile, but they were very powerful. They casually lived on Sky Dragon Planet and were very relaxed. It was as if they were guarding or waiting for something. However, if one underestimated Sky Dragon Planet because of this, their ending would definitely be tragic. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Rakshasa race's brother race, the Yaksha race, attacked Sky Dragon Planet. They wanted to occupy a superplanet like the Rakshasa race, but in the end, they angered the dragons. The Yaksha race, whose combat strength was almost on par with the Rakshasa race, was completely annihilated. From then on, they fell from a first-rate race to a third-rate race in the Chaos Star region. Even the Rakshasa race was ashamed of them. The strength of Sky Dragon Planet wasn't inferior to the primal Chaos Royal Planet. As for the mysterious Destiny Star, they couldn't be compared. They were even more mysterious. On Sky Dragon Planet, one could clearly see the existence of the Demon Star. It was a black whirlpool that took up half the sky. That black whirlpool was like a mouth. From time to time, it would let out miserable screams that would make people's hair stand on end. To the Sky Dragon Planet's divine dragons, the core of the Chaos Star region, which was the Demon Star, was a group of lunatics. They talked all day, torturing themselves over the years. They said some strange things, howled, cried, but no matter what, they could only go crazy. They couldn't lose themselves, because their lives had escaped the rules of heaven. They couldn't die. Although Sky Dragon Planet was the closest planet to the Demon Star, it was protected by a powerful energy, so it wasn't affected by the Demon Star. There were verdant mountains and clear waters, lush green grass, clear rivers, and flowers everywhere. Although it wasn't as green as the green planet Longchen was on, it was still a paradise on Earth. The only flaw was that the sky was occupied by the Demon Star and the shadows around it. It looked very disgusting. The dragon warriors on Sky Dragon Planet liked to roam the planet with their divine dragon bodies. There were only divine dragons here, nothing else. The life of every divine dragon was extremely leisurely. The only terrifying thing was probably the samsara calamity that happened once every 1,000 years. The heavenly Tao was very harsh on the dragon tribe. Hence, most of the time, they would be cultivating diligently in order to survive and live longer. Of course, there were also dragons who leisurely went sightseeing and experienced the joys of life. On Sky Dragon Planet, above a vast forest, there were 2 divine dragons coiled around a towering mountain peak. The 2 divine dragons were looking into the distance. They didn't look young, and they looked a bit old. One of the divine dragons was blood red and had a thick skeleton. There was a sharp red horn on its forehead that was more than 100 meters long. It could easily tear apart a mountain peak. The other divine dragon was dark green and looked like bamboo. It was slender, and although it wasn't as thick as the one next to it, it was almost twice as long. There were dark green flames burning on its body. Divine dragons like them were everywhere on the entire Sky Dragon Planet. If Longchen was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that the blood-red divine dragon was a red-horned demonic dragon, and the other was a mysterious sky-blue fire dragon. They were both high-level dragons. At this moment, the red-horned demonic dragon looked into the distance and said, "In the blink of an eye, so much time has passed. Back then, we were just children in the divine martial realm. Now, we are old and clumsy. It's about time we offered our inheritance blood essence to the children to pass on. Yes, so much time has passed since we came to Sky Dragon Planet." The mysterious sky-blue fire dragon sighed. If a dragon warrior was killed, the inheritance blood essence would dissipate. The inheritance could not be broken. Therefore, when they realized that they couldn't resist the next calamity, they would pass on the inheritance blood essence. Chapter 1975. That was our era. Now our era has passed, the mysterious sky-blue fire dragon said emotionally as she thought back to the past. They remembered too many stories. After staying on planet Celestial Dragon for so long, they only had memories left. The red-horned demonic dragon sighed and said, "Don't mention the glory of the past. Now, we are just a group of exiled people. In the eyes of the people back home, we are just a group of traitors to the human race. There is nothing much to say. Let this life pass. The glory will not return. It is just history." The mysterious sky-blue fire dragon shook his head. I have never regretted my choice. I followed him until now.
Even if everyone looks down on him and misunderstands him, even if we don't have a chance to refute him, what I believe in will not change.
He is the hero of the human race.
He is trying to stop the destruction of the world. Those blind people only know about internal strife and only think about their own glory. When will they be able to stand in the eternal Dragon Emperor's shoes and think about the future of all living beings? Compared to him, those so-called rulers are all despicable people. The ruby-horned demon dragon smiled helplessly.
That's true.
It's a pity that only us followers can understand him. The dragon emperors of the 5 major dragon cities were all suppressed by the eternal Dragon Emperor. They hate this genius from the bottom of their hearts. That's why they're trying their best to discredit him.
But what can we do?
We can only listen to his last wishes and stay on this damned sky dragon planet. We can only listen to those lunatic screams every day. The mysterious sky blue fire dragon shook his head.
No, I believe him.
There must be a reason why he wants us to stay here. Don't forget, he can see the future. There are no secrets in this world to him, except the mystery of the extinction of the divine dragons. The ruby-horned demon dragon said, "You are right, but it has nothing to do with me. I have lived for too long. In 10 years, before the next reincarnation calamity, I will leave this place forever and die in the endless universe.
You are where I belong.
It is a pity that I have never been able to go home.
I want to go home. My family, they are all dead. They must have been punished because of me. I am a coward. I don't dare go back to see them."
Hot tears streamed down the red-horned demonic dragon's cheeks. Go home. This word was also very heavy for the mysterious sky jade fire dragon. Of course, he did not add it. He had been an orphan since he was young, and he had come here because he admired the eternal Dragon Emperor. He had followed him for the rest of his life. He had been born in the Dragon God domain, and he had the deepest feelings for that land. He had come here many years ago, and since then, he had never returned. On planet Sky Dragon, there were nearly 100,000 such dragon martial artists. Because of a promise, they had stayed here until today. Although they were very leisurely, they had also lost their hot-bloodedness in the long years. What exactly are we waiting for? The 2 divine dragons left the mountain peak and soared into the clouds, dancing in the clouds. They were a group of exiled divine dragons. They came from the 5 great dragon cities and the Dragon God domain. However, these 2 terms no longer had anything to do with them. They were just supporters of a sinner in history. As they danced, they raised their heads and looked at the demonic star that was covered by the vortex. The red-horned demon dragon suddenly laughed and said, "Haha, we're still lucky. Compared to those walking corpses on the demon star, those lunatics who can't die no matter what, the boredom and suffocation we've been through are nothing. They want to die even in their dreams. To them, loneliness is the most painful poison, and this is the most terrible torture. I asked you to become a demon, asked you to want eternal life. Now you know how the word tragic is written." He laughed loudly as he looked at the black vortex. At this moment, his smile froze. The mysterious sky jade fire dragon looked over curiously. Seeing the ruby-horned demon dragon's stiff expression, he also looked at the black vortex. He saw that in the center of the vortex, there was a sudden flash of cold light. That cold light almost blinded their eyes. Both of them felt a piercing pain in their eyes. As though they were facing a great enemy, they hurriedly entered battle mode. However, their minds were very fuzzy. The demonic star had been completely imprisoned by the eternal Dragon Emperor. How could they rush out of the demonic star? They struggled to open their eyes. But at this moment, something happened that almost made their hearts stop beating. In this flash, a figure appeared on the demonic star. In a short moment, that figure floated in front of the 2 mystical dragons. It was a middle-aged man, dressed in a green brocade robe. He was handsome, and most special of all were his eyes. They were deep and vast, like the entire starry sky. The 2 mystical dragons could only vaguely remember seeing this face many years ago. This was a face that made them dazed, confused, and crazy. This person had appeared in their dreams countless times. He was the person they had revered since they were young. So much time had passed, and they had all grown old. But this person, he was still the same. Their throats seemed to be stuck. No matter how hard they tried, they could not make a sound. Their chests were about to explode. Hot tears flowed down their cheeks, and their breathing stopped. Their bodies trembled. Finally,
they returned to their human forms. In the sky, they prostrated themselves on the ground, as though they were worshipping.
They knelt before this person and shouted, "Your subordinates greet the eternal Dragon Emperor."
Heavens! He did not die. He actually came back.
At this moment, the Sky Dragon planet, which had billions of fertile lands, was in an unprecedented uproar. The planet closest to the demonic star was filled with the crazy roars of countless mystical dragons. The superplanets countless distances away seemed to have heard it. Such crazy roars made everyone tremble in fear. That group of terrifying dragon warriors, what are they up to this time? Most people on the 10 superplanets of the Chaos Starfield thought the same. Long Chen, who was far away in the periphery of the Chaos Starfield, naturally could not hear such sounds. He and Lingxi were heading towards the huge ancient tree. In the process, they also saw the creatures on this planet. At present, they only saw 2 kinds of creatures. One of them was a race that was associated with the ancient tree. They looked similar to the tree spirits of the Spirit Clan. However, Long Chen guessed that this should be a branch of the Demon Clan. Back in the barren Imperial realm, there were also plant-type demons. Their bodies were various kinds of sacred trees. However, there was no such race in the Demon Immortal realm. They did not seem to recognize these plant-type races as members of the Demon Clan. In the Chaos Starfield, such a race was called the Tree Tribe. They had been separated from the Demon Clan. The Tree Tribe could be found on many planets in the Chaos Starfield. As for the other race, Long Chen did not recognize them. They were similar to the Ghost Kings in the City of Tragic Deaths. They had green faces and sharp fangs. They weren't very tall, and they were stooped over. They had long blood-red hair that was messy and dirty. They wielded pitchfork-like Dao items, and their bodies were covered in green scales. Their fleshly bodies were comparable to, or even stronger than, the Demon Clan. Because of their small size, they were fast and agile. However, they were so vicious that they didn't seem to fit in with the green planet they were on. This planet was too small. So far, Long Chen had only seen these 2 types of creatures. They were all members of the myriad races in the Eternal Life God domain. Long Chen had the feeling that there were many of these creatures around the heart of the progenitor tree. As they got closer and closer to the heart of the progenitor tree, Long Chen was just about to hide when someone in the forest below saw them flying through the air.
Help! Help! I'm the princess of the Mountain Tree Tribe. Come and save me.
Long Chen was moving too quickly, and by the time he heard the voice, he was already far away. The 2 of them stopped in midair.
I think it's the princess of the Mountain Tree Tribe. Long Chen confirmed with Lingxi. Yes, they want us to save her. Lingxi nodded.
After a moment of thought, Long Chen decided that it would be good to have a guide. Therefore, he and Lingxi headed back to where the woman who had called out for help had been hiding. However, her cries for help had immediately attracted the attention of enemies. As soon as Long Chen landed in the forest, he saw a dozen or so fellows with disheveled red hair, green faces and fangs. They were fighting a young woman who looked very similar to the spirit folk.
Although they looked similar, they didn't share the same origin. The cultivation system of the Mountain Tree Tribe wasn't very different from that of the demon folk. In fact, it was actually a branch of the demon folk. She had been the one who had called out to Long Chen earlier. She looked very small, just a little girl, while the people surrounding her were like wild beasts, extremely savage. Under their attacks, the little girl cried as she ran backwards, and the surrounding trees that were hundreds of meters long were continuously destroyed by the attackers. Huge swaths of the forest fell to the ground. That's Ancestral Tree City up ahead. Don't let her get away. Stop her. This sentence was accompanied by the girl's sobbing. She did not know that Long Chen and Yi Zichen had returned. A group of people charged at Long Chen. The attackers surrounded the little girl with their pitchforks, forming a blood-colored domain that completely trapped the little girl. Each of them took a position, and their bodies transformed from 1 meter tall to more than 10 meters tall. They opened their huge fangs, dripping with green saliva, and actually tried to devour the little girl. The girl from the Luan tree race was shocked, but the blood domain made it impossible for her to move. At that moment, she turned into a sturdy tree, and her iron-like branches tried to move, but they were blocked again. It looked like she was about to be torn apart by those fellows. Chapter 1976. These brutal warriors were only at the 5th tier of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, which was equivalent to Long Chen's strength when he first came to the Eternal Sacred Realm. Today, Long Chen had long become a top-notch expert. At his age, there were not many people in the Eternal Sacred Realm who could match up to him. Compared to all the genius warriors in the Eternal Sacred Realm, Long Chen had cultivated for a shorter period of time, but he had improved much more. If not for Lingxi's mistress Su Seal, she would not have been able to keep up with his speed. Long Chen's god-slaying sword was unleashed, and the blade in his hand rapidly swept past their bodies. All the martial artist hands were sent flying, and for a moment, they howled miserably as they fell to the ground. The girl from the mountain tree race was already scared out of her wits. When Long Chen finished off her opponent and descended from the sky with Ling Shi, this pair of golden boy and jade girl caused her to be unable to react for a moment. The brutality of her opponents far exceeded Long Chen's imagination. Long Chen had already shown that he had the ability to kill them instantly, and he had also chopped off their arms. However, he did not expect that after they struggled to get up, they would still attack Long Chen. They shouted in a strange language, and the power they used was filled with negative energy. It was similar to the god-slaying sword, but it was far inferior. Long Chen had no intention of killing them, but they were courting death. Therefore, he could only go through a little trouble to finish them off. God-slaying art. Wordless art. 81 beams of sword chi shot out, and each of them was hit a few times. Only then did they fall to the ground, and Long Chen used the power of Nirvana Tai Chi to erase all traces of their lives. To be honest, even the Wind Dragon Stream Master, who had been able to control Long Chen's life, could not fight back against Long Chen. Long Chen did not look like he had reached the rebirth realm, but in reality, his combat power was far beyond that. Only after the opponents had completely disappeared did the little girl calm down. She shouldn't be as young as she looked. Now that she had calmed down, she walked in front of Long Chen and Ling Shi and bowed. "Thank you for saving my life. The Ancestral Tree City is just ahead. Are you two willing to follow me to the Ancestral Tree City so that this little girl can repay you?" Long Chen and Lingxi looked at each other. The girl was polite and said with a smile, "Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the princess of the Luan Tree clan in Ancestral Tree City. My name is Yin Luan, and this is our Luan Tree planet. My two benefactors should be humans from the Dragon God domain. Today, you saved my life, and I do not know how to repay you. As the host, let me treat you well." She looked curiously at Long Chen and Lingxi. From Long Chen's previous attacks, these two must be very powerful, and they were so young. They must be important people in the Dragon God domain. She had grown up on the Luan Tree planet and had not seen such important people. "Your Ancestral Tree City is in that direction?" Long Chen asked. Yin Luan nodded obediently. "Yes, that is where I grew up, and also the home of the Luan Tree clan. When you entered the Luan Tree planet, you should have seen the tallest tree. Our home is built on that ancestral tree." "Oh, so the ancestral tree was where they lived. In that case, the heart of the ancestral tree that he wanted should belong to the Luan Tree clan. In that case, he would need to deal with them. It was originally someone else's thing, and these people seemed to be kind people. Long Chen would never fight for the things of kind people, unless he had a special need for it." Yin Luan said in distress, "I came out this time to collect more seeds, but I did not expect to run into the Yasha clan. They really went too far and killed my guards. It was General Gao who escorted me here, and the two of you who helped me, that was why I was able to escape. Unfortunately, General Gao lost his life to save me." Hearing this, Long Chen had a rough idea of what had happened. He said, "I have something to do and need to go to your Ancestral Tree City. Let's talk on the way." "Yes. Benefactor." Yin Luan was sad about the death of her guards, but it was good news that Long Chen was willing to go to the Ancestral Tree City. After all, her life would not be in danger on the way back. On the way, Long Chen asked about the Yasha clan, and Yin Luan told them about the history of the Luan Tree planet. "Our tree clan has many branches, and the tree clan is one of the larger ones. We've been here for millions of years, maybe even tens of millions of years. We've had our glory days, but we've also declined. In the past tens of thousands of years, our tree clan has declined to the point where we only have a few tens of thousands of clansmen left. Our tree clan once controlled the entire planet, and now, Ancestral Tree City is enough for us to live in." Speaking of this period of history, Yin Luan was naturally very proud. However, the current situation made her very worried. "Those who wanted to kill you are called the Yasha clan. Long Chen asked as he walked. Yin Luan nodded, her eyes full of hatred and anger. She said, the Yasha clan used to be a super clan in the system of chaos, comparable to the Rakshasa clan and the Azura god clan. But they tried to take over the Sky Dragon planet and were killed by the people of the Sky Dragon planet. Even the Rakshasa clan cut off contact with them. Since then, there were less than 10,000 of them left, and they could only wander the stars. They were pushed aside and attacked everywhere, and they were almost extinct. Then, they wandered to the Luan Tree planet. My ancestors saw that they were weak and pitiful, so they allowed them to live here. I didn't think it would become like this. In fact, Long Chen only wanted the ancestral tree's heart, but he could use this time to learn more about the system of chaos. They flew in the sky. Yin Luan said agitatedly, the Yakshas are really a bunch of disgusting things. Their reproduction rate is way faster than ours. At first, we thought we were strong and didn't care about them. Later, they started destroying the forest and we couldn't stand it anymore. We tried to negotiate with them, but we didn't expect them to have already grown strong and completely ignored us. We started a war because of that. We were able to suppress the Yakshas a few times, but they were indeed once a strong race. Their speed of development was too fast, and in a short period of time, their descendants covered the entire Luan Tree planet and took over more and more land. We were forced to retreat until we finally retreated to the ancestral tree city. 80% of the Luan Tree planet's land has fallen into their hands, but they are cruel and don't know how to be grateful. They even killed our Luan Tree tribe's companions. We love peace and nature, but we are not good at fighting. Plus, we didn't know about their wild ambitions, so we ended up in this situation today. As she spoke, her eyes became bloodshot, and sparkling tears began to roll down her cheeks. Lingxi comforted her. The Luan Tree clan was too kind, and that was why they ended up in this situation. But they weren't an ambitious clan, so they were at a disadvantage against the Yasha clan. The Yasha clan is getting stronger too fast. I think it won't be long before our Luan Tree clan loses our home, and we'll wander the universe. We'll eventually go extinct like the other tree clans, and we'll be eliminated by the River of Time. Long Chen knew very well that what Yin Luan said was not far away from the current situation on Luan Xuxing. It might even happen within 10 years. Since the Yaksha tribe was so arrogant and wild, their first goal was naturally to completely control Luan Xuxing and turn it into their base. But Long Chen was only here for the ancestral tree's heart. He was just passing by. Yin Luan asked, my two benefactors say that they're going to the ancestral tree city. You two are from the dragon god domain, so may I ask why you two are here? As the princess of the Luan Tree clan, I should be able to speak. Long Chen got straight to the point and said, the ancestral tree is so big, so it should have the ancestral tree's heart. We need it. It's very useful. Of course, we can exchange it with the Luan Tree clan with treasures of equal value. Hearing the words ancestral tree's heart, Yin Luan was a little nervous. It was obvious that it really existed. She hesitated for a moment and said, I don't think that's possible. I heard that without the ancestral tree's heart, the ancestral tree will wither and die. When that happens, the Luan Tree clan will have no home. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. Long Chen and Lingxi looked at each other. Lingxi said softly, don't worry. We'll only take 1/10 of the ancestral tree's heart. It won't change your ancestral tree at all. Moreover, we can exchange it with treasures of equal value. 1/10 of the ancestral tree's heart should be worth a primordial Dao treasure with 100 Dao patterns. Is that so? Yin Luan's heart relaxed a little. She smiled and said, but even so, I still can't make a decision. I can only go back and ask my father. But don't worry, with my recommendation, my father will definitely consider this matter. Long Chen smiled. It seemed like spending some effort to save Yin Luan had its benefits. The three of them continued to move forward. In less than 2 hours, they finally arrived at the ancestral tree city. In front of them was an incomparably vast forest, towering into the clouds. This was not a forest, but a giant tree, ancient and vicissitudes of life. It even had the same history as the Luan Tree star. Countless roots hung down from the branches, like a giant tree. It looked like an independent tree. Although the ancient tree was old, it still had a strong life aura. What made Lingxi curious was that there was a layer of green light surrounding the progenitor tree. That light barrier flickered with green runes, and there were many pictures of trees on it. It was extremely beautiful. It was very beautiful.
This is the defense that our ancestors set up at the cost of their lives to resist the invasion.
We call it the Green World.
It is because of the existence of the Green World that we have survived until now.
The Yaksha race can't destroy our Green World, Yin said confidently.
Many readers don't know how hard it is to write 3 chapters a day.
Everyone is used to my hard work. Sometimes I want to slow down and write more beautifully. But if I write a little less, the readers won't like it.
A madman is under a lot of pressure every day.
In the later stages, the framework is too big, and I can't repeat it. I need to challenge the new plot. People who read books don't know the pressure of a writer. For example, last night, I didn't start writing.
4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Late at night, I racked my brains but only managed to come up with a little idea.
It wasn't even enough for 2 days.
I don't know when it started, but I spent more time thinking about ideas than writing the book.
Even so, there are still readers who complain.
I also want to write 6,000 chapters a day and be a god. I even want to write 4,000 words a day.
That would be a good life. But I'm used to writing 10,000 words a day. If I can't do it, I'll panic. It should be a professional habit. So be it.
No matter what, Dragon's Blood was still becoming more and more popular, and my income was also increasing.
Compared to the previous book, my income had increased by dozens of times. I would continue to work hard.
This was the first book I had written, and I would do my very best to complete it. I would let Dragon's Blood have the last third of its hot-blooded climax. I will use my hard work to gain people's support and respect for me. They will also follow my next book and my entire writing career.
We dragons are brothers. Let's continue this way. My WeChat. Fenkingyang.
Chapter 1977. The Green World could naturally be opened, but only by a small opening. Through this opening, the Mountain Tree Tribe could communicate with the outside world. The ancestral tree city in the Green World was the birthplace of the Mountain Tree Tribe, their last home. No one wanted their land to be invaded by the ambitious Yakshas, but the Yakshas were powerful and cruel. They didn't care about kindness. Although Long Chen wasn't a member of the Mountain Tree Tribe, he knew the pain and sorrow of losing their land. The gap in the Green World was also the gate to the ancestral tree city. There were a large number of Roan Tree warriors guarding the gate. Yin had said that the Roan Tree Tribe only had tens of thousands of people left, and there were at least tens of thousands of them guarding the gate. One could see how much they valued their final home. Among these warriors, there were not only strong men, but also the elderly, women, and children. Almost all of them were ready to go on the battlefield on the day of destruction. Looking over, the eyes of the Mountain Tree Tribe flickered with deep worry. They knew that one day, even the ancestral tree city would fall to the Yakshas. At that time, the Mountain Tree Tribe would be exterminated and driven out of their home that they had lived in for millions of years. Losing their land and humiliating their country. How painful was that? No matter what, they still had a belief in their hearts. Their home couldn't be invaded. Most of them were ready to sacrifice their lives here. At this critical moment, Long Chen arrived outside the ancestral tree city under the guidance of the Mountain Tree Princess. When the ancestral tree city saw the 3 of them, a commotion broke out. A large number of warriors rushed down and blocked the path of Long Chen's group. Even more people blocked the ancestral tree city with nervous expressions. They were already frightened by the mere twang of a bow. However, when they saw that it was only 2 young men accompanying Yin, the warriors heaved a sigh of relief. Among the crowd, there was a woman who was taller than Yin and looked much more mature than her.
She walked towards Long Chen.
Her skin was the color of wheat, and she looked extremely powerful. She had a pair of green eyes that were bewitching and shrewd. She cautiously led the warriors forward and bowed to Yin. "Princess, may I ask what exactly happened?
Didn't you go to collect the seeds? Where are the guards? Who are these 2 humans?" Her attitude was arrogant.
She seemed respectful to Yin, but she didn't mean it at all. It was more like a question.
"Big Sister Yin, I was ambushed by the Yaksha tribe. In order to protect me, the guards all sacrificed their lives. Even General Gao died in battle.
I have to see my father immediately and tell him that the Yaksha tribe's activities have become more rampant and frequent.
Also, these 2 humans are from the Dragon God domain.
If they hadn't saved me at the last moment, I would have been eaten by the Yaksha tribe."
Hearing that the princess was being hunted and General Gao died in battle, the other mountain tree tribe warriors' eyes were filled with hatred. They clenched their fists and shouted that they would take revenge. But when they thought of the yakshas, they couldn't help but feel fear. Most of them had seen their clansmen and siblings killed by the yakshas with their own eyes. They had seen most of their homes lost and their clansmen enslaved by the yakshas. The female general, Yin Hui, had a cold look in her eyes, and it was hard to tell what she was feeling. Her gaze swept over Long Chen and Ling Shi, and she said coldly, "The yakshas who chased after you were able to kill General Gao, but these two humans of unknown origin and weak strength saved you." From her words, it was obvious that she suspected that Long Chen and Ling Xi were spies of the yakshas. Hearing this, the other mountain tree tribe warriors became vigilant. This female general called Yin Hui was very rude, which made Yin Luan, as the host, very angry. He put on a stern face and said, "They saved me, they are my benefactors and friends. Yin Hui, can you get rid of your habit of being suspicious of others? Not everyone is like what you think they are. I order you as the princess to move aside." The tall woman didn't panic. Instead, she was extremely arrogant. She only took a step back and said, "Princess, you'd better be smart. If you let people with ulterior motives into the ancestral tree city and lead to the extinction of our tribe, you will be the greatest sinner of all time." Everyone looked at each other, not knowing which side to stand on. The threat of the yakshas was getting bigger and bigger. They were already panicking. Yin Hui continued, as the general guarding the gate, "I have a responsible attitude. I have to ask them why they are here before letting them pass. I'm really sorry, princess, but if you have any objections to my work, you can sue me in front of the mountain tree city." Yin Luan gritted her teeth at these arrogant words. She couldn't say the heart of the ancestral tree in person, and had to discuss it with the higher-ups in secret. She said, "They saved my life and are my guests. As the princess, do I not even have the right to invite my benefactors?" "Yin Hui, don't go too far. They are humans. How can humans be spies of the yakshas? You're just trying to bully me and show your authority. That's why you're saying this. If you don't move aside, I won't be so polite anymore." She must have gone mad with anger to say such harsh words. The mountain tree tribe was familiar with the tempers of the princess and the minister of the left's daughter. Yin Luan was quiet and beautiful, but the minister of the left's daughter had always been competitive with the princess. Hearing these words, they all moved aside. After all, they were the princess benefactors and couldn't act recklessly. As for Yin Hui, she could do whatever she wanted. The people around her didn't support her. Yin Hui flew into a rage and said, "I don't believe they can save you. Whether they're spies or not, we'll talk after you defeat me." She was already at the 9th level of the Nirvana tribulation, an achievement at her age that wasn't bad. After saying those ruthless words, she actually pounced towards Ling Shi, who was the closest to her. In her eyes, Ling Shi was the strongest out of the two of them. She had always been arrogant and thought that no one in the same generation could be her match. Swoosh! As soon as she made her move, Ling Shi stretched out her hand, and the 8 great celestial swords were still hidden in her fingernails. At this moment, the celestial swords flashed, and the 8 great celestial swords shot out, transforming into sword images that filled the sky, instantly blurring Yin Hui's vision. She was greatly shocked in her heart, and she hurriedly counterattacked. However, the strength of the other party was so great that it exceeded her expectations. In the instant that they intersected, Yin Hui was sent flying by a huge force, causing her blood and qi to roil and her internal organs to tremble. Blood dripped from her mouth. In the blink of an eye, the 8 celestial swords had pinned Yin Hui to the gates of the ancestral tree city. Of course, they were only pinned to her clothes. If Ling Xi had wanted to kill her, the 8 celestial swords would have pierced through her heart. This scene shocked all the Roan Tree tribe warriors. It could be seen that Ling Xi was quite a bit younger than Yin Hui. They had always thought that Yin Hui was one of the 2 or 3 peak experts of the Mountain Tree clan, which was why she dared to be so arrogant in front of the princess. Although Yin Hui's character wasn't very good, and she often bullied the weak, her talent was something that everyone acknowledged. But today, she was almost killed by a young girl who was even younger than her. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at Yin Hui, who was nailed to the city gate as she clamored and struggled. Their hearts turned cold as they stared at Ling Xi in shock. From this moment onwards, no one doubted Long Chen and Ling Xi's strength anymore. They also knew that they had been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. How dare they attack me? They must be spies from the Yaksha clan. Warriors of the Roan Tree clan, listen to my command. Kill these 2 spies and save the princess.
The princess must be under their control.
Yin Hui struggled on the city gate.
The power of the 8 celestial swords had only pierced her clothes, but at the same time, they had imprisoned her.
She screamed, but no one paid attention to her.
Yin Luan said to Long Chen apologetically, "Benefactor, I'm really sorry for letting this guy affect your mood. When I see my father, I'll try to put in a good word for you."
It's fine, Long Chen said casually. This was normal. If he didn't show his strength, how would the other side take him seriously?
Under the envious gazes of the Roan Tree warriors, Yin Luan led Long Chen and the princess into the ancestral tree city. Although it was called a city, it was actually a vast forest.
The forest was very bright and fragrant. It was a very beautiful place. Princess. A man from the Roan Tree clan came down from the city gate.
He wore a green full-body armor.
It was clearly a Dao treasure.
General Senior Yin Luan stopped.
Old Gao is really dead.
General Sen's eyes were a little red.
Yin Luan nodded helplessly. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gone to gather seeds today. The outside is our home, but now we have to go out carefully. I really can't stand this kind of life. General Sen wiped away his tears for his old friend. His brothers had died one by one over the years, and he was already numb. He said, "This isn't your fault, it's our fault. As men, we can't protect our home."
He then looked at Long Chen and said, "Human friend, the 2 of you saved the princess.
I'd like to express my gratitude. You 2 seem to need something in the ancestral tree city. I might be able to help."
This General Sen was a triple-talent Samsara realm expert.
He was the commander of the city gate. Previously, Yin Luan's position couldn't be compared to General Sen at all.
It could be said that he was one of the leaders of the Roan Tree clan.
No one dared to approach.
Long Chen went straight to the point and said, "We passed by the Roan Tree planet and saw this towering tree. There must be a progenitor tree's heart here. We don't want too much and came here to ask if we can use treasures of equal value to exchange for 1/10 of the progenitor tree's heart.
We have great use for it." You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.